There was something strange about the statue. One of the eyes was shut, whereas the other was open. The open eye also looked weird. That eye was black and white. The eyeball was white, but the pupils were black. It was still different from ordinary eyes. The eye was half black and half white. The black and white each had a side of their own, and it was very clear to see. Hansen saw that black and white eye and started to feel goosebumps. Those god eyes gave all who saw them a chill. It was like the eye that looked at everyone and deemed them sinners. Next to the second ancestor's statue, an old voice boomed. "Mr. Crown Prince, why have you come?" Hansen suddenly noticed an old person kneeling in front of the statue. One was unable to see what he looked like. Since he was kneeling, he appeared to be someone who was praying to a god. Plus, he was directly in front of the statue. Hansen saw that his hair was pale like snow, but he could not discern any other colors. They covered his whole body. It was very straight. He was like a kneeling snow ape, which is why Hansen had not noticed him. Baiwanjia is greeting Old Iron. Baiwanjia's identity within the Extreme King was high. Despite that, he was greeting the old man present. That proved how special the old man must have been. "Oh, no. I am just a servant. Why is Mr. Crown Prince coming to Law Hall?" The old man was still kneeling on the ground. He did not raise his head. If there weren't people there, no one would believe he was talking to Baiwanjia. "I caught a born deified xenogeneic," Baiwanjia politely said. "I want to capture and control it, but its body is very weird. It is half plant and half flesh. It is two extremes combined. There are no skills capable of moving its heart. So, I want to use the Extreme King's overbearing eye's law power to suppress his body shape and use it for myself. Do you know the Extreme King's overbearing eye is King's Kingdom's base stone? Do you not think it is inappropriate to make us vulnerable by using it for such a small task?" The old man's voice had returned, but he was still kneeling before the statue unmoving. Baiwanjia did not dare offend the old man. He politely said, "Old Iron, if this was for the mere taming of a xenogeneic, I would not dare trouble you. But this xenogeneic is so weird and the key to controlling a special xenogeneic space. With this, I can control that xenogeneic space. That xenogeneic space is very important to me. It matters, and it can determine my future as a true god. Therefore, I am hoping Old Iron will be able to help me." The old man did not move or speak. Although Baiwanjia was powerful, his heart was a bit depressed. If there was no other way to solve this issue, he would not have gone there. After a while, the old man's voice came back. "Place it on the left side of the law scale." Baiwanjia was suddenly delighted. He quickly picked up Hansen and placed him on the scale the second ancestor's statue was holding. Hansen felt terrible. He did not know what the Extreme King's overbearing eye would do. After Baiwanjia let him go, he tried to struggle and get away. He discovered that he was unable to move. It was like some scary power had tied him up and bound him to the left plate of the scale. Hansen thought the scale was just a decoration. He had not thought the scale would actually work. After he was placed on the left plate, his weight lowered the scale. When the left plate of the scale went down, the second ancestor's eye started to brighten up. Black and white light came out from it. The white light shot toward the left plate of the scale while the black light shot at the right plate of the scale. The white light came down on Hansen's body. He felt as if some weird power had invaded his body. It felt extremely strange. It was like he was being scanned or an X-ray was looking into his body. Hansen sensed that the X-ray was not being used to look into his bones. They were looking into his genes. When the white light scanned Hansen's body, the black light on the right side illuminated the right plate of the scale. It generated a black counterweight. The counterweight had a number that kept changing. It started from 1 and kept rising. What is going on? Hansen did not feel as if his body was getting damaged, but this weird feeling unsettled him. He did not know what the numbers implied. The old man was still kneeling in front of the statue, so he could not see what was happening. Bai Wanjie kept staring at the black counterweights, which were building on the right plate of the scale. Although the Extreme King was started by the Alpha, the core of the civilization was built by the second ancestor. It was easy to start a business, but keeping it going was a different matter entirely. The second ancestor kept the core of what the Alpha had created and built a civilization and the rule of law to uphold and sustain the Extreme King. That had kept the Extreme King going for billions and billions of years. It had amassed quite the history. The legends claim that the second ancestor was very harsh and cold. He treated all of the family members the same. He even executed his son who had broken the law. The Extreme King's overbearing eye was his geno-armament. It had a weird power inside of it that was called sin. It judged whether or not a creature was guilty. If that creature was very sinful, the Extreme King's overbearing eye power would grow. The second ancestor judged a sinful butterfly elite when he had only just become a primitive deified. With one hit, it killed the butterfly elite, not even sparing it a chance. That was how the Extreme King's overbearing eye started to become famous. It had become one of the most powerful geno-armaments. It was in the top 10 in the Geno universe. With the power of the second Alpha, all the creatures believed he could use the Extreme King's overbearing eye to enter the Geno Hall and possibly become a god spirit. Who would have guessed that the second ancestor would force his geno-armament, the Extreme King's overbearing eye, out and leave it for the Extreme King? By doing so, he lost the right to enter the Geno Hall. One legend claimed that the Extreme King's overbearing eye, despite being very powerful, did not work on a creature that had no sin. No one ever did find out how the Extreme King's overbearing eye determined how a person might have sinned. When the second ancestor was alive, no faction dared attack King's kingdom. The second Alpha settled the foundation of the Extreme King, which kept them going for billions of years. Now, Hansen was locked down by the Extreme King's overbearing eye. The counterweight on the right was continuing to increase. The higher the number, the more sins Hansen had committed. When the number of the counterweight equaled Hansen's amount of sins, the scales would be balanced again. At that time, the Extreme King's overbearing eye was able to judge Hansen. The counterweight's number was 30, but the left plate of the scale that featured Hansen was still getting lower. It was not balancing out. Seeing the number on the counterweight quickly increase, Bai Wanjie's face looked strange. It is over 100 already, and the scales are still trying to find a balance. It is not coming back. What has the Senegeniac done to be deemed so sinful? In the past, when the Extreme King's overbearing eye judged a person and the number 50 was displayed, the judged was deemed sinful. Around 80 had committed serious crimes. More than 100 were considered the most sinful. After Hansen's meter went past 100 and kept on increasing, the scale was still sinking. It was not going back up. Apparently, the counterweight was unable to balance out the crimes he had committed. Destroying an entire race can lead to a counterweight of only 100, so what did this guy do? Bai Wanjie frowned as he peered at the counterweight on the right. The number on the scale was now over 200. This kind of sin was reserved for the greatest of villains across the entire universe. The number on the counterweight increased quickly. It made Bai Wanjie's heart start to shake. Before long, it was already over 500. That kind of number had to make him the evilest person in the universe. No one else had ever reached such a figure. The counterweight was still increasing. The left plate, where Hansen was still sinking. It was scary. How could this happen? Bai Wanjie was shocked. Although the Extreme King's overbearing eye wouldn't kill things, it suppressed the sinner. Under the weight of a sin this big, the person's body should have been crushed and destroyed by now. The old man who was kneeling on the floor suddenly raised his head. He looked at Hansen on the scale. His expression started to look strange. "Old Iron, can you stop the trial?" Bai Wanjie asked. When the real trial comes, I am afraid that if this keeps going, he will not be unable to withstand the trial's power. It will crush his body. Okay, but the extreme king's overbearing eye cannot be controlled by others, the old man coldly said. It won't be controlled by anyone. Even if he is very sinful, he won't be killed. He will just be suppressed. When the old man said that, Bai Wanjie did not say anything more. He kept watching the counterweight's number increase. Every time the number jumped, it made Bai Wanjie's heart jump. The number on the counterweight soared over 1,000. The old man's face changed. When the second ancestor had slain the butterfly elite, that butterfly elite's sin was only 1,000 to 2,000. That was the villain of that generation. It was hard to find another like that in recent times. The old man looked at Bai Wanjie and asked, "Is it really like you described? Is this xenogenic from the space garden?" He was shocked by this level of crime. "I asked Holy Pirate to capture him from the space garden, so I suppose he was correct," Bai Wanjie replied. Holy Pirate is not a man who goes against his word. If he agreed to the task, this should be the correct target. But if this is a son of the space garden, why is he deemed to be so evil? The old man raised his head as he spoke. He saw that Han Sen's body was chained up like a prisoner. The old man's eye looked rather purple. He looked at Han Sen, who was on the scale. He shook his head and said, "Weird. It is so weird. I cannot see through his body. Are two extreme bodies that powerful?" Bai Wanjie's heart jumped. He suddenly thought of something. Mr. White said this xenogenic was not just a son of the space garden. They say he is very talented. There is something special that gave him this body. At one point, the space garden was full of green light. At the same time, the god spirit was killed and the Geno Hall appeared. Is that miracle connected to the god spirit that was killed? Was the god spirit that was killed the space garden itself? Did the space garden absorb the god's personality and create a special xenogenic? As Bai Wanjie spoke, his belief in such a possibility became more real. His heart raced faster. If things are truly like that, I just need to tame this son. I can use his power to suppress the space garden and get the god's personality. Then, I will be made a god spirit, he thought. Bai Wanjie started to think this truly was a huge opportunity. With this much sin, I bet he must have slain a god. Bai Wanjie could see the counterweight number continue to increase. It made him put more stock in what he had been predicting. 2,000. 3,000, the counterweight's number was breaking the limits. Even the old man was visibly shocked. He had never seen a creature's sin be this high. This had never happened before. This xenogenic. He does seem a bit weird. Should we stop the trial, then? The old man looked at Bai Wanjie as he spoke. With such a grand amount of sin, not even he knew if something bad might happen. Normally, no one controlled the extreme king's overbearing eye, and it would not kill anyone. For this much sin, the trial was going to be something scary. There was the possibility that this xenogenic would be crushed. They were unsure whether the calculation of his sin would stop and his trial would start. If the trial did not have enough power and was done a second time, they would have to wait a month until the extreme king's overbearing eye could be used again. Thinking of the space garden and having a god's personality there waiting for him, he could not hold his horses. "Old Iron, I thought you said if no one controls the extreme king's overbearing eye, it would not kill anyone," Bai Wanjie said. "Yeah, that is how it is supposed to work. It really is like that. In the past, there has never been a creature this sinful." Old Iron did not keep speaking. "If things are like that, let us just wait longer." Bai Wanjie went silent. 4,000. 5,000. 6,000, the sin meter increased its speed. It made the old man's face change. He had never heard of such a sinful creature before. Bai Wanjie's heart was shaking. He said to the old man, "Old Iron, let's just end this and go to the trial. I am afraid that if this keeps going, his body will not be able to withstand the force of the trial. The old man nodded. He stood up and planned on walking up to the scales. Pang! The chain on the left side, which connected the plate to the scale, suddenly broke. The left side broke, and the right side fell. It meant the scale, that represented justice, had suddenly broken. The black and white light that shot out of the statue's eyes was still carrying on. It kept Hansen in the air. The other side of the black scale was also hovering in the air. The numbers were still increasing, and they were increasing faster than before. Amid their shock, the old man and Bai Wanjie saw Hansen's score of sin pass the 10,000 mark. When the scale sin number hit 10,000, it stopped increasing. The black and white light from the extreme king's overbearing eye still hadn't stopped. There was no sign of a trial going on. It was still shining on Hansen. The old man was shocked. He did not know what was going on. He had no idea why the sin meter had stopped. Furthermore, there was no trial. This had never happened before. Does this mean the creature's sin cannot be measured more than this? But the extreme king's overbearing eye can only display 10,000 at most. The old man and Bai Wanjie shared the same thought of this possibility. Pang! Suddenly, the second ancestor statue that held the extreme king's overbearing eye was shining. The eyes of the sculpture exploded out of their sockets. The old man and Bai Wanjie were in shock. The extreme king's overbearing eye was a supremely important item for the extreme king. If something happened to it, it would affect the extreme king a lot. Pang! The black and white eyeballs burst out of the sockets. They were each around the size of a football. Half of each was white and half of each was black. They carried a black and white light that was beaming out madly. The old man was shocked. His body burst with a silver flame that came out of him like a tsunami. He had to become a roaring demon to suppress the black and white eyeballs. After a minor touch, the old man's power vanished. The old man's demonic power was erased into nothing greater than dust. The extreme king's overbearing eye went right in front of Hansen. Hansen's body was set free. Before he realized what was going on, the extreme king's overbearing eye went into his left eye. One was not able to imagine what kind of scene this was. A ball the size of a football went into Hansen's left eye. His eyes were quite big compared to humans, but they were not as big as footballs. Seeing the black and white light explode, the extreme king's overbearing eye went into Hansen's eye. It made his eyes look like they were erupting like a volcano. It released black and white flames. Under that huge amount of pain, Hansen could not help but hold his eyes. His hands were unable to prevent the black and white light from exploding. Bai Wanjie and the old man were in shock. They did not know what to do, so they just stood where they were. They looked at Hansen in midair. He was just cupping his hands. The black and white light surged out from the gaps in his fingers. It turned everything around them black and white. It was like a comic without color. Boom! 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 The entire king's kingdom shook a little as if something had broken. Oh, no! Bai Wanjie's face turned green. He looked glum. He almost had tears forming. Apparently, something had changed with the extreme king's overbearing eye. It had a problem with King's Kingdom's defensive system. Before Bai Wanjie could think of something more, he saw a few people land nearby. All of their bodies had a scary presence. One of them was the extreme king's king. Bai King looked at Hansen, who was floating in the air with his left eye spewing out a black and white flame. He looked at the old man and asked, "Old Iron, what is going on?" "My lord," the old man was going to say something, but Bai Wanjie interrupted. "Father, it was my fault." Bai Wanjie kneeled before him and explained what happened. "Go and get Mr. White." After Bai King heard this, he did not pin any blame on Bai Wanjie. He only spoke to an extreme king elite. The extreme king elite nodded and quickly disappeared. A moment later, his body reappeared. He had brought Mr. White with him. Greetings, my lord. Mr. White bowed to Bai King. Mr. White, can you explain what has happened here? Bai King looked at Mr. White. He sounded gentle, but there was an inescapable pressure hidden within that was difficult to explain. If he was asking a man with a low level of will, even if the man did not make a mistake, he would be expected to kowtow to Bai King. Mr. White looked at Han Sen, who was floating in the air. He had an ironic smile on his face. He bowed to Bai King and said, "It is my fault. Please punish me." "Why would you say that?" Bai King casually asked without moving. "I told Mr. Crown Prince that the Extreme King's overbearing eye could break the Xenogeniac's two extreme bodies," Mr. White said with a wry smile. "I did not expect the Xenogeniac would be able to attract the Extreme King's overbearing eye. This was my fault." "Oh, how did you tell the Crown Prince?" Bai King asked. Mr. White explained what he had told him. He sighed and said, "It was my mistake. You can punish me instead." Bai King ignored Mr. White. He looked at Bai Wanjia, who was kneeling. "Did Mr. White tell any lies in his story?" "No," Bai Wanjia quietly said with his head lowered. His entire body was quaking. "If it was like that when you discovered how strange the sin meter was behaving, why did you not stop it?" Bai King asked. Bai Wanjia was suddenly speechless. Mr. White had warned him many times that he shouldn't rush things, but all he could think about was the space garden and the god's personality. He did not heed the warnings he had been given. He knew if he did not explain this, he would have committed a serious crime. He might have even lost his crown prince seat. "Father, there is one thing I would like to talk to you about in private." Bai Wanjia gritted his teeth as he spoke. "Say it." Bai King did not move, but there was some sort of invisible power spreading that filtered out everything else around. Bai Wanjia did not dare hide anything. He told him everything about Han Sen and his thoughts regarding it. Did that really happen? When Bai King heard him, he looked at Han Sen, who was still mid-air, in shock. Clearly, the god's personality thing had surprised him a good deal. "It was me being dumb. I was too greedy." Bai Wanjia lowered his head as he spoke. "If you were not ambitious and someone not decisive, you would not be my son." Bai King changed his tone. "But the way you go about things is still immature." Before Bai King finished, they suddenly heard a sound. Patong. They saw Hansen fall from the air. He fell to the ground of the hall. His left eye no longer had a black and white flame in it, but he was not entirely his usual self. His left eye looked ordinary. There was a white eyeball with a black pupil. Comparing it to other eyes, this eye had no layers. The white eyeball and black pupil were really distinct. It was white like snow and black like ink. It did not look lively. It was like a lifeless eye. "My lord, it was me who did not watch carefully and made the Extreme King's overbearing eye suffer this accident," the old man apologized. "Please punish me." Bai King waved his hand to stop the old man from talking. "There is no need to do this, Old Iron. You have been guarding the Extreme King's Law Hall for a long time. You have always been good to us. This is not your fault, so do not blame yourself." Bai King looked at Han Sen and walked over to him. Han Sen felt terrible. He had no idea what would happen next. Something this huge had happened. Even Bai King had come. Han Sen felt like something really bad was going to happen to him soon. As he watched Bai King approach him, Han Sen was very glum. He thought, "It looks like I am going to have something bad happen to me no matter what. I might as well strike first." After thinking that, Han Sen got up off the floor. He straightened his body and puffed out his chest. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Bai King. He was not going to bow down. "Little kid, do you want to be like him, taking whatever you want and tricking whoever you want?" Bai King walked before Han Sen and suddenly reached out his hand. He patted Han Sen on the head, smiled, and pointed at Bai Wanjia. Hansen was frozen as he looked at Bai King. He did not know what he was talking about. If you follow me, you can bully people without remorse, Bai King said as he led Hansen out. No one will ever dream of bullying you either. Only you can trick people. No one will trick you. All the Extreme King elites had strange looks on their faces. They had no idea what Bai King was thinking. The king's heart was never be something they could accurately gauge. Besides, this was a king that had almost conquered the entire universe. No one dared to say anything. They only looked at Bai King holding Hansen by the hand, walking him out of Law Hall. Hansen was also surprised. This change had come too fast. Bai King's thoughts were surprisingly different from what was expected. It made Hansen unable to act. Hansen thought he was going to die, but he didn't die. Instead, Bai King brought him into a palace. The pretty women there healed his wounds, and he had waiters bring him nice clothes. He was allowed any meal he fancied. It made Hansen feel as if he was dreaming. He had never received this kind of treatment before, so it did not seem real. In such a big palace, aside from Bai King, there were women everywhere. Hansen was the second male in that place. It is no wonder why the legends claim Bai King is a very horny tyrant. It is making sense to me now. Let's not say anything else, but seeing the number of children he has and the infinite number of pretty women in his palace, it is fairly obvious he is a horny man. Hansen was comfortably lying on a chair. A woman from the feather race was next to him. She was slicing up fruit and putting it in his mouth. He took a bite of the fruit. It tasted amazing. It felt warm inside his body. It was as if he was eating live fruit. All of his pores were so comfortable that they groaned in pleasure. As he gorged on the stuff, Hansen thought, even the food I eat is ordinary, high-class xenogeneic fruit. A random one can bring a baron up to a viscount. They are so rich. He stayed there for 15 days. If he said he wanted something, he got it. No one watched him either. If he wanted to, he could visit any corner of the palace as he pleased. Throughout his time there, he did not see Bai King. It was like Bai King had brought him there and just forgot about him. While he was thinking, Bai King, who was wearing green clothes, entered the garden. He smiled at Hansen and asked, "Have you gotten used to living here? If there is something you do not like about the place, all you must do is tell me. Mr. Bai King, you should just tell me it straight. What is that you want?" Hansen was not going to be bought out with fancy stuff. He knew Bai King was not treating him like this, because of the goodness of his heart. He knew he must have had a plan. Bai King waved his hand. The servants and women officers all left the garden. Bai King sat on a stone chair next to Han Senator. He poured himself some tea, had a sip, and said, "I have no choice. You combined with my Extreme King's overbearing eye. Without this Geno armament, the defensive systems of King's Kingdom are practically fake. Therefore, I need your help." Hansen looked at Bai King weirdly. This tyrant of legends spoke with surprising modesty. Hansen did not expect that. Out of the 3 top high races, Ancient God did not have the ambition to control the rest of the universe. The Very High was not bothered to do it. Thus, the Extreme King was more like the leader of the universe. For a king like that, if he controlled Hansen's life, even if Hansen was a billion light years away, and wanted him dead, Hansen would be dead. Now, Bai King was like a sad middle-aged man talking about his issues with him. If they were not in his palace, Hansen would wonder if he was the Extreme King's king. "Do not look at me like that," Bai King humbly said. "I am just a normal person in this universe. I am not like the gods in their lofty places. Now, I have 2 choices. One is to kill you and take your Extreme King's overbearing eye. Doing that would be fine. The Extreme King's defensive system would go back to normal." Hansen felt a chill. Bai King smiled and said, "But I am not planning on doing that. A race's development is like going against the water with a boat. If you do not go forward, you will go back. The Extreme King is at the top of the universe, but we have not improved for a long time. If there is a chance for us to improve, I am willing to try. Therefore, I have decided to go the other way. If you are willing to help me, our race will improve. Although the chances are slim, it is better than nothing. Hansen frowned and asked, "Do you want me to go to the space garden with you?" Bai King laughed and said, "You underestimate yourself. The god's personality is a rare thing, but I do not care for it. I want you." Bai King's tone of voice was very calm, but he gave off the feeling of staring down the world. It was something other people couldn't do. Me? Hansen did not understand what Bai King was trying to tell him. Yes, it is you. If you are really the one who killed the god in the space garden, that means you are half a god. Now that you have combined with my second ancestor's Extreme King's overbearing eye, I want to see how far you can go. If you are willing to, you could become my one and only student. You can receive more benefits than my own children. I will raise you to true god class. Everything Bai King was saying was extremely shocking. Even when Hansen heard it, his heart could not stop pounding. Why would this benefit you? Hansen looked at Bai King weirdly. He found it hard to believe that Bai King would willingly help an outsider, xenogenic. I have my own benefits, Bai King coldly said. Just think of it as me helping you. Are you willing to receive my help or not? Do I have a choice? Hansen asked with a smile. Bai King smiled and said, I do not like forcing people. This must be something you are willing to do. If you don't want to do this, you will have to die. I won't force you. At least, I will give you a quick death and take back my Extreme King's overbearing eye. I will also give you a big funeral. I want to live, Hansen said with a wry smile. If you are willing to, prepare yourself for the next few days. I have never had a student before, so I expect you will not only be my first, but also my last. We must have a big ceremony. I want the whole universe to know you are my student. Right, what is your name? If you do not have a name, I can give you a name. You will also have my surname. Holy baby, Hansen quickly said. He did not want Bai King's surname. Holy baby was the name Hansen had given to the red-robed child. If he was still using Holy baby's identity, he might as well use his name. Holy baby, that is a good name, Bai King said while squinting his eyes. From now on, Holy baby is Bai King's student. You are his only student. Bai King had taken an outsider, xenogenic, for a student. That news quickly spread across the universe. Upon hearing the news, the elites were shocked. Most ordinary people thought Bai King must have gone crazy. Only scary people were able to understand what Bai King was going to do. But that xenogenic did not have any history or renown. It was only known that he was called Holy Baby. It was a child that looked around 5 to 6 years old. Aside from that, no one knew much about him. No one knew its specific race. No one knew where it came from. Many elites were invited by Bai King to come and join the teacher ceremony. The people who went were keen to learn as much as they could about the Holy Baby xenogenic. They were unable to determine his level or body, which shocked them even more. Hansen thought Bai King only wanted to take him as a student to trap him with the Extreme King and take his space garden. After the teacher and student bond was made official, Bai King made no further mention of the space garden. He also did not stop Hansen from going anywhere he desired. Even if he wanted to leave the realm of the Extreme King, Bai King was not going to stop him. While not far away from the Extreme King's door, Hansen was thinking about whether or not he should leave. He saw Mr. White flying. Mr. White. The Extreme King is not a bad place, Mr. White said. Maybe you should stay for a while. Did you know I want to leave? Hansen did not know if Mr. White knew who he was. Mr. White smiled. If I did not know, why would I have sent you to the law hall? So, did you know who I was a long time ago? Hansen was frozen. He suddenly realized Mr. White had deliberately sent him to the law hall. How did you know that I would combine with the extreme king's overbearing eye? Hansen asked with confusion. I did not know, Mr. White said as he shook his head. I was merely making a calculation. Although the wheels of fate forever change, it was an uncertain future I was able to predict. But there are always rules to help you avoid harm. As far as I was able to tell, going there would give you more life force and provide a better result. I thought it was worth spurring you on to try it. Mister, you are a very daring person. What if I had been unable to combine with the extreme king's overbearing eye? Hansen wanted to both laugh and cry at the same time. Mr. White smiled and said, in this world, there is nothing absolute. If I did not have an absolute solution, then choosing the one with the likeliest outcome is usually what you should opt for. If you ever get unlucky and something bad falls upon you, it was meant to be. It was a part of life's design. Hansen knew what Mr. White said made sense, but it was still kind of scary. It is fortunate your predictions were not too bad. So, was making me stay in the extreme king part of your prediction? That was not something that needed to be predicted, Mr. White said. Bai King has accepted you, an outsider xenogenic, as a student. That is quite the privilege. Now, in this universe, many scary existences have their eyes on you. They want to know why Bai King wanted to accept you as a student. No one will dare to do anything to you in the Extreme King. That much is certain. If you leave the Extreme King, I believe many people will want to kidnap you and take you for their own vile research. Bai King is so manipulative. He wants to tie me up like a figurehead for the ship that is the Extreme King. Hansen finally understood. You underestimate Bai King, Mr. White said. If those were the only sorts of tricks he could do, he wouldn't be the man in charge of the Extreme King. The Extreme King wouldn't be what it is today, as sound as a pound, if that was all he could do. He must have a greater plan. For now, you and I are unable to see it. So, according to what you are telling me, I should willingly trap myself here, Hansen said with a frown. Just sit and see what comes next. Mr. White did not have a better idea either. Hansen had been thinking about things for a while. He now believed Mr. White was likely correct. If Bai King had no plans of doing anything foul to him, staying with the Extreme King was likely a good idea. May I ask, how did your body become like this? Mr. White asked about the crux of Hansen's troubles. Hansen wanted to ask Mr. White about it too. He explained what happened when he became transmutation class. After Mr. White listened to his tale and though for a while, he said, if you can practice 4 Geno arts to deified class, that is already something quite incredible. If I have guessed things correctly, your leveling up is fine. It is normal here. If it is normal, how can I not make use of my power? Hansen asked. Do you know why the deified class is divided into primitive, transmutation, larvae, butterfly, and true god? Mr. White asked with a smile. I do not know, Hansen said with a shake of his head. Actually, the whole process is about a true god being born, Mr. White said. The son of a true god will be born when they become a butterfly. Before that, they are something like a prototype. The body has not developed yet, so they cannot use their powers. In this universe, it is quite rare for one to become a true god. It mostly depends on the practice afterward, but this progress simulates the process of becoming a true god. That is why there are 5 classes. If I had guessed things correctly, when you became deified and your 4 genes became one, it had to mean your body would take on a different shape and appearance. It took on a status similar to a born true god. So, when you became a transmutation class, it meant your fetus was still growing. Maybe when you reach larvae or butterfly class and your god body has developed some more, perhaps then you can use your powers. Mr. White paused and said, that is not a bad thing. The primitive genes we humans have come from crystallizers. The core of our bodies is not great. You can experience a second development by making your primitive genes like a born true god, which is very good for you. I hope so, Hansen replied. After hearing Mr. White speak, he felt better. Mr. White and Hansen exchanged some more information. Hansen decided to stay with the Extreme King for now. I do not want to be a student for anything. Didn't Bai King say he will give me anything? Let me go ask him for some deified xenogeneic genes. Perhaps if I have enough, I can become a larvae class. Hopefully, I can become a butterfly. After Hansen thought this through, he walked back to the palace. The palace was a serious place. Even the king's daughters and sons were not allowed to enter without prior permission, but Bai King was giving Hansen special treatment. He was able to enter the palace whenever he chose. With this special treatment, it made Bai King's wives and children upset. Of course, no one said anything about it. Other people were becoming more curious about Han Senator. They wanted to know what was special about him and why Bai King would spoil him like that. After all, this had never happened before. When Hansen went to Bai King's study, Bai Wanjia was there. Holy baby, you are here. Sit down, Bai King nicely said. Even Bai Wanjia, who was a crown prince, had to stand. Hansen, however, was told to take a seat. Hansen opened his lion mouth. My king, did you say I can have anything I want? Now, I need deified xenogeneic genes. I need 300 or 400. He did not think Bai King would give him that many. He was asking for a ridiculous amount, but it would at least mean he would receive as many as possible. Sure. Surprisingly, Bai King agreed straight away. He turned to Bai Wanjia and said, Wanjia, take Holy Baby to Nine Defense Palace. That place will belong to him now. When Bai Wanjia heard that, his face changed. Although his face changed back quickly, Hansen could still see that Bai Wanjia was very upset. Hansen followed Bai Wanjia out of the palace. Bai King had asked Bai Wanjia to take him to the Nine Defense Palace, but he had not explained what the Nine Defense Palace was. As he walked alongside Bai Wanjia, Hansen asked, Crown Prince, what is the Nine Defense Palace? I don't know, Bai Wanjia coldly replied. Hansen was surprised. With Bai Wanjia's way of thinking, even if there was something that had upset him, he would not show it on his face. Plus, this was something Bai King wanted him to do. Even if he did not want to do what he was bidden to, he would not let Hansen see. Now, he was exhibiting quite a bit of emotion. That meant this whole thing must have really triggered him. It had triggered him to the point that he was unable to control his own emotions. Hansen kept walking and thinking. What kind of place is Nine Defense Palace? On the way, Bai Wanjia remained cold. He did not say a word. It was rather scary. Hansen was not going to keep provoking him. He followed Bai Wanjia to a purple palace. That palace was made out of purple metal. Hansen did not know what kind of metal it was. The weird thing about the palace was it had no window. It was a big, metal, purple palace that seemed 1,000 miles long, yet it did not have a single window. There was only one entrance, and it was at the front. The door was as big as a mountain. Above the door, a plaque read Nine Defense Palace. Bai Wanjia looked at the Nine Defense Palace's door. With a look filled with regret, he said, Here. He immediately turned around and left. He did not say anything more to Hansen. Bai Wanjia is so mad. It looks like the Nine Defense Palace must be packed with good stuff since Bai King told me he would give me deified xenogeneic genes. I suppose this place is filled to the brim with deified xenogeneic genes. Is this place a warehouse for the storage of deified xenogeneic genes? Hansen was excited to find out. If there were benefits to claim from the Extreme King, he was not going to be stingy. He was going to take all that he could get. The big palace did not have guards, so Hansen brought out the purple, metal key Bai King had given him. He inserted the key into the door's keyhole. Hansen turned the key, but the giant, metal door did not open. He saw a xenogeneic statue attached to the door. Its eyes grew bright as it shined down on Hansen and sucked him in. It was like some kind of teleportation device. When Hansen's vision returned, he was already in the palace. He saw a semicircular plaza in front of him. Both sides of the plaza had many xenogeneic statues. They were also made of metal. Their sizes were all different from each other. Some were 300 feet high, whereas others were as small as a ball. One saw them in every shape and size. Across the plaza, on the circular wall, were 9 big doors. They all had some words on them. They were not written in the common language, so Hansen was unable to read them. What if Bai Wanjie did not tell me what was here because he does not know what is behind these 9 doors? Hansen hesitated. He selected a door and put the key inside. This time, the door slowly rose. He saw a path behind the door. It looked like it was a path that led to another palace. If Bai King wanted to harm me, there would be no need for him to go to all this trouble. I do not think this place is dangerous. Hansen kept thinking, but he eventually walked inside. After walking down an extremely long corridor, he saw a giant structure. This is a palace inside a palace. When Hansen saw the space ahead, there were many more palaces lined up. The palaces were all the same size, which was about the size of a basketball court. Hansen quickly noticed the palaces were numbered. The first one Hansen saw was 0001. Sequentially, each palace went up in number. Hansen looked around, but he could not tell how many palaces were inside that palace. It looks like I am right. This is an Extreme King warehouse, but would Bai King really be that nice and give me the magic key to the Extreme King stuff? Hansen had to wonder that, but he did not think that was likely. Cha-cha-cha. As Hansen thought it through, he still went ahead and opened the palace that was labeled 0001. He immediately saw a xenogeneic that looked like a giant ape. It was just inside the palace. Roar. When the big ape saw Hansen, it made an angry cry. Its black hair went straight. Black substance chains arose across it. It was like the coming of a demon. In the next second, the big ape's chains were attacked by a god light. A spell of some sort flickered, suppressing the big ape's power. It did not matter how hard the big ape struggled. It was unable to escape the magical pressure. Deified xenogeneic. This place does not store the deified xenogeneic genes themselves. It stores a deified xenogeneic that is actually alive. If all these palaces have a deified xenogeneic locked inside, how many could there possibly be? Hansen was shocked. He coldly laughed and said aloud, "Bai King. Do you really think my body cannot fight, and I cannot slay these deified xenogeneics?" Hansen immediately summoned a beast soul. It made his entire body look like the red blood demon. He also summoned the Peacock King's soul clothing and 6-core snake bow. His power was still unable to be used, but the 3 deified beast souls could lend him the power to kill a primitive deified xenogeneic with ease. The black-haired, big ape was trapped, so it could not fight back. Hansen pulled the string of his 6-core snake bow and generated heart connection power. He fired an arrow at the black-haired, big ape's head. Catcha! The big ape was still trapped and unable to move. Its power had been suppressed. Hansen's arrow neatly punctured its head. The big ape's head was perforated. It madly shouted at Hansenator to kill it. Hansen fired another dozen arrows to put him down for good. Xenogeneic deified hunted. Black demon ape, deified xenogeneic gene found. Hansen turned off the restrictions in the palace. He looked at the black demon ape's big body and felt rather remorseful. I killed it, but it is so big. How am I supposed to eat it? It would be great if the flower gods were here and turned it into a geno fluid I could down in one gulp. Never mind, I am going to check if the other palaces have deified xenogeneics inside them. Hansen put the black demon ape's body aside. After he left the palace, he went to the palace labeled 0002. He opened the palace and saw a xenogeneic inside that was also locked up. It was not another black demon ape. It was a xenogeniac he could not see. Its body was completely wrapped in purple armor. This xenogeniac did not shout at Hansen as the black demon ape had. It just coldly looked at Hans Senator. Its eyes shone from within the armor and unleashed a purple light. It was like it could see through Hansen's lungs. Hansen pulled the string of his 6-core snake bow and fired an arrow at the xenogeniac. The xenogeniacs there were all tied up for him to kill, so he was not going to go easy on them. This was far better than just receiving deified xenogeniac genes. Aside from getting xenogeniac genes, Hansen had the chance of receiving a beast soul. Dong. When Hansen's arrow struck the xenogeniac's armor, the projectile did not leave a white mark. The light arrow exploded on impact. A very powerful xenogeniac. It looks like it is not just primitive deified. Hansen knew that his arrows wouldn't be able to hurt the fiend. Before his body recovered, he did not think he would be able to do anything to it. The xenogeniac did not react, though. It just coldly looked at Hansen as if he was a clown. So, Hansen did not persist attacking. He exited the palace labeled 0002 and decided to check out a few more of the palaces. He noticed that 0003 and 0004 were empty. When he reached Palace 0005, he saw another xenogeniac. This time, Hansen did not strike. That was because he did not need to strike. He saw the scary xenogeniac, which looked like a snow dragon, was breathing out an icy, snowy presence. Hansen knew it was a larvae class with just one glance. Thus, he knew he could not kill it anytime soon. I do not know how many deified xenogeniacs are locked up here, but the quality of them is too high. Hansen decided to stop looking. That black demon ape xenogeniac gene was enough for him to eat for the next few days. He dragged the body of the black demon ape out of the 9 Defense Palace. After he left the 9 Defense Palace, he did not keep using his beast soul. He called on a few of the extreme king guards to help him drag the black demon ape's body back to the palace. Hansen soon noticed that the guards and the maids in the palace were looking at him strangely. "Why are you looking at me?" Hansen asked one of the maids. "I am sorry, Mr. Holy Baby." The maid looked scared. She swiftly kneeled upon the floor. I asked, "Why are you looking at me? Why don't you just answer me?" Hansen frowned. I. The maid was so shocked that she was unable to speak. "You are very powerful, Mr. Holy Baby." A voice stemmed from afar. It came from an elegant woman. She was dressed in extraordinarily beautiful clothes. She was of the extreme king. She had many maids who all looked at Hansen coldly. "Who are you?" Hansen knew this woman was likely one of Bai King's wives, but Bai King had too many wives. He did not recognize all of them. In fact, he did not care to learn the names of Bai King's wives. Xenogeniacs really are xenogeniacs. This guy has no manners. The elegant woman looked at Hansen coldly but with pride. "How dare you? Don't you bow before the queen?" a maid near her shouted. "Oh, is this the teacher's wife?" Hansen smiled, but he was not going to bow. Bai King was the one who had forced him into adopting a new teacher. He never wanted to remain a student there, so he was not going to be respectful to all his wives. Plus, if that woman was a queen, that meant she was Bai Wanjia and Bai Wuchang's mother. Those two guys were Hansen's enemies. There was no need for him to respect her. Hansen thought the woman had gone there looking for trouble, so Hansen was not going to just concede. The queen looked more upset, so she addressed one of her maids. "Bowing, teach him the rules of this palace, just in case he creates trouble." "Mr. Holy Baby, you should bow to the queen." The maid, bowing, was wearing a snow-white robe. It looked like a nun's robe, but she was not wearing a hood or veil. Her hair was done up in a bun. Bao Ying's skin was as smooth as jade. She was extremely pretty. Her presence was like a fairy coming out of a plume of dust. Her face was so pretty that she looked like a perfect creation by God. Bowing showed Han Sen how to perform the bow. It was a half-kneeled gesture. She did it very elegantly. When she lowered her head, her neck looked like a pale white jade. It was like the neck of a swan and extremely pretty. By King, that old man is very lucky. Every woman in the palace is both pretty and stunning, Han Sen said to compliment her. Han Sen was merely admiring Bao Ying, but he was not going to go ahead and perform what she had tried to teach him. The queen's face looked dimmer with each passing second. She eventually said, Bao Ying, take him to the manners department to teach him a lesson or two. Yes, Bao Ying said. She looked at Han Sen and said, Mr. Holy Baby, please follow me to the manners department. I do not have time to go to the manners department. You guys can go on ahead. Han Sen said that and turned around, ready to return to his garden. I am sorry, Mr. Holy Baby, Bao Ying said. She lifted her finger. It enabled a sakura flower to manifest atop its tip. It flew to Han Sen. I can't believe she is so young yet is already deified. Han Sen was shocked by this. He immediately dodged the flower that was coming toward him. But that sakura was like a living being. It was like a butterfly with wings, and it followed Han Sen's body as it moved. No matter what, he was unable to avoid it. He saw the sakura was about to land on him. Han Sen's eyes froze as he flipped his hand. A skull appeared in his hand. The eye of the skull blew up with a green light and turned the sakura into nothing. The skull was the Een head ghost beast soul. Han Sen figured out it was a weapon beast soul. However, he had never wielded a weapon that was a skull before. Its effectiveness was not bad, but it was just a little on the weak side. The green substance chains of the Een head ghost had a total power weaker than the 6-core snake bow. Therefore, Han Sen did not use it much. He could have used his other beast souls in this situation, but he was happy to make use of this for the time being. He is resisting, the queen coldly said. How dare you use a xenogeneic treasure inside the palace? Bao Ying, take him down. Bao Ying looked at Han Sen and sighed. Mr. Holy Baby, you should just come with me to the manners department. Bao Ying, I asked you to take him down. The queen looked upset as she quietly but harshly made her demand. Yes. Bao Ying agreed. She reached out her hand and brought out a white, jade-like vase. It was quite small. Han Sen knew it was Bao Ying's Geno armament. He was not about to underestimate her. He held the skull and looked at the vase in Bao Ying's hand. Seeing Bao Ying raise her vase, Bao King's voice suddenly boomed. What are you doing? My king. Everyone bowed to Bai King. Bai King approached the queen and looked at Han Sen as he asked, My queen, what are you doing here? The queen said, This child is so rude. He disrespected me, and he used a xenogeneic treasure in the palace. I was just going to teach him a lesson. God knows how much trouble he might stir up in the future. Bai King looked at Han Sen and asked. Holy Baby, is that what happened? Teacher, you should really watch your wife, Han Sen said with a smile. When she is bored, she forces people to kneel before her. I do not have the time for that. My king, see how rude he is? The queen was angered by his comments. Upon seeing this scene, the maid's face looked weird. She had never seen someone speak to Bai King like that before. She expected him to get severely punished. Holy Baby is not being disrespectful. He is merely from a different race. Their manners and ways of showing respect are different. You do not have to force him to follow the rules we have imposed on ourselves. After Bai King said this, everyone was shocked. They thought they were dreaming. My king. The queen looked terrible. She wished to say something, but Bai King interrupted her. Bai King paused for a moment and said, All right, Shang Rong, I was looking for you. Holy Baby, you should go back now. He also spoke to Bao Ying. He also needs to learn the rules. Bao Ying, you should try and teach Holy Baby the rules, but you can only teach him. You cannot hit him. Is that understood? Yes, my king. Bowing awkwardly lowered her head. Hansen did not know what Bai King was thinking, but he had to be up to something since he was spoiling him so much. There had to be an ulterior motive. For the time being, Hansen was unaware of what it was. After this news spread, many of the extreme king elites knew that Bai King spoiled the holy child to an ungodly level. Even Bai King's firstborn son did not receive such lavish treatment. As a matter of fact, Bai King was always harsh toward his children. He rarely spoiled someone like he was doing now. Even more shocking was the fact that Bai King had given Holy Baby access to the Nine Defense Palace. This news spread after many people saw the black demon ape's carcass. They guessed what had happened, which made them even more shocked than what had happened in the palace. Mr. Holy Baby, can you start learning some manners now? Bowing saw Hansen reclining on a rocking chair. She looked hopeless as she made the request. If she had a choice in the matter, she would not bother trying to teach Han Senator since Bai King had commanded her to do it. She could not decline and disobey. Hansen blinked and said, "My name is Holy Baby, and your name is Bowing." That is a coincidence. As a result of this stroke of fate, can you answer a question? Aside from manners, I do not know anything else, Bowing said. Do not worry, Hansen said. I am not asking you to divulge any secrets. I have access to the Nine Defense Palace now, so can you tell me something about the Nine Defense Palace? What do you want to know about Nine Defense Palace? Bowing weirdly asked. What is that place called Nine Defense Palace? Hansen asked with a smile. And that queen, she was only there to trouble me because of my access to Nine Defense Palace. Isn't that right? The queen had not come to see him before that, so it was a bit of a coincidence how she had come to trouble him after his first trip to the Nine Defense Palace. Considering Bai Wanjia's behavior earlier, it was not difficult to guess what had happened. Bowing moved her eyes, but she still shook her head. I am not privy to what motivates the queen to do what she does. You must know something about the Nine Defense Palace, right? Hansen asked. You must know something. Stop telling me you don't know. I really don't know. You have the right to access Nine Defense Palace. If you don't know, how am I supposed to know? Bowing still spoke coldly, despite maintaining her elegance. Let's make a deal, Hansen said while looking at Bowing. You tell me about the Nine Defense Palace, and I will concede to learning manners from you. Otherwise, get ready to teach me forever. Bowing was a little hesitant. She frowned and thought about it for a while. I don't actually know all that much. I only know that the Nine Defense Palace is a place to lock up special xenogeniacs. Many generations have been controlled by the king or crown prince. Although Bowing had just spoken 3 sentences, there were many hidden messages in the subtext. Nine Defense Palace locked up special xenogeniacs. Many generations were controlled by the crown princes. It meant that the person who controlled Nine Defense Palace might become the extreme king's future king. Now, Bai King had given Nine Defense Palace to Han Senator. It was weird. Hansen knew Bai King would not give up the throne to a xenogeniac student. It is no wonder Bai Wanjia was so mad. He could not even keep a lid on his emotions. Even the queen came to annoy me. That has to be why. But what is Bai King up to? I do not understand. If Mr. White was here, he might be able to analyze a thing or two. Considering my current identity, seeking him out might be awkward. It might end up harming him. Hansen was a bit troubled, but he forgot all about it. He wanted to get his benefits first. What is so special about the xenogeniacs contained in the Nine Defense Palace? Hansen asked. I really do not know. Bowing shook her head as she answered him. Seeing Bowing not wanting to answer him, Hansen tried to change the subject. Your surname is Bao. Do you belong to Bao King's faction? If so, why are you here as a mere maid? Mister, we should really get on with our lessons. Bowing did not want to answer that even more than his other questions. Answer one of my questions first, then we can start learning, Hansen said. There was nothing Bowing was able to do. She was silent a moment before saying, Nine Defense Palace has always been in charge of either the king or the crown prince. Outsiders do not know why they trap the Xenogeneics inside. Those Xenogeneics are locked up in there by the king himself. I am afraid you are the only one who is not a king or a crown prince to have ever entered Nine Defense Palace. If you want a clearer answer, you will have to find out more by yourself. Seeing that Bowing was not misleading him and being earnest, Hansen did not force her to say anything more. He smiled and said, Let's start practicing. You can start teaching me manners. We will later take a break to talk about more things. Bowing read out the manners to Han Senator. He kept listening but thought, is Bai King's conspiracy related to my access to Nine Defense Palace? But he did not say anything, and he allowed me to kill the Xenogeneics of the Nine Defense Palace. Why is he doing that? A maid quickly rushed into the garden, speaking to Bowing, who was in the middle of reading to Han Sr. Bowing, the queen is not feeling well. She wants you to go be with her. Baoying's expression changed. The maid went on to say, the queen says you will have to go back with her, no matter what. Mister, I am afraid we will have to pause our lesson here. Bowing stood up and bowed. Bowing, it was the king who asked you to teach me, right? Hansen asked. Mister, I will be back tomorrow, Bowing said. I want to learn it now. Teach me now. Otherwise, you will be disobeying the king's orders. Hansen's face did not change. Bowing looked troubled. She glanced at the maid, who was frowning. You can learn manners whenever. The queen is ill. She needs Bowing there for her. We cannot delay this matter. Are you saying that the queen's concerns are more important than the king's concerns? If the queen's concerns are so important, it looks like I should tell the king about this. I should let him know just how important the queen's affairs are. Hansen looked like he was smiling at the maid, but he wasn't smiling. The maid's face changed. She gritted her teeth. There is no need. If there is no need, then get the hell out of here. If you enter my garden again, things won't be this copacetic. Hansen summoned head ghost and shone it at the maid. Pang! The maid flew away and started to cry. She was sent soaring far away from the garden. Everyone watched the maid go. He is so cocky. He is beating up a maid that belongs to the queen. That is because he has the backing of the king. When the king was just a king, no one was mistreated like this before. I do not understand what is so special about him that makes the king think he is so important. Why are you offending the queen? Bowing asked with a sigh. You don't get anything out of it. You do not want to go back either, right? Hansen asked with a blink. Bowing was shocked. She did not know Hansen was so perceptive. He was able to see the doubts she harbored in her heart. Bowing stayed in the garden for some time. She read about manners to Hansen, but it was more like she was reading a book. Hansen felt a little strange about it. No matter how strong the extreme king was, he did not think they were strong enough to use deified elites for a maid. A maid like Bowing was being treated as a usual servant. Plus, Bowing must have come from Bao King's faction. If that was true, there was no way she was a mere maid. Although Bao King's faction did not control the government, no matter what happened, the deifieds of Bao King's faction would never be treated so poorly as to be made lowly maids and waiters. It seems as if people like Bowing have a big story behind them. Hansen was not interested in Baoying's secrets. He kept her there because there might be a time when he needed people to read him stories about the extreme king. Otherwise, Hansen was in the dark. He did not know who was who and knew there would be many weird things there. Hansen wanted to find a chance to ask Bai King. He wanted to precisely know what the Nine Defense Palace was, but he had completely eaten the black demon ape's body. During that time, he had not been able to see hide nor hair of Bai King. If he does not explain it, he cannot take it out on me for eating all of his xenogeneics. Hansen was unable to see by King, so he went back to the 9 Defense Palace. He was planning to kill more deified xenogeneics there to fill up his deified gene tallies to reach larvae class. After going back to the 9 Defense Palace, he returned to the last door he visited. He went back to the place where there were lots of palaces. He skipped a few of the palaces in front of him. He started from number 0006. The next few palaces were empty. They were empty up to palace 0013. Hansen found a xenogeneic inside there that was locked up. This time, the palace contained more than one xenogeneic. Hansen saw 4 xenogeneics that were exactly the same. They were all locked up in the same palace. It was a xenogeneic that looked like a dog and a wolf. Its body had shiny blue fur, but its eyes were red. Hansen had only just entered the palace when the 4 xenogeneics revealed their fangs and angrily barked at Hansen. The substance chains on their bodies lit up, but the powers of the palace quickly suppressed them. They only looked mean, and that was it. Hansen saw that they did not possess much power. They were only primitive, so he quit hesitating and summoned his beast souls. He fired at one of the blue-fur wolves. The sharp arrow pierced through the blue-furred wolf's head and instantly killed it. Xenogeneic deified hunted. Skystar Wolf, xenogeneic deified gene found. Obtained Skystar Wolf deified beast soul. Hansen heard the announcement in his head. He received a beast soul out of his latest kill, and it overjoyed him. I don't know why the Extreme King's King brings the xenogeneics here. Some of them are strong, and some of them are weak. They are all different. There are no standardized rules between them. Hansen looked at the other 3 Skystar wolves that barked at him and fired an arrow at each of them. He killed his second Skystar wolf. Xenogeneic deified hunted. Skystar Wolf, xenogeneic deified gene found. Obtained Skystar Wolf deified beast soul. Another beast soul? Today, I am lucky. I have received 2 deified beast souls. Hansen felt so lucky that he could not believe it. When Hansen fired at the 3rd Skystar Wolf, he received another deified beast soul. Holy sh*t. What is going on? My luck is so strong today. I keep getting deified beast souls. This is harder than winning the lottery. The last one surely won't give me another beast soul. While Hansen was thinking, he fired an arrow at the last Skystar Wolf. In the next moment, he was unable to believe what he heard. He received another deified beast soul. Oh, my God! What has happened today? Did I just use up all the luck I will have for the rest of my life in this one day? After thinking that, Hansen went to examine the Skystar Wolf's beast souls. Deified beast soul Skystar Wolf, glyph type, broken. Hansen took a look at them. The 4 Skystar Wolf beast souls were all broken glyph beast souls. 4 broken beast souls. I do not know if I can make a complete beast soul out of them, Hansen said to himself. But those 4 Skystar Wolf beast souls were able to be combined. 4 blue lights melded. They quickly came together to create a giant, scary Skystar Wolf. Its presence was much stronger. Holy sh*t. They really can be combined. Hansen was frozen. He hastily had a look at the Skystar Wolf's information after it combined. Deified beast soul Skystar Wolf, glyph type, broken. Why is it still broken? Hansen felt strange, so he hesitated. He summoned the Skystar Wolf beast soul. He immediately saw the shape of a blue and angry wolf manifest. It started to become a tattoo of a wolf on Hansen's body. It made his whole back gleam with the tattoo of a cruel and menacing blue wolf. Hansen felt his body possess a lot of scary power. It was as if he had been connected to the sky and the stars. It was like every star in the universe had a connection to him. This is an extremely powerful power. Hansen felt the power of his body madly increase. The tattoo's power was more than when he used his Peacock King soul clothing, 6-core snake bow, and red blood demon shapeshifting beast soul. Weird. The power of the Skystar Wolf beast soul is so strong. It must have reached the transmutation level. No, it could already be larva level. But the Skystar Wolf power is not strong. It is a weaker fiend for the primitive class, but the beast souls they give are so strong because 4 of them were able to combine. Hansen was shocked. That means broken beast souls can be combined. So, Tianxia Peacock King beast souls should be able to be combined too. But where do I find another Tianxia Peacock King beast soul? Hansen thought the chances of getting another Tianxia Peacock King beast soul were too low. The 4 Skystar Wolf xenogenic genes provided Hansen enough to eat for a while. Plus, he had received Skystar Wolf beast souls. Hansen was quite happy. Hansen took the 4 wolf bodies back to the palace with him. He had only just reached the garden when he saw Baoing there waiting for him. Baoing, you do not have to work that hard, Hansen said with a laugh. Baoing shook her head and said, Mr. Holy Baby, I am here to say goodbye to you. Why? Does the queen want you back? Hansen raised his eyebrows. Baoing shook her head. Hansen killed an extreme king deified in the real old system. The king is so angry that he sent a few deifieds to the real old system to kill Han Senator. I am one of them. Han Senior. He killed an extreme king deified in real old system? Hansen was frozen. He was right there and had never heard of the real old system before. How could he kill an extreme king deified elite there? Yes, you might not understand. This Hansen is a rival of the extreme king. I have heard the very high are in search of him as well. Baoing explained what had happened to him. Hansen's face got a lot more excited the more he heard. Whatever Baoing told him, though, he had never done. Can I go with you to the real old system? Hansen asked. I want to help out the extreme king too. If you want to go, you need to ask second uncle, Baoing said. He is in charge this time. Okay. Take me to see second uncle. Hansen did not know if he would actually be allowed to leave the extreme king, but he wanted to use this opportunity to test the boundaries and length of Bai King's leash on him. In addition to that, he wanted to know who was pretending to be him. He had killed an extreme king deified. Hansen had wanted to do that a long time ago, but he had never received the chance. Baoing did not deny Hansen's request. She took Hansen to see second uncle. Second uncle did not decline Hansen's request to join them. He just said he needed Bai King's blessing to make the decision and ensure he was allowed to go with them. So, he had Hansen wait for the news. Hansen did not think Bai King would let him leave. Surprisingly, not long after, second uncle returned with Baoing to notify Hansen that he should go and get himself ready. They were all going to the real old system that night. Hansen really did not understand what Bai King was thinking. Bai King is willing to let me leave the extreme king. What if I leave and never come back? He would lose everything. If Bai King was willing to let him out, Hansen did not mind being given the chance to go and see someplace new. That same night, he followed Baoing to the gathering where the others had assembled. Out of the people who were going, second uncle was the strongest. Hansen only knew that second uncle's power was almighty. He wagered that he might have been a butterfly elite, but that was just a rumor. Hansen's power had yet to recover, so he could not make an accurate judgment. There was also Baoing, Bao Qin, Meng Lai, and another 4 outsider deifieds among them. This time, the extreme king was sending out a task force comprised of 8 deified elites. It looked like they meant business, and they really wanted to take Hansen. The deified would never have thought that the Hansen they were venturing out to kill was already secretly among them. On the way, second uncle and the others made no effort to watch Hansen or keep him on a leash. Hansen was certain that if he decided to leave, escaping would not be difficult. Hansen thought, this asshole holy pirate is not trustable. He said he would steal me back, but I haven't seen him make one move to help me. Fortunately, I did not depend on his rescue. Hansen and the others traveled to the real old system. Once they were there, they realized the place was in a proper mess. The xenogenic space's door had been blown open. Inside, there were signs of a battle. Many of the planets were affected. That fight had to have been a nasty one. The entirety of the real old system was destroyed. Many of the outsiders who reached that place were coming for Hansen, but none of them were able to find him. Hansen, second uncle, and the others were a bit late to the party. Many of the places there were destroyed. Fortunately, there were still members of the Extreme King around. They were stationed there to protect the more important places. Second uncle and the others were there now, but the biggest problem they faced was not how to defeat Han's senator, it was how they were going to find Hansen. The Extreme King team second uncle had brought were good with that task. They had their own tracking methods. Hansen and the group that he had come to the battleground with were shocked when they saw what remained. Under the sky-knife skills? How is that possible? Hansen looked at all the knife marks across the planet and felt strange. Without a shadow of a doubt, he was able to tell they were under the sky-knife strikes. And they were not under the sky-knife skills from Sky Palace. They were the under the sky-knife skills Hansen had personally modified. It is no wonder everyone believes it was the real Han Senator. If I was not Hansen, I would believe it too. Who is this impersonator that can replicate my under the sky knife? Hansen was shocked. Second uncle and the others learned that it was under the sky knife as well. They knew for sure it was a trademark of the real Hansen, so they didn't believe it was a fake Hansen. Hansen's under the sky knife was very unique in the universe. Even Sky Palace, which had the original under the sky knife, was unable to copy the under the sky knife Hansen used. Second uncle looked at a deified elite and asked, "Gur, have you found anything?" Gur had shadow eye powers. Although he was unable to see into the future or past, he could piece together what might have happened through the atmosphere. He had the ability to rebuild and replicate the image of what had transpired. It was sort of similar to what the purple-eyed butterfly could do. Gear's eyes kept flashing and cycling through different images. He quickly started moving his body in a certain direction. Second uncle and the others followed. Everyone was following him, which led to them leaving the real old system. "Are we leaving already?" Bao Qin asked, with a frown. "That means our pursuit and capture of the fiend will be much harder." "How dare he kill my Extreme King and destroy my xenogenic space," second uncle coldly said. "Even if I must chase him to the ends of the universe, I will kill him." "Maybe he did not go far," Gur suddenly said. "What do you mean?" Meng Lai asked. Meng Lai had been frozen by the Medusa shield on his last encounter with Han Senator. It had cost the Extreme King a lot to restore his health. He had been resting in King's Kingdom for most of the time since. This was the first time he had ventured outbound. Gur said, "Hansen left very slowly. It isn't as if he left in a rush. From the video I see inside me, unless he made use of galaxy teleportation, I do not think he went very far from here. I think he learned galaxy teleportation from the Extreme King, but galaxy teleportation cannot be learned in any short period of time," second uncle quietly said. "He could not perform a big act of galaxy teleportation. It does not matter what we say now. Let us just continue the pursuit." Meng Lai's eyes flashed. Last time, he had been trapped by Hansen in space. That had made him very upset. This time, he joined without an invitation to fight Hansen and exact his revenge. Gur agreed. He continued leading the way forward for everyone. The entire group traveled through space, leaving old real system behind them. "Hang on." Second uncle's face changed. He stopped Gur, who was ahead of them leading the group. Everyone looked at second uncle, who looked at Gur and asked, "Gur, are you sure Hansen fled this way?" Although it was only for just a second, I assumed this was the way he went, Ger said after thinking for a moment. That is weird, second uncle quietly said. If I am noticing it correctly, that place leads to the Big Baron systems. Second brother, did you remember it wrong? This place is so far away from the Big Baron systems. Menglai looked at second uncle with confusion as he spoke. That is correct. When you go forward, you reach the systems of chaos. There are many bug holes and zones of twisted space that many battleships can often fall into by mistake. Going into one can have you end up in the Big Baron systems. If we keep going, we might end up entering the zone of the systems of chaos that is known as the Lost Land. Second uncle's words were spoken with the utmost seriousness. Menglai looked at Ger and asked, Ger, are you sure Han Sen went this way? Ger used his power to look and reconfirm it. He nodded and said, right now, it seems to be the way. He went that way, but I do not know if he entered the Lost Land. We need to go there first. Okay. We will go to Lost Land and make plans. Second uncle momentarily thought about it before asking Ger to keep leading the way. Second uncle and the group of people hoped the fugitive, Han Sen, had not escaped to the Lost Land and perhaps diverted his path on the way there. When Ger led them to the Lost Land, their final tether of hope was cut. Han Sen knows he made a mistake. That must be why he risked going to the Lost Land. Are we going in or not? Everyone looked at second uncle. Bao Qin was the one who asked. Second uncle hesitated. Although the Lost Land was not a real Big Baron system, it made people mistakenly enter into the Big Baron systems. The Big Baron systems contained the remnants of Sacred. It was weird how Sacred's downfall came about. After their demise, the lands once governed by Sacred became dead zones. Countless mutant xenogeneics roamed what was left. They were different from ordinary xenogeneics. Xenogeneics in the Big Baron systems had mutated a great deal. They were far stronger than their counterparts of the same level, and they all seemed frenzied. They all had an insatiable bloodlust. Even if a deified elite entered, unless they were true gods, it was highly unlikely they'd emerge from that place alive. The king sent many of us deifieds to capture Han Sen, Menglai said. If we go back now, we cannot complete the objective given to us. Yeah. If we go back now, we really cannot finish our task, second uncle said. He nodded and went on to say, it should be fine. If Han Sen was able to enter this place, then we can go in too. I do not think he would dare to venture into the Big Baron systems. He is probably just hiding someplace in the Lost Lands. Everyone knew it was dangerous, but they also knew they could not go back without completing their objective. They were hoping to get Han Sen in the Lost Lands, so they agreed to go. If they did not fall into the Big Baron systems, they would be fine. Second uncle looked at Han Sen and said, Holy baby, the Lost Lands are too dangerous. You should not risk it. Let us have bowing take you back. Han Sen was not going to go back. With much braveness, he said, I am a part of the Extreme King now, just like you, and I am the king's student. I cannot just turn back. That would be an embarrassment to the king. Please, second uncle, take me. I want to contribute to the Extreme King. Han Sen said that via his mouth, but in his mind he thought, I am actually thinking that if I had the chance to enter the Big Baron systems, I might be able to seek out Little Flower. It would be great to go with you guys and do something like that. That means I have free muscle to guide me and cannon fodder to bite bullets on my behalf. I just hope this fake Han Sen whereafter entered the Big Baron systems. Hearing Han Sen say that, second uncle and everyone else looked at him like a star. But they thought it was not nonsense that Bai King had selected him as a student. If you really feel that way, let us push on. Let's capture Han Sen and accomplish our goal. Second uncle nodded. Menglai's attitude toward Han Sen was fairly nice. Before this, people weren't really fond of the idea that Bai King had accepted an outsider for a student. They still weren't keen on who the student was, but he had scored a few points by feigning dedication to their cause. Everybody entered the Lost Land. This was the first time Hansen had ever been there. He saw the magnetic fields and light fizz in the skies, creating strange scenes. A black hole was spinning in the halo, and some spots of light moving around really quickly like lightning. Some strings of light were all twisted. The Lost Land was a magical place. There were many things there that Hansen had never seen before. After entering the Lost Land, Gear's power stopped working. He looked depressed as he said, "My power needs an environment and space. The space here has been disturbed too much. It's twisted. I can barely grasp the faint semblance of an image here. Bowing, I guess it all falls on you. We are depending on you." Second uncle seemed to have expected this would happen, so he addressed Bowing directly. Everyone turned to look at Bowing. Hansen was curious about what sort of power Bowing had. Her identity was still veiled in secrecy. It sparked some curiosity inside Hansen. Bowing nodded. She took out a jade bottle and held it in her hands. It was the same white jade bottle Hansen had recently seen. It was likely her Geno armament. Bowing held her jade bottle up and said, "I need something that belongs to Han Sr. That is easy. Gr. Second uncle waved at Gur. Gur raised a hand. His fingerprints were laden with dust. He said, "Lady Bowing, this is the trail I have been tracking. It is only this much. Is that enough? Let's give it a try." Bowing took the specks of dust and placed them inside the vase. Hansen saw strange movement inside the vase. Bowing quickly tilted the jade bottle. It was like she was pouring out water, but what came out from the bottle was not water. They were many sakura petals. The petals were like butterflies, and they all took off flying in a certain direction. The petals were everywhere. They looked quite beautiful. "Follow me." Bowing held on to her jade bottle as she started moving. The petals kept coming out of the bottle to lead the way. Via the guidance of the petals, the group traveled quickly through the Lost Land. Thus far, there had been no danger. Bao Ying's Geno armaments are quite unique. I cannot tell what sort of power that is. Seeing those petals, it seems to suggest it might be a plant element. But there is no way the jade bottle is composed of something from the plant element. Hansen was unable to use his Dongxian area, so his curiosity was at an all-time high. He had no idea what they were. Why did the petals fly into the black hole? Bao Qin asked with shock. Everyone saw that happen too. The petals, which were like a galaxy, were now flocking into the black hole ahead of them. After the petals entered the black hole, they disappeared. Soon, a majority of the petals had vanished. Second uncle looked at Bowing and asked, "Bowing, what is going on?" If the dust did come from Hansen, then he really did go through this black hole. Bowing said that and paused. She looked at the black hole and said, "The petals are still alive after traveling through the black hole. They were not killed. This should be one of the more stable black holes. You can travel through it. I am afraid this is a black hole that leads to the Big Barren system. It is easy to go in, but how do we get out?" Bao Qin was displaying a wry smile. "Bowing, do you have any other way to learn more about the situation as it currently stands?" Second uncle asked. Bowing shook her head. "I think it is too far away. I still feel the petals, but I cannot sense anything else. If it is so far away, this black hole might truly lead to the Big Barren systems. Fourth brother, what do you think?" Second uncle looked at Meng Lai, who was on par with second uncle in terms of command. "If this is a stable black hole, why don't we go scope it out first?" Meng Lai suggested. "If there is any danger, we can just hop back through the black hole." "Does it work that way?" Second uncle looked at Bowing. "We can try." Bowing looked at the black hole. She raised her jade bottle, which had a weird light spinning inside it. There was a galaxy-like number of petals returning from the black hole. They all returned to the jade bottle. When the last petal returned to the jade bottle, bowing said, "All of the petals are accounted for, and none of them were damaged during transport." The ground was destroyed ground. Broken metal and stone buildings were seen everywhere. The broken metal pieces of machinery were sort of like products from a steampunk era. The buildings seemed even older than them. Stone tripods with bowls atop them, stone stoves, and stone towers were cracked and strewn across the land. A 9-foot stone stove had been split in half. One saw broken stone buildings and tools all around. Giant metal machines were visible in every direction. They were so decayed that one could not tell what they were. Under the light of the setting sun, the whole place was like a ruin left behind by an apocalypse. Hansen and the others had only just arrived. Upon seeing all this, they frowned. "I calculate a 90% probability that this place belongs to the Big Baron systems," Meng Lai said as he looked around. Hansen observed the broken buildings all around. They looked familiar. The style of the buildings looked like the stone-era stylings of the architecture in the Valley of Time in the sanctuaries. He thought, does this mean the stone tools came from here? That must mean the Destiny Tablet comes from here as well. Because Gear's power was still there but not working, they had to continue depending on bowing in their pursuit of the fugitive Hansen. The way the petals led into the ruins was like a stream. Second Uncle and the others carefully followed the petals that were guiding them. None of them dared to risk carelessness. The Big Baron systems were the scariest places in the entire universe. Even a deified as strong as Second Uncle did not underestimate such a place. After walking 100 miles, they still only saw ruins. They did not see any xenogeneics, however, which made the travelers feel moderately better. Even so, no one dared to lose their vigilance. The petals suddenly stopped before a stone tower. They kept spinning around the stone tower. Bowing looked at the stone tower and said, "This is it." Everyone was happy. If they could catch Hansen inside there, they would not have to venture too deep into the Big Baron systems. "It looks like that kid Hansen did not think we would dare to chase him to this wretched place," Baoqin said. "He did not think he would have to go far, so he decided to hide here." "Londo, break the stone tower." Second Uncle spoke to a deified man with the head of a cow. The man with a cow head adhered to the order and summoned his Geno armament. It was a big axe that shone with indestructible substance chains. "Roar!" The man with a cow head roared. His big axe was madly swung toward the stone tower. He cut the tower, which was a few dozen feet tall, in half. Dong! The split stone tower flopped to both sides. When the giant axe reached the feet of the stone tower, something blocked its descent. It created the sound of metallic noise. Everyone was left staring at where the giant axe had stopped its swing. They saw a young man, who had apparently been sitting inside the stone tower. He lifted his right hand. The big axe's descent had been stopped by the squeeze of the man's index finger and middle finger. "Roar!" Londo madly roared. A substance chain exploded on his axe like a volcano. He wanted to slash down and cut the young man's arm off. No matter how much power Londo exploded, the big axe was unable to be moved. The young man laughed. He applied more strength with his fingers to make a catch-a noise. The giant head of the axe broke between his fingers. Blurg! Londo's mouth spewed with blood. It made him stumble backward. His face was white. The giant axe was his Geno armament. The Geno armament broke, so he was heavily damaged. The faces of Second Uncle and the others looked grim. Although Londo was just a primitive deified and not one of the extreme king, his power was supposed to be indestructible. Yet, that young man had just used his fingers to effortlessly break the story of genes. Via that one small move, one saw just how powerful the young man must have been. Second Uncle surrounded the young person. Baoqin coldly shouted at the young man, "Hansen, no matter how evil you are, today is the day that you die." Hansen looked at the young man. His face morphed into a strange expression. That was because the young man he was looking at looked identical to him. He looked at the young man and thought he was looking in the mirror. Who is this guy that has this sort of power? He is stronger than me. He is not any weaker than me when I turned. Why is he disguised as me? Hansen thought about it with suspicion. The young man looked at second uncle and smiled. I thought the very high would get here first. I did not expect it to be you guys, but that is fine. Since you guys are here first, then it is you guys. From now on, you will have to listen to my commands. If you make a mistake, you will be punished. How that young man spoke was very demanding. It sounded like second uncle and the others were his slaves. Second uncle and Meng Lai were by King's family. They had been in lofty positions their entire lives. They had never been treated like this before. It made them feel extremely agitated. Meng Lai coldly grunted. Hansen, do not be all cocky here, just because you have the shield of the Medusa's gaze. Today, I will be letting you know that the Medusa shield is rubbish. After that, Meng Lai brought out a pill. He crushed the pill. Soon after, a scary deified xenogeniac came out. When the wind arrived, it became a 30-foot, black-scaled, 9-headed, big snake. Meng Lai grabbed the tail of the black-scaled, 9-headed, big snake. His body shone with a gold god light. He dyed the giant black-scaled, 9-headed, big snake in gold color. When Meng Lai shouted, the black-scaled, 9-headed, big snake became a gold, 9-headed trident. Meng Lai grabbed it, took aim at the young man who was sitting on a platform, and unleashed a scary power. It made Gur and the others fall back. This guy Meng Lai is stronger. Did he become larva? Hansen thought. The young man looked at Meng Lai with interest. He did not plan on standing up from the platform. He smiled and looked at the gold, 9-headed trident. He said, Gold soldier body. That is interesting, but I still think you are too weak. It is still enough to kill you, Meng Lai coldly grunted. The gold, 9-headed trident unleashed a scary gold light. It was attacking the young man on the stone platform. With that strike, the gold, 9-headed trident became 9 gold, evil snakes that were heading for the young man. They were like 9 gold, evil dragons that could swallow the world. Hansen had to admit that Meng Lai had become stronger. When Hansen was primitive, if he used his xenogeniac battle body, he would have been unable to block that attack. Fourth brother's gold soldier body is getting stronger, second uncle said. In the next second, everyone froze. The young man sat on the stone and flicked his finger 9 times. Each flick hit the head of one of the gold, evil snakes. Instantly, 9 gold, evil snake heads exploded. The gold, 9-headed trident was destroyed. Meng Lai could no longer hold his broken trident. He threw up blood and went soaring away. He collapsed among several metal tools. Everyone was shocked. Meng Lai was already a larva-class deified, and he had turned a larva-class black-scaled, 9-headed snake into a gold soldier. Even so, he was not able to deflect one small strike. How scary could that power be? Impossible. You are not Han Sr. Meng Lai was shaking and shivering as he emerged from the scrap heap. His hands were full of blood, but he did not care. He stared at the young man and spoke directly to him. Oh? Why am I not Hansen? Is it because I did not use under the sky knife skills? If you would like to watch me perform them, I can show you. The young man looked at Meng Lai with interest. Almost at the same time, his body had an under the sky skill play out. The scary mind suddenly covered everything around. Even second uncle's face changed while witnessing it. His will was affected by the strength of that mind. It gave him a strange and unsettling feeling. It was like they had all become puppets. If that man wanted to, he could change their fates in the blink of an eye. Hansen finally noticed the young man's knife mind was similar to his under the sky knife skills, but it was a bit different. The young man's knife mind was more like the very high mind. It was like he was the person who played chess. Everything was a chess piece, and the pieces were in his hands. It was like Han Sen's mind, but he used himself as a chess piece. He was not the one who controlled the game of chess. The young man's mind was strong, and he was in no way inferior to him. He was a bit shocked that the young man might very well be the smartest person in the world. He just did not have a clue why he had disguised himself as Han Sen. "You are not Han Sen," Meng Lai stubbornly repeated. He stared at the young man intently. "Oh? Are you saying this because I have proven myself to be too strong and he is not that strong?" the young man coldly asked. Hearing the young man say that, everyone understood how Meng Lai was correct. That young man was not Han Sen. No. You have sensed it differently. Although you wear his face, you cannot copy his presence. You are not Han Sr. Meng Lai gnashed his teeth as he asked, "So, who are you?" "You are right," the man coldly said. "Han Sen is just a small, low-life creature. It does not matter how I try to disguise myself as him. I still cannot get a hold of his cheap presence." Second uncle's face changed. He looked at the young man and said, "If you are not Han Sen, then we are not your enemy. This was all just a big misunderstanding. How about we stop fighting now?" The young man lifted his lips, smiled, and asked, "Did I not just tell you that from now on, you must all listen to my command? If you perform your duties well, I might be inclined to spare your lives. You really are powerful, but if we got into a real fight, there is no guarantee you can win. Why not be friends instead of enemies? This time, you offended us. If you stop now, you can become an ally of the Extreme King." Second uncle's power was stronger than Meng Lai's, but he was not a person who sorted out problems by a simple force. He also did not think he could beat that mysterious man in front of him. After listening to second uncle, the young man's face broke into an even bigger smile. In the eyes of the low-life creatures, the Extreme King might sound like stalwart allies. For someone like me, through my god eyes, the Extreme Kings of the universe are just as much of low-lives as all the others. They do not have what it takes to negotiate with the likes of me, who is a god. Who is this guy? He is very cocky. He does not spare the Extreme King a second thought. Han Sen did not speak. He just looked at the young man. "You are too cocky." Second uncle was furious. There was no way he was going to let the young man's attitude fly. Many weird shockwaves came out of second uncle's body. The shockwaves were shapeless and colorless, but one could see the shockwaves ripple through space. They created a special area for second uncle's body. Han Sen was slightly shocked. The power second uncle used seemed to be like a time power. It was a very rare element. Time element? That is very rare, but you are too weak. The young man stood up from the stone platform. In the next moment, he was flying towards second uncle. It was just one step, yet he was already before second uncle. Second uncle's eyes had a god light in them. The time power in his body quickly spun. It twisted the space around. It was like the area Han Sen was in. Time was slowing down. Everyone there was moving in slow motion. Even Bao Qin's screaming had been slowed down many times. His mouth was open, but he could not make a sound for a long time. Pang! The young man was not at all affected. His hands pressed down on second uncle's head, but second uncle's legs went soft. He knelt before the young man. Everybody was unable to believe what they were seeing. The butterfly second uncle, who had a time king body, had been suppressed into a kneel by one hand. How strong was that power? Second uncle was extremely mad. He had never been humiliated like this before. The power in him quickly exploded. He wanted to break the young man's power. No matter how he exploded, the young man was still as stable as Tarzan. His hands were still holding on to second uncle's head, so that is where second uncle continued to kneel. "I told you. Your time power element is strong, but you are still too weak for the likes of me. Low-life creatures really are low-life creatures. You have powerful element powers, but you can exercise the full potential of such strength. The young man was acting like he was teaching a junior. He made second uncle's face burn red. Although second uncle was angry, he could not break the young man's suppressing power. It made him feel terrible. His anger continued to grow. "Let's go!" Meng Lai roared. He picked up the broken, gold, nine-headed trident. The gold god light on him exploded like a tsunami. It was going toward the young man. Ger, Londo, Bao Qin, Bao Ying, and all the deified elites used their strongest powers. They were all going to attack the young man at the same time. They wanted to use this chance while the young man was dealing with second uncle. Now was the time to damage him. The young man looked disdained. One of his hands held on to second uncle, but he did not move. He shone with a god light. He was like a god light surrounded by a god light from a halo. Pang! All kinds of scary powers struck the halo, but they could not break it. "Let me give you one last chance. If you still do not listen, your lives are worthless and you don't deserve to live," the young man said. His body exploded with god light. It blew away Meng Lai and the other deifieds. Seeing the deifieds elites that fell, Hansen was shocked. He thought, who is this guy? Is he a true god-class elite? Why did he disguise himself as me? Is he a friend or foe? Second uncle looked up at the man, who looked like a god, and thought of something. His eyes started to narrow. "Do you come from the god hall?" He looked at the man with a moderate amount of fear as he spoke. "You have a little knowledge," the young man coldly said. He removed his hand from second uncle's head. "You really do come from the god hall." Second uncle stood up. He still looked at the young man in disbelief. "There is no need to speak much. From now on, you just listen to what I tell you." "Me God." The young man spoke with a lot of pride. This time, second uncle stopped questioning him. He bowed and said, "How should we refer to you, Mr. God?" "Evil Lotus," the young man proudly answered. "What do you want us to do, Mr. God?" "It would be an honor to serve Mr. God." Second uncle's words suddenly sounded very subservient. Hansen thought, God Hall? Does that mean the Geno Hall? Can the creatures from the Geno Hall come out of there? They should be able to come out. Otherwise, Skyvine Radish would not have been damaged in the Space Garden. It is good that you are listening now. All you must do is work hard for me. After we are done, you guys will receive your benefits. Evil Lotus seemed to know how to play them. He waved his hand, revealing he also knew how not to damage them. The godlight shone on everyone. Their wounds quickly healed. They were back to being as fit as fiddles. "I wonder what you want us to do, Mr. God," second uncle politely said. "Just follow me." Evil Lotus did not say much. He just had the people follow him into the big barren systems. Second uncle and the others were worried. Evil Lotus might have been able to survive in the big barren systems, but they could not. If they went any deeper, they did not know if they would be walking out alive. Hansen and Meng Lai were at the back of the group. Hansen quietly asked Meng Lai, "Fourth uncle, is this God from the Geno Hall?" Meng Lai nodded and said, "Let's not talk too much. Let's just follow him. You stay with Baoing and do not leave my side too much." Hansen nodded, but he saw Evil Lotus turn his head to look at him. He knew Evil Lotus heard them speak, but he did not care. Evil Lotus looked at Hansen, but there was nothing more to hear. They kept traveling through the ruins. It seemed as if he was trying to avoid something. While he was traveling, he went by specific routes. Hansen thought too, weird. The guys that call themselves gods should not be able to be damaged, and they cannot deal damage to people and creatures of the universe. Evil Lotus and Skyvine Radish are clearly different, but why are there these differences? Are they not the same kind of gods? Evil Lotus seemed to know his way around that place. It was a very safe trek. They did not encounter any of the horrible xenogeniacs that prowled the big barren systems. They reached an old city that was in shambles. That old city was not just destroyed. It was half buried underground. The gates to the city were only a moon-like hole. The rest of it was buried underground. The city's carved plaque of the city was still there. 3 words were written on it: East Holy Garden. Second uncle and the others saw the 3 words, East Holy Garden, and was delivered another shock. Is this the East Holy Garden that the holy Kirin of the 4 holy beasts of sacred comes from? You know quite a lot. Do you know about the East Holy Kirin? Evil Lotus looked at second uncle. I have only heard about it, second uncle quickly replied. Evil Lotus looked at the 3 words, East Holy Garden. He sounded a bit weird when he said, yes. This is the place where the holy Kirin, one of the 4 holy beasts of sacred, lived. Sacred's 4 holy beasts were born a true god. They were different to you lowlives. They were born as superior creatures. Somehow, even such superior creatures were used by sacred leader. I never understood how. I have come to the big barren systems because there is information I seek. I want to learn it from the houses of the 4 holy beasts. After pausing, Evil Lotus pointed at East Holy Garden and said, right now, I have only found the ruins of the East Holy Garden, and half of it is buried in the ground. I need it to be dug away. You guys will be the ones to do that. Within a month, you must dig out the whole of the East Holy Garden. Now, everyone knew Evil Lotus only wanted them there to do slave labor for him. Although they knew Holy Kirin's house might not be dangerous, digging randomly was just a recipe for disaster. With Evil Lotus present, they did not dare disobey what they were ordered to do. Everyone followed Evil Lotus's command and started digging at East Holy Garden's gate. The soil and rock of the big barren systems were special. They were much harder than the stones of other systems. The soil near the East Holy Garden was like crystal or jade. With deified powers, they could not dig up much of the rock and sand. If I turn this soil and sand into treasure, it will be better than any deified treasure, Hansen quietly said. Baoing, who was near him, said, that is impossible. The big barren system has some scary power that corrodes the place for unknown reasons. The substances here have changed. You cannot make treasures out of it. By using high-tech tools to analyze the substances, it was learned that the substances here contain traces of nuclear dust. It is very radioactive. If creatures stay here for long, they are affected by radiation and start to exhibit changes in their body. Baoqin said, we are deified. So, we can withstand the radiation just enough, but we cannot stay here for long. Otherwise, we will turn into those xenogeniacs. Our minds will be destroyed, and we will be rendered monsters that only know how to kill. Baoqin looked at Han Sen and asked, speaking of that, holy baby, are you born deified? How can your power be so weak? My race is not very good at fighting, Hansen quietly said. Dong. It seemed as if Meng Lai had found something. The tap emitted a metallic sound. Everyone quickly went over to look. They saw that where he was digging was the gate. The door opened. There was sand inside it. For some reason, the sand there had become red instead of gray. The light red sand had become more solid. Every hit made a dinging noise. The deeper he dug, the darker and harder the sand was. After digging several feet deep, they saw the sand ahead of them oozed a dark red liquid. Arg! Londo's cow feet touched the dark red liquid, which resulted in him screaming. He quickly scrambled away. In the blink of an eye, his strong deified cow feet had been melted by the corrosive dark red liquid. Londo's cow feet were still being corroded. It seemed as if his cow feet were going to melt off. Evil Lotus moved his hand. A knife light flashed by. He cut off Londo's cow feet. Everyone watched the cow feet melt into liquid. Losing his cow feet was not much for a deified like Londo, but the pain made him turn pale. His forehead was dripping with sweat. Mr. God, what is this red liquid? How can it corrode a god body? Second uncle asked with a frown. The reason he asked was not that he wanted to know what the liquid was. It was because he did not want to keep digging. They were digging into the houses of true god xenogeneics in the middle of a large battlefield. If he kept digging, it was hard to imagine what more dangers they would end up finding. Evil Lotus coldly said, "That is the holy Kirin's blood. It has pure and true gene powers. They can combine with any gene. If any creature's gene touches the blood of the holy Kirin, it will be absorbed. Even true god-class deifieds do not dare touch the body of the holy Kirin. Now, seeing the holy blood here, I can confirm that the holy Kirin really did die here." Holy Kirin's gene power is so powerful, second uncle said. It can still consume the genes of other creatures even after it died. If we cannot touch the blood, how do we keep on digging? Evil Lotus saw the soil that possessed the red liquid. After a pause, he quietly said, "Well, dig someplace else. Just try to avoid the Kirin blood as best as you can." Although no one wanted to dig anymore, they had no choice if Evil Lotus was forcing them. They just changed their digging location and went along with what they were told to do. They did not dare to dig near the gate anymore. Fortunately, the East Holy Garden was a big open garden. If this was before, there would have been a Bysema guarding it. Now, East Holy Garden had become a ruin. There were no more Bysema there. People were able to just walk right into the garden. Evil Lotus selected a spot for Hansen and the others to keep digging. This time, the place they were digging was a palace with visible soil. It was unknown how tall the palace was. They could only see the corridor. The rest was buried in the sand. Hansen thought, Evil Lotus's power is stronger than second uncle's, but he does not dare to dig. He is clearly scared of Holy Kirin. The Phoenix Feather and Phoenix Flame were capable of killing Skyvine Radish. So, it looks like true god elites can battle gods. But there is still something amiss. Second uncle and the others were worried as they dug up the sand. They were staying focused. After digging a few dozen feet, they only saw the top of the palace. God knew how many floors there were. As they kept digging, they found more red sand down below. It had clearly been tainted by the Kirin blood. Second uncle and the others stopped digging. They did not dare continue. "Mr. God, there is Kirin blood here too," second uncle politely said. "Should we change where we dig?" Evil Lotus nodded. So, they changed their position. After changing places a few times and digging a few down, they again saw more of the red sand. It was like the whole bottom of the East Holy Garden had the holy Kirin blood. Evil Lotus' face turned gloomy. Second uncle said, "Mr. God, Holy Kirin must have died in East Holy Garden. Now, East Holy Garden is full of Holy Kirin's blood. Even if we are willing to keep digging, we cannot dig out the Holy Kirin's body. If you cannot dig it out, then there is only one way," Evil Lotus coldly said. "Open the top of the palace's corridor and see what is inside it." Everyone thought they could stop digging, but they still had to continue. Now, they were digging into a house instead of soil. This palace was made of stone, and it was extremely hard. Second uncle used all his power to strike it, but he only left a crack. Everyone kept pounding it for a few dozen hours. Eventually, they broke a hole in the palace's top. Looking down through the hole, they saw that the palace was still fine. They saw many drawings and statues around. "You go in and take a look." Evil Lotus pointed at Londo. Clearly, Evil Lotus was afraid that the palace had been booby-trapped. He did not dare to go first. Londo was hesitant, but he had to listen to the command. He reluctantly went in via the hole. Everyone watched Londo land in the palace. Nothing weird happened, so they felt relieved. There are no traps or tricks in the palace. Londo walked back and forth in the palace a few times. He did not discover anything. Evil Lotus felt safe enough to enter the palace. The wall of the palace was engraved with the images of all kinds of animals, and the statues in the hall were shaped like Kirans. They were statues of the Kiran in all kinds of shapes and sizes on both sides of the hall. The Kiran statue does not look like it was carved. It looks like pottery. Bao Qin looked at one of the Kiran statues, which was 6 feet high. Second uncle squatted in front of a broken Kiran statue. He picked up a piece, looked at it, and said, "It is pottery." While he was talking, second uncle used some strength to break the pottery piece. He frowned and said, "Weird. Why does the holy Kiran have so many Kiran statues made of pottery? The material of the pottery seems quite average. It is not as hard as the sand outside." Evil Lotus looked around the palace. Inside the 3-layered palace, he did not find anything else. Every floor had many Kiran statues made of pottery. It seemed as if the palace had been used to store pottery. As he looked at the Kiran statues, Meng Lai said, "Holy Kiran would not just put some useless pottery here. Maybe there is something special about the pottery. Let's break some pottery and find out if there is anything inside," Evil Lotus said to Meng Lai. Meng Lai wanted to smack himself in the head. He should not have spoken so much. He was used to being with fourth uncle, so he often spoke whatever came to mind. He did not expect this. Although he did not want to take such a risk, with Evil Lotus stare, Meng Lai chose to break a small Kiran pottery statue. It was around half the size of the average human. He generated a gold light to strike the pottery from afar. The pottery broke. It was weak and fragile, just like ordinary pottery pieces. Everyone was startled and fell back. They were all afraid something might jump out of the pottery. They quickly realized that the pottery was empty. There was nothing contained inside. There is nothing. Under orders from Evil Lotus, Meng Lai broke another 2 Kiran statues. They were just as empty. There was nothing inside them. Everyone looked at Evil Lotus to await his judgment. Evil Lotus's face changed. His exposed hair and skin were burning like mad. A red light was glowing. Kiran power. Evil Lotus's face changed. His body brimmed with a god light that pushed the red light away. The skin on his face and hair returned to normal. Everyone was shocked. They all generated powers to get ready, but they did not notice there was a problem. It was like the power had focused solely on Evil Lotus. Humph. The pottery statues have a problem. The pottery powder has a Kiran power inside it. Evil Lotus's god light kept releasing. Everyone saw the broken statue had scattered some of its powder onto his body. It resulted in a strong reaction with the god light. It jumped and sparkled like lightning. Everyone had been sprayed with the same powder. Second uncle had crushed a piece of pottery, but nothing had happened to him. Second uncle and the others were confused, but Han Sen could guess why this had come to pass. The Phoenix Fire and Phoenix Flame were like that too. They did not deal any damage to any creature, but they were able to harm the Skyvine radish. It seemed as if the pottery pieces had been created by the same stuff. "Break all the pottery here. I want to see what the Holy Kiran is up to," Evil Lotus said to second uncle with a cold and commanding voice. Second uncle's heart leaped inside his chest. He addressed the others. "You all heard the man. Mr. God wants us to break these Kiran statues. Hurry up." After all, second uncle was Meng Lai's brother. He saw second uncle's eyes and knew what he meant. He punched toward a Kiran statue. A whole line of them was broken. Meng Lai had easily destroyed those Kiran statues. This time, he broke them hard. He made sure lots of dust was kicked up. He generated a plume so large that it choked the entire hall. The dust that touched down on Han Sen's body and the bodies of all the others seemed fine. When they landed on Evil Lotus, it prompted a large reaction to occur with his god light. It made his entire body become wrapped up by some burning lightning. Evil Lotus screamed. His body was like a thunderbolt. He raced out of the palace, looking as if he had been severely damaged. Now is the only chance we have to live. Everyone, put some pottery powder on yourself. Second uncle commanded. He collected many pottery pieces. He crushed them and rubbed them on his body. Not long later, it looked as if he was a person that had been built entirely from dust. Everyone realized that the power in the pottery dust only affected evil Lotus God. It did not affect them. Although they did not know why, they knew it was the best weapon they had against evil Lotus. Collect more pottery powder. We will need it to escape this place. We cannot keep digging for him. If we do, it is only a matter of time before we are all killed. After speaking, second uncle broke a few more pieces of pottery. He used a pill presser to store the powder within. Everyone copied the same method. They broke a few of the pottery statues and collected the powder. Hansen really admired them. Second uncle, in particular, was very focused when he was very scared. When the time came for them to be decisive, he was decisive. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Bye-bye, do you know what consequences you will bear if you do this? Do you really think these crappy pottery statues can go against me? I am a god. Evil Lotus voice boomed from outside the hall. Mr. God, what are you talking about? Second uncle politely asked. We have followed your orders to break the pottery statues. He and Bye-bye kept breaking the pottery statues while also collecting the pottery's powder. Huh. Han-sen was unable to suppress a laugh. Second uncle was a genius. Even now, while gasping, he still said that. Good. Very good, Evil Lotus coldly said from the outside. He stopped talking due to the anger he was feeling. Mr. God, we are breaking the pottery statues, second uncle said. Is there anything else you would like us to do? They did not hear Evil Lotus respond to them anymore. Perhaps he was too mad to even speak, or perhaps he was doing something else entirely. Be quick. We do not have much time. Try to bring all the pottery pieces you can. Our return to the Extreme King is entirely dependent on this. Second uncle hurried them up. Han-sen was collecting pottery statues. Bowing suddenly said with shock, this Kirin statue has some stuff in it. Everyone looked at Bowing. Seeing a Kirin statue that had been broken by Bowing, their attention was snared by the presence of a metal box. The metal box was square. It was pitch black and looked incredibly heavy. On the outside of the box was the carving of a Kirin. It looks like it was left behind by the Holy Kirin, but I wonder why it chose to leave a box behind here, second uncle said as he observed the metal box. Should we open it? Baoqin merrily asked. Perhaps it contains some treasure left behind by the Holy Kirin. If the pottery powder did not hurt us, perhaps something inside this thing can help us deal with Evil Lotus God. Second uncle was not as optimistic as Baoqin. He shook his head and said, we should not take that risk right now. Bring the box, but do not open it. Londo carefully picked up the box. Nothing went awry. Second uncle felt relieved. Everyone went back to collect the pottery powder. They broke all the pottery statues inside the palace and collected the remains, but no other metal boxes were discovered. There was just that one metal box. Second uncle wanted to put the metal box inside a plastic bag that compressed things, but he noticed he was unable to put it in. He made Londo carry the box. When we exit, we need to use the pottery powder, second uncle reminded them. If Evil Lotus comes, everyone just start throwing the pottery powder. There is no need to use any other powers. Everyone now knew what to do, but their hearts were overwhelmed with worry. They did not know if the pottery powder would really rival Evil Lotus. Trying to get back to the Extreme King this way was a long shot. They had a long way to get back to the safety of the Extreme King. Even if the pottery powder repelled Evil Lotus, it might not have been enough to carry them all the way back to the Extreme King. Because there was no other way to go, they still had to try despite the danger. Mr. Holy Baby, please stay next to me, Bowing said as she looked at Hansen. Hansen nodded. He stayed next to Bowing, followed everyone, and went outside. After they exited the palace, they were surprised to no longer see Evil Lotus God. They were not sure where he had gone off to. Where is Evil Lotus? Fourth uncle frowned. There is no need to care about him. Let's just run, second uncle said. He hurried everyone out of the East Holy Garden. Hansen and the group carefully exited the East Holy Garden. On the way, they did not see Evil Lotus. Evil Lotus must know we have the pottery powder to protect ourselves, Baoqin said with a laugh. I think it is afraid of us and no longer dares to show up. Second uncle frowned and said, run and stop talking crap. Everybody got ready to move. Suddenly, they felt the ground vibrate. It was like a scary beast was running across the ground. They quickly turned their heads to see where the noise had come from. They shockingly saw Evil Lotus slowly approach. He was not walking fast, but one step was like crossing a mountain and going over water. Behind him was a scary Xenogeniac. Upon seeing the Xenogeniac, second uncle's face changed. Oh, no. Evil Lotus is scared of the pottery powder, so he won't attack us. But he brought a Xenogeniac to deal with us instead. Of course, after second uncle said that, Evil Lotus flashed by their heads and landed on a mechanical ruin that was not far away. The Xenogeniac was chasing Evil Lotus God. When it saw second uncle and the others, it spat out some scary and pink beams of light. The Xenogeniac looked extremely weird. Its body was semi-transparent and pink. It did not look like crystal. It looked more like semi-transparent metal. Its pink upper body was like a giant pink piranha, and its lower body was wriggling with tentacles like an octopus. It looked very strange. Seeing the piranha spew out pink beams of light from its flower, second uncle activated his time power. It made the pink beam of light slower. Now, everyone had a chance to evade the attack. Seeing the pink beam of light land on the ground, it cut a deep trench through the hard soil. It was a clean, laser-like cut. Everybody was shocked. They knew how hard the soil there was, yet the pink light beam had effortlessly cut a 9 to 12-foot deep trench right through it. Such power was certainly on par with second uncle, who was a butterfly. Second uncle opened his time area. He made the time around the Xenogeniac slow down. He shouted at Meng Lai and the others, we need to hurry over there. The Xenogeniac speed was made a bit slower. Everyone wanted to get there, but they saw the Xenogeniac's 9 semi-transparent metal tentacles waving. There was a circular thing similar to a sucker on each tentacle. They were lined up across the tentacles. In the next moment, they saw the suckers on the tentacles generate pink beams of light. Suddenly, lots of pink beams of light were fired out. It was like an entire net of lasers was going to come down and throttle Hansen and the others. In the wide radius of those pink beams, even if they were slowed down, they could not be avoided. Follow me and break the beams of light. Second uncle shouted. The substance chains on his body gathered on a deified treasure longsword. It was wielded to go across the beams of light. Meng Lai, Baoqin, Baoying, Londo, and the others all used their powers to fight alongside second uncle to break the net composed of beams of light. Boom! There was a scary explosion of power. The net of light beams was broken, but second uncle looked as if he had been hit in the process. The ground near his feet cracked. Meng Lai and the others were all coughing up blood. Their bodies sunk into the sand. The net formed from beams of light had been cracked. Unfortunately, they did not have the spare power necessary to run forward. Before they could crawl out of the soil, the Xenogeniac was waving its tentacles. Many pink beams of light were coming at them again. Second uncle shouted, which shocked the sky. A sword broke through the sky. It was going for the Xenogeniac. Out of all of them, only second uncle could deal with that Xenogeniac. It was a shame that second uncle was only good with time power and not destructive power. Although he was able to use his time powers to control the Xenogeneic and enable the Xenogeneic to not attack him, when his longsword struck the Xenogeneic's body, it only made a few light marks. It was unable to damage it properly. Everyone knew that if Second Uncle continued to fight and used all of his power, he could not use his time powers to keep on suppressing the Xenogeneic. Once that happened, they were to surely lose. You are all low-life creatures. How dare you try and play tricks in front of me, the god? You must have a death wish. You guys were supposed to work for me, a god. I would have let you live, but if you guys want to die, it is not on me. Evil Lotus God looked at Second Uncle with disdain as he spoke. Fourth brother, you guys run. Second Uncle shouted. Split up while you do so to see how many of us can escape. Second brother, let me help you. Meng Lai was born a very grumpy person. He knew he had only become larva class, and his 9-headed, evil snake weapon had been broken. Even though he could not deal with the Xenogeneic, he was not going to just leave. His keen body exploded. He was going to fight hard. Old 4, we cannot die here together. Someone needs to go back and report to the king. Whoever goes against the extreme king like this cannot go unanswered. We will have to avenge today's events. Second Uncle was fighting the Xenogeneic while he was shouting. It should be you leaving, second brother. You have the highest chance of surviving and making it back. Meng Lai said that as he was already rushing out. He was using his Xenogeneic spear. It was like an evil dragon going toward the enemy's Xenogeneic. Second brother, I've got this. You go. Go back and tell the king. You must avenge my death. You've got this? What have you got this with? Second Uncle went next to Meng Lai. The time area landed on him at the same time. It made the Xenogeneic coming for Meng Lai slow down. Second Uncle grabbed Meng Lai and threw him to Baoing. He said, you guys take old 4 with you. Remember, before you go back to the extreme king, you must carry the pottery powder. Second brother. Meng Lai was struggling and trying to move. He discovered that his body was locked. He shouted, second brother, if you don't come with us, how do the few of us leave the big barren systems? We will die if we stay, and we will die if we leave. Why don't we fight them together? Second Uncle wished to say something, but Evil Lotus laughed and said, you guys do not need to fight. You are all going to die. This place has more than one Xenogeneic. Hearing Evil Lotus say that, Second Uncle's face changed. Evil Lotus God suddenly screamed at the sky. That scream was like a rumbling thunder that extended beyond hundreds of miles. It made the sounds echo and roll. Not long later, the Xenogeneics from a few thousand miles will be drawn here. Although they are not as strong as this cold light charm, it is enough to kill you guys. Evil Lotus God coldly laughed. Second Uncle looked terrible. He forced a smile and said, Evil Lotus God, you and I have no grudge. Why must you kill us all? It is too late to say that now, Evil Lotus said emotionlessly. Whoever follows me lives, and whoever goes against me dies. You guys dared to go against me, a god, so you are all going to die. Everyone's face looked panicked. Although they did not see any Xenogeneics, they heard some scary beast noises roaring. They were coming for them. Clearly, many scary Xenogeneics were approaching. Second Uncle laughed and said, Fourth brother, it looks like today the brothers need to kill. After speaking, Second Uncle unbound the restrictions he had placed on Meng Lai. He knew they were going to die there. Second brother, it is just you and me. We will kill them until we fall. Meng Lai raised his spear and jumped. Uncles, let me help you guys as well. Hansen knew this was a life and death moment. He stopped hesitating and summoned his Sky Star Wolf Beast Soul. He was also holding his Inghead Ghost Beast Soul, which was a skull. He confidently went forward. Second Uncle did not think Hansen could help, but he knew they were going to die in this fight sooner or later. So, he did not stop Hansen. Hansen was holding the skull head. The eye sockets fired out 2 beams of green light. It was a shame that when they touched the cold light charm's pink beams of light, the green light was destroyed. It was not on the same level of power. Hansen's face did not change. He expected that the head ghost beast soul's power would be insufficient. Almost at the exact moment the green light was destroyed, Hansen activated his Sky Star Wolf glyph's power. Seeing the pink beam of light, Hansen took a deep breath and threw a punch toward it. Pang! The blue starlight and pink beam of light collided. The 2 powers exploded to become a red and blue firework in the air. How is that possible? Everyone was shocked. They all looked at Hansen with absolute shock. No one expected Hansen, who did not seem as if he could fight, could wield a power that great and fight back against the cold light charm. Even evil Lotus God looked at Hansen with surprise. He really did not think Hansen could explode with such a ferocious power. Second uncle, you and I will fight that Xenogeneic together. You use the time area to assist my power, and I will kill it. Hansen noticed that with one hit, the 4 Sky Star Wolf combination was still weaker than the cold light charm. The full power of his attacks could only tie with one of cold light charm's beams of light. Good. Second uncle felt alive. Although he did not know why Hansen had such power, it gave him a glimmer of hope to hang on to. Second uncle pushed his time area to the max, making all the time substance chains twist in the air. It made cold light charm's movements a bit slower and Hansen's speed faster. It was actually not Hansen's speed that was faster. When time went faster, it made it look like his speed was faster. With one positive and one negative, Hansen's speed was faster than cold light charm. His body was shining with starlight. He was like a blue stream of stars shooting across the heavens. He soared through the pink beam of light cold light charm fired and went straight for the beast itself. What is the point of being faster than cold light charm? His power still cannot damage cold light charm, and he will still die. Evil Lotus looked at him with disdain as he spoke. He sensed that Hansen's absolute showing of power was inferior to cold light charm, and it was not as good as second uncle Bye. With his power being what it was, even if he touched cold light charm, he could not damage cold light charm. Hansen did not seem to understand that. He was still getting in close to cold light charm. With second uncle's time area control, it made him easily be able to dodge the pink beam of light. Boom! The blue starlight suddenly opened up between Hansen's fist and cold light charm's tentacles. That starlight power did not break cold light charm's cold semi-transparent metal body. It was shaken and shattered. It didn't work. It is still not enough. Second uncle was a bit disappointed. Although he sort of expected that to happen, seeing it unfold the way he predicted was still a bit disappointing. Bao Qin and the others had just managed to cling on to a thread of hope, but it was severed by that punch. Anyone could tell that Hansen's power was weaker than cold light charm by a lot. But Hansen did not give up. His body was like lightning. It surrounded cold light charm and flashed fast. He kept on punching cold light charm's body to make the blue starlight keep breaking. The difference between our powers cannot be replaced by how many times you punch. Even if you generate power like Under the Sky Knife, you cannot beat cold light charm. Evil Lotus God coldly laughed as he spoke. No matter what the others thought, Hansen kept on punching cold light charm nonstop. As he punched more and more, his punching power did indeed increase. A gathering power Geno art that activates potential? Evil Lotus God looked a bit like he had underestimated him. Activating potential skills can increase one's battle power by a lot, but it needs potential to activate. For a larva-class Xenogeneic, no matter how much potential is activated, it still cannot reach Butterfly at max power as Cold Light Charm can. Even if you squeeze out all the gene potential and use all your life power for a suicide attack, it still won't be enough to damage Cold Light Charm. Second uncle and the others knew that Hansen was forcing the activation of his potential. As Evil Lotus had said, he needed enough potential first. Otherwise, even if he exploded his body, he would still not gather enough power to hurt Cold Light Charm. It was like a 1-liter bottle of gas. No matter how much you blew it up, you would not get the effect of a missile. Hansen did not care. He kept activating his body's potential. Other people may not have known, but he did. His body was transmutation class, but he could not activate his body's power. To other people, this was activating his potential. To him, he was just trying to activate the ordinary power he had inside him. While Hansen was being suppressed, the power hidden inside him kept being activated. The starlight of his punch got stronger. It started with starlight. In the end, it looked like a blue sun after every punch. Pang! Cold Light Charm's body had been punched by Hansen, but it did not shrug it off like it used to. The transparent, metal tentacles had a punch mark in them. The pink dust was everywhere. Cold Light Charm squealed in pain. Is he still activating potential? How much potential does he have? There's no way he can kill Cold Light Charm. Second Uncle kept controlling his time area. He saw Hansen's starlight was bright like a sun and still expanding. He was as much shocked as he was delighted. Humph. With this kind of potential power exploding, you are going to die from exhaustion. How long do you think you can last? Evil Lotus God did not care for the spectacle. From what he saw, Hansen was exploding his potential too much, which was as good as a death wish. Pang! Pang! Hansen's small body, which looked like a god that was carrying starlight, needed the time area's control to evade the cold light beam attacks. Now, he did not need it. Hansen swung his fist for a punch. It was like the stars in the sky falling. It suppressed Cold Light Charm and broke Cold Light Charm's pink light beam. It was so powerful and hard to believe. Bao Qin was crazily happy. He screamed, he can continue to activate his potential. That potential is so scary. It is no wonder the king wanted to take him as a student. His potential is scary. Hold on. You must hold on. If you can survive, after we go back to the Extreme King, even if I go bankrupt, I will use everything to heal your exhausted body. Meng Lai's palms were dripping with sweat. He was larva class and knew the body of someone in that class would take an insane amount of power to explode like that. After the fight, if Hansen defeated the Cold Light Charm, his body would be destroyed. If he suffered bad luck and was unable to defeat Cold Light Charm, Hansen would be exhausted and end up dead. Beads of sweat cascaded down from Second Uncle's brow. He had a complicated expression as he wiped them away. Hansen exploded with a power that was greater than his own. It was perhaps even better than Cold Light Charm. For such power to be controlled by a small body like that was concerning. Second Uncle feared Hansen's body might not be able to keep going. He worried his body might blow up at any moment. Second Uncle was someone who had a lot of knowledge. He had seen many genius elites in his time, but never a small body like that blow up with so much potential. He had never seen another put on a show like this before. Hasn't he become exhausted and died yet? Does his body really contain the genes of a true god creature? Evil Lotus God's eyes were starting to flare with shock. Aside from the child of a true god creature, ordinary creatures were not able to display power this scary. Pang! Cold Light Charm's transparent metal body was blown up by Han Senator with one final punch. Its entire body was blown into fleshy chunks. Xenogenic deified hunted. Cold Light Charm, deified xenogenic gene found. Obtained Cold Light Charm beast soul. At the same time, the announcement played in Han Sen's head. It is dead. Long live Mr. Holy Baby. Londo screamed with excitement. No one wanted to die. Hansen had managed to blow up the Cold Light Charm and save their lives. That is why they were so happy. Not bad. That really wasn't bad. To be able to do something like that, you are impressive for the lowlife creature that you are. Evil Lotus was not angry. He clapped and smiled at Hansen. Evil Lotus, you can leave now. I will spare your life. Hansen looked at Evil Lotus seriously as he spoke. Spare my life? Evil Lotus God looked at him like an idiot. Upon hearing Hansen say that, second uncle, Meng Lai, Baoing, and the others felt weird. Although they had pottery powder to restrict the Evil Lotus God, making a god mad was never a wise thing to do. Evil Lotus God was not enraged. In fact, he did not even get the slightest bit mad. No one cared for the crazy words of a fool, so he was not going to be mad at a crazy guy. Evil Lotus God looked at Hansen as if he was in a high place and said, if you can survive against the xenogeneic siege that is yet to come, I will kill you. The way he said his words were like it was Hansen's honor to die by his hands. Before Hansen said anything in return, Ger was already screaming and shouting, Xenogeneics. It's all Xenogeneics. They are all cold light charms. Hansen and the others looked back. In the distant sky, many pink things, which looked like gems in the ocean, were coming for them. All of them were cold light charms. Although they were not as scary as the terrifying first cold light charm, they were still deified class. Some of them were almost as powerful as the first cold light charm. Everyone's face suddenly turned white. Although they knew the Big Baron systems were scary, they did not think it would be that scary. Within thousands of miles, there were many scary xenogeneics. It had been hard for them to kill one cold light charm, and this group of cold light charm presented them with 30 to 40 cold light charms. Some of them even had a power that was closer to the first one. Being surrounded by that many cold light charms, one could use one's ass to figure out what might happen next. Hansen had been exhausted once. He was not about to exhaust his potential again. Even if he exhausted his potential again, he could not take on 10 enemies alone. Londo grabbed his big axe and shouted, F***ck. Killing one was enough. Killing 2 more is extra. We will fight until we die. Seeing the group of cold light charms already arriving, everyone knew they were not going to survive. They were all prepared to die. Second uncle, help me control those cold light charms, Hansen said. He then waved his right hand. A pink, half-transparent sword appeared in his hand. The sword looked like crystal. It was like a gem, but it was cold like metal. It was only the width of a finger, and it was pink like a crystal. The sword looked evil. The handle of the sword had a pink, eye-like gem. It was like it was looking at people. It gave people goosebumps when they saw it. Deified Beast Soul, Cold Light Charm, Cold Light Sword, half complete. This was different from the destroyed Beast Souls Hansen had received before. This Cold Light Sword Beast Soul was half complete. Hansen had no idea what that meant, but he sensed how scary the Cold Light Sword's power was just by holding it. Second uncle had not time to react. Hansen had already turned into a light and was going into the Cold Light Charm group. He was shocked. He subconsciously opened his time area and covered a large portion of the land. Now, it was the universe's era with a lot of technology. Many elites used swords, and there were many swordsmen in the Extreme King. Second uncle and the others had never seen Hansen's sword skill, nor the heard about them either. Perhaps they did not notice which sword skills Hansen used, because the weird red sword light that went across had already enraptured their minds and eyesight. The straight, pink, sword light went across space. It cut a cold light charm in half. Before anyone was able to react, Hansen had already rushed into the group of cold light charms. They saw the sword light go everywhere. It was like a deathly cutting laser that was going across hell. Wherever it went, broken tentacles flew everywhere. The cold light charms were being slaughtered by Hansen as easy as if he was slicing vegetables. Upon seeing all this, Londo and the others were frozen as he said, "Holy crap! Mr. Holy Baby is that strong? Was he toying with us before?" No one answered him because they were all in complete shock. It would have been fine if the cold light charms were that easy to kill, but the cold light charms there were as scary as the one earlier. Yet, Han Sen was casually able to slice and dice their limbs away. That group of cold light charms was unable to do anything to stop him. Although Second Uncle's time area helped Han Sen go through the cold light charms carelessly, it was still too shocking. Seeing all those powerful cold light charms be slain by Han Sen, God blood was bleeding like mad from the sky. The sword lights that shocked the sky had become so outstanding in the chaos of the pink beams of light. Evil Lotus God was in utter shock as he watched Han Sen butcher the cold light charms. He looked confused. He was a god, but he had never seen a Xenogeneic perform like Han Senator. He was not able to tell how strong he actually was either. What is wrong with that Xenogeneic? What level is this Xenogeneic? Evil Lotus God looked Han Sen up and down. His eyes were gleaming with god lights. No matter how he looked at him, what Han Sen was showing put him at transmutation class at the very most. He was not larva class as he had expected. Not long later, Han Sen had killed 30 to 40 cold light charms. The Xenogeneics from the Big Baron systems were cruel. They knew they were unable to fight him, but they were not afraid of death. They fought until the bitter end. Second Uncle and the others were as much shocked as they were happy. They had believed they were going to die, but they were now more alive than ever. Han Sen had exploded with a strong power that was beyond the realms of imagination. It is no wonder the king went against the people and changed the rules about taking on a student. With a power of such magnitude, it was only right you could become the king's student. Meng Lai gave him a thumbs up. Mr. Holy Baby has such wild strength. Why did you not make use of it before? Lando's voice was buzzing. Everyone thought Han Sen had gone undercover far too deep. If this was not a life or death moment, it was unlikely that they would have ever come to learn the true amount of power Han Sen possessed. I am just using the power of my treasure, Han Sen coldly said. It is not my power. Holy Baby, your sword is so scary, Bao Qin said. What is that sword? A deified treasure, such as that should be on the rankings list. How come I have never heard of it before? Everyone was talking, but Evil Lotus God coldly laughed. He spoke one sentence for Han Sen and one for himself. You really do have some power. You are worthy for me, a god, to kill you. Londo looked disdained and said, Evil Lotus God, you can cease your bluffing. With the pottery powder here, you cannot touch me. Therefore, you cannot touch the Holy Baby either. Evil Lotus God's eyes were full of disdain. Such an ignorant, low-life creature. The pottery pieces can harm my god body because it contains the ashes of the Holy Kirin. I do not want to waste time with this useless, futile matter. Do you guys really think I cannot deal with the ashes? Come at me, bro, if you think you can. Londo did not believe he could, so he was happy to provoke their nemesis. Everyone thought Evil Lotus God was not able to circumvent the pottery powder. If he could, he would not have had to spend so much effort in attracting the ire of so many cold light charms to the area. What a stupid creature. Evil Lotus God did not bother explaining. His body suddenly had some purple and white fires claim him. His eyes crackled and fizzed with the charge of electricity. They shone with a green and white light. Second Uncle and the others were shocked. He felt as if Evil Lotus God's body had a scary sense of suppression on it that could not be explained. It made shocked them to their cores. They subconsciously fell back. They almost wanted to turn and run. Looking at the ghost god-looking Evil Lotus God approach, Second Uncle shouted, Get the pottery powder ready. Everyone took out the pottery powder. They started throwing it toward Evil Lotus God. Suddenly, the whole sky was covered with gray pottery powder. At this time, the pottery flame touched the purple and white flame. It looked like an ordinary gust of sand. It was unable to douse Evil Lotus God's godlight. Everyone was shocked. The pottery powder was useless against Evil Lotus God, which was what they were depending on for their escape. Evil Lotus God walked up to Hansen and coldly asked, "Is your name Holy Baby, correct? Your name will be remembered by me, a god. You had worth in this life." Hansen ignored what Evil Lotus God was saying. His eyes stared at Evil Lotus God. He looked as if he was thinking about something. Second uncle and the others were not able to see the purple-looking spirit body that looked like an evil ghost's shadow inside him. That spirit body gave Hansen the same feeling as Skyvine Radish's god spirit did. Hansen thought, weird. Why does Evil Lotus God give me the same feeling that his body is just a puppet on strings and the purple, evil ghost-looking spirit body is his real body? It was because that purple, evil, ghost spirit body was protecting Evil Lotus God. That was why the pottery powder was no longer working. Hansen still noticed there was something amiss. When the purple, evil, ghost spirit bodies appeared, Evil Lotus God's life force seemed to fade. One was able to see his blood vessels stick in his skin. They turned into a green and purplish color. They looked like the veins that dead men have. Everyone was now running. Baoying, however, could see Hansen just standing where he was, and so she quickly shouted, "Mr. Holy Baby, run." Hansen's train of thought was interrupted by Baoying. He was staring at Evil Lotus God, who was 30 feet away from him. He asked, "Evil Lotus, do you have a death wish?" Evil Lotus seemed to be annoyed. It looked as if there was some taboo he had to be aware of, so he stopped talking to him. He gathered up power. His finger was like a lotus flower that came to grab Hansen's head. If Hansen was grabbed, his head would probably have had 5 holes of blood in it. Second uncle heard Baoying's voice and knew it meant that Hansen had not fled. He looked back and saw Evil Lotus God was going to grab Hansenator. The pottery powder in the air was not working on him. Although they were not able to see it, Hansen could see it. The purple, evil, ghost spirit body moved the same as Evil Lotus God did. He reached his hand out and grabbed him. The pottery powder was outside the purple, evil, ghost spirit body. The heart kept pounding. Hansen knew that this strike was extremely dangerous, but he did not hesitate. Hansen summoned Skyvine Radish. A green light giant-looking Skyvine Radish appeared in front of Hansenator. A giant fist punched the purple evil ghost spirit body. Evil Lotus God did not expect that would happen. No one expected that. A universal low-life creature possessed a god spirit. That should have been impossible. Evil Lotus God did not have a chance to react. The purple, evil, ghost spirit body was punched in the face by Skyvine Radish. A purple light exploded everywhere. His mangled head flew away. When the purple, evil, ghost spirit body flew away, Evil Lotus God's body flew away with it. The blood in his mouth went soaring away as well. Meng Lai and the others were shocked. It was unbelievable what their eyes had seen. They thought their eyes had gone funny. Evil Lotus God was overpowering in the face of Hansen, but Hansen had not moved. He had not even raised his hand. All he did was look at Evil Lotus God, and Evil Lotus God spat out blood and flew away. Oh, my God! What did I see? Holy Baby! What did he do? He used his eyes to kill a god. Meng Lai lost his voice and screamed. This was far too difficult for them to believe. Second Uncle Bai Bai was shocked as well. Londo and the others did not know what a god meant anymore. They thought they were strong deifites, but they knew for sure that a god was not just stronger than deifites. Only the true god elites in the universe were able to fight against gods, and they could barely stand a chance. They did not know if they could battle and defeat a god. Second Uncle would have never dreamed that in this universe, there was a creature that could use their eyes to make a god fly away in a spray of blood. It was like a fairy tale. Bai Bai felt as if what he had just seen was the same as if he was watching Hansen kill very high leader. That was supposedly an impossible task. Now, something impossible to happen had just happened, and it happened right in front of him. Skyvine Radish's god spirit? Are you the creature that killed the god? Did you take Skyvine Radish's god spirit? I did not expect that a low-life creature could do that. Evil Lotus God stood up. He was still coughing up blood. His eyes were staring at Skyvine Radish, who stood before Han Senator. Clearly, he could see Skyvine Radish. Second Uncle and the others were even more shocked. When the god's sadness happened, it made for a popular topic of conversation. For it now to be revealed that it was a Xenogeniac that killed the god, it was pretty difficult to fathom. Han Sen's face still did not change. Skyvine Radish's god spirit was still under his control. It had a scary green god light. It was madly attacking Evil Lotus God, or rather, the Evil Lotus's purple, evil ghost spirit body. It was different from Han Sen, who was using his mind control to operate the god spirit. Evil Lotus God's body seemed to exist alongside the purple, evil ghost spirit body. Its movements affected the purple, evil ghost spirit's movements. Han Sen was watching the fight from afar. Evil Lotus God had to join the fight with all his might. If the purple, evil ghost spirit was damaged, Evil Lotus God himself would be damaged too. The purple, evil ghost spirit was fighting Skyvine Radish like mad. Its scary power was able to destroy everything, but this power was too amazing. Aside from the purple, evil spirit, and Skyvine Radish, no other substance in that universe could be affected by that power. Second Uncle and the others were not able to see the god spirit. From what they could tell, Han Sen was just floating in the air. He was watching Evil Lotus God, and Evil Lotus God was an insane lunatic flailing around in the air. He kept spitting out blood and flying away. "Who is Mr. Holy Baby?" Londo mumbled. "He is so shockingly powerful. He looks like more of a god than Evil Lotus God does. Maybe only the king knows where Holy Baby came from, and that is why the king accepted him as a student. He can fight against the gods. Only very rare true god class elites can do such a thing." Second Uncle looked at Han Sen, who was in the sky, with a complex look. Gear's expression looked strange as he said, "Even Evil Lotus God said Mr. Holy Baby killed the god. Is that really true?" No one had the answer. They all wanted to know the answer too. Although Han Sen was the aggressive one, Skyvine Radish's god spirit power was not any stronger than Evil Lotus God's god spirit. Their powers were almost the same. If Han Sen did not use the mistakes of Evil Lotus God and damage Evil Lotus God's purple, evil spirit in the beginning, he could not suppress him now. A low race is a low race. Even if you have a god spirit, you will only be used by others. Evil Lotus God was suppressed, but he still looked very prideful. His eyes were burning brighter than ever. They even looked greedy. He looked at the Skyvine Radish's god spirit with greed. "It is enough to kill you." Han Sen sensed that too. After Evil Lotus God combined with the purple, evil spirit, it had more agility. He directly used power more. It was not like he was using his mind to control the purple, evil spirit. After all, it was still not natural. Although he had the advantage, he could not beat the purple, evil spirit. In the fight, Han Sen was watching the purple, evil spirit, and Evil Lotus God. He knew for sure that the purple, evil spirit was a god spirit, but it was different from the Skyvine Radish. Skyvine Radish's green god light was obviously a plant power, and the purple, evil spirit was of another element. Han Sen did not see what the difference was. "I wonder if my body can be combined with the god spirit." Han Sen was looking at Evil Lotus God, wanting to know how he could combine with the god spirit to fight. He looked at him for a long time but could not see anything. Evil Lotus God suddenly and coldly said, "Ignorant lowlife creature. Me, a god, will let you know what the true power of a god spirit is." While he was talking, the purple, evil spirit suddenly had a weird mark on its forehead. That mark was made of countless universal rules. It was just a godly miracle, but it showed endless miracles of the universe. Han Sen suddenly felt bad. When that mark appeared, Hansen sensed that the purple, evil spirit body's spirit power had increased. It was like it had been buffed by the power of the universe. It suddenly went through Skyvine Radish and was wildly increasing. By the name of Evil Lotus God, accept God's punishment. When Evil Lotus God's God voice sounded, the purple, evil spirit's hands clasped together to have him sit like a Buddha. Beneath him was a purple, evil lotus. When that evil lotus opened, Hansen felt the whole world was like a purple lotus flower that had opened. It was like he had fallen into an endless lotus pool. Hansen looked at second uncle and the others. They had no reaction. They were not able to see the purple lotus flower. Hansen had many questions to think over. He thought, it looks like Skyvine Radish and the evil lotus power are just like the gods. They cannot affect other universal creatures, but why are their bodies different from Empty God, Sky Armor God, and the others? They can visit the universe and hurt the creatures of the universe. Evil Lotus God did not stop on the behalf of Hansen's pause. Many purple lotus flowers opened. They exploded. The power blew up Skyvine Radish. Evil Lotus God walked with the purple, evil spirit and the purple lotus. It was madly attacking Skyvine Radish. The purple, evil spirit's power was much better than Skyvine Radish, and it had the help of a purple lotus. Skyvine Radish was at a bad disadvantage. The purple evil spirit kept attacking. Soon, the green light broke. A second later, an entire arm was severed. Hansen was not injured because of that. He was different from Evil Lotus God. Even if Skyvine Radish was killed, it would not affect him. Purple, evil spirit power did not affect his body. However, if Skyvine Radish was killed, Hansen would have nothing left to go against Evil Lotus God. His eyes were like blades. Hansen moved his body. He was going into the battlefield. He knew that by depending on Skyvine Radish, the battle would be lost. He had to cooperate with Skyvine Radish if he wanted to defeat Evil Lotus God. Hansen moved. Evil Lotus God knew what he was going to do. He looked disdained and said, "Ignorant lowlife creature. Do you think a god body cannot hurt your body and you can ignore it? You are so dumb." Evil Lotus God punched Skyvine Radish and threw a punch at Hansenator. The purple, evil spirit was doing the same thing and threw a punch at Hansen too. Hansen did not move. He threw out the suppressing plastic bag and punched it to make it shatter. Lots of pottery powder came out like a gray, dark mist. Holy Kirin is strong, but if you think the ash can hurt a god, you are too naive. Evil Lotus God continued with his punch. The purple, evil spirit broke through the ash. When the ash settled, Hansen was instantly there. His body went past the purple, evil spirit and came right before Evil Lotus God. Death Wish. Evil Lotus God threw a punch at Hansenator. Suddenly, there was a white flame coming from Hansen's hand. At the same time, Evil Lotus God's punch hit Hansen. The white flame went through Evil Lotus God's chest. Phoenix Flame. Phoenix Feather. How could you? Evil Lotus God lowered his head to look at his chest. He saw a phoenix feather in his chest. A white flame was madly surging through his body and organs. Pang! Hansen did not let him speak. The moment he pulled out the phoenix flame, he controlled Skyvine Radish to punch the purple, evil spirit, which was connected to Evil Lotus God. When Evil Lotus God was damaged, he did not have the time to react. Skyvine Radish punched his head, unleashing purple air everywhere. Half of Hansen's shoulder bones were broken by Evil Lotus God's punch, but Hansen did not mind. When he was with Skyvine Radish working together, he was not going to give Evil Lotus God a chance. Arg! Evil Lotus God and the purple, evil spirit received a double whammy of damage. His body was damaged, and it made Evil Lotus God's face immediately change. Hansen discovered that Evil Lotus God had a weak point that did not really count as a weak point. His purple, evil spirit was not able to affect creatures in the universe. When the evil spirit got injured, evil Lotus God's body was also injured. His body was like a normal creature that could be harmed by universal powers. This meant that when Han Sen was fighting with Skyvine Radish, evil Lotus God was taking double the damage. Although his body was a true God class, it did not mean his battle power was a true God class. At least for Han Sen, evil Lotus God used the purple, evil spirit, which meant his body's life force was being reduced. When the purple, evil spirit's body got its God mark, his body received even more cracks. It was like his body was going to collapse. Han Sen did not expect the phoenix feather could heavily damage the evil Lotus God. In fact, the phoenix feather went through evil Lotus God's body. Evil Lotus God's power had become weaker because of the negative effects that came from using the purple, evil spirit. For Han Sen, this was a situation that yielded quite the advantage. If evil Lotus God's power kept staying at true God class, the phoenix feather Han Sen held might not hurt him. Now, it was different. When the phoenix flame and Skyvine Radish kept hitting, evil Lotus God kept screaming. God blood kept pouring out of him without reprieve. Bao Ying and the others were watching in shock. From what they saw, Han Sen was holding a white flame. He made evil Lotus God's God blood spill, making it so he was unable to fight back. It was very strong, like a sky god landing on the earth. No. Impossible. I am a god. I cannot be killed by a low-life creature. I cannot die. Hell no. Arg. Evil Lotus God was unable to finish his sentence. Han Sen cut off his left arm, making God blood spill out of him and squirt everywhere like a bloody spring. Damn you. I will cut you up into little pieces for this, and ensure you will never be reborn. Evil Lotus God's face was full of anger. He put away the purple, evil spirit to look normal again. Evil Lotus God's purple, evil spirit was gone. Skyvine Radish's power had returned to normal. Evil Lotus God's body had obviously improved. His face looked enraged. He gathered up power to continue his fight with Han Sen. Han Sen had another 2 compressed plastic bags ready to unload their contents. A lot of pottery powder was unleashed. It went all over evil Lotus God's body. It made his skin corrode like he was drenched in acid that fizzed and bubbled across him. A big part of evil Lotus God's body was being corroded away right there. Arg! Evil Lotus God was screaming in pain. Han Sen was going forward to the place full of pottery powder. He used his phoenix feather to strike it against evil Lotus God's neck. He cut it in half. Impossible. I cannot die. I am a god. I am a god. Evil Lotus God lost that very high sense of nobility and confidence he exuded earlier. He was in a very bad situation on all sides. Using the purple, evil spirit forced him to accept the 2-way attacks from Han Sen and Skyvine Radish. If had not used the purple, evil spirit, his body would have been harmed by the pottery powder. It seemed as if he had no way out of this bad situation. I am killing a god, Han Sen coldly grunted. His body was covered in pottery powder. He slashed evil Lotus God. Many white flames flew across the scene. They gave evil Lotus God more wounds to deal with. Evil Lotus God was screaming in agony. It was hard to imagine that this was the same evil Lotus God that used his power to defeat Second Uncle and all the others until they had no possible hope of fighting back. Catcha! Evil Lotus God's head was lopped off by Han Senator, the head dropped and rolled near Second Uncle. The rest of the audience had gathered around to spectate. Second Uncle looked at the bodiless head with shock. His face looked very weird. No one knew which words would be best to muster and speak. I am a god. You dare to kill a god. You will be cursed for eternity. Evil Lotus God's head might have fallen to the ground, but he was not dead yet. He still cursed and cried at Han Sen. Catcha! Han Sen's body was carrying a white flame. He slashed downward. It split evil Lotus God's head through the middle. A purple lotus flower came out of it. Many mysterious markings were flickering across it. God Spirit hunted. Found God Spirit gene. Hansen was depressed. This time, there was no God Spirit. Hansen was hoping to claim another God Spirit and compare it to Skyvine Radish's God Spirit. Boom! When evil Lotus God was killed, a purple light came down from the sky. All of his flesh and bones tuned into a purple light that rose. Hansen thought another God's sadness would repeat. When the purple pillar of light went through the sky had a weird twist. The purple pillar of light faded away in that twisted space. It was not able to generate a God's sadness. After seeing that, Hansen felt his heart jump. Even the power of a God Spirit's death cannot break out of the big barren systems. What happened to this area? How did Sacred get destroyed? Is that God's personality? Londo looked at the purple lotus flower on the floor. His voice was trembling. That was a God's personality. If they took it, they could go into the skies and become a god. With such an amazing treasure before them, none dared take it. They all looked at Han Senator. After all, when Hansen killed evil Lotus God, his performance had been far too shocking. Even Second Uncle or Meng Lai dared not think of doing something so evil. Hansen picked up the purple lotus flower off the ground. He was going to put it away. He then heard a catch a noise come from Londo, followed by shockwaves. Hansen thought it was Londo being brave enough to try and steal the god's personality. When he looked closer, it was not Londo that was coming. It was the metal Kirin box that was behind him. It had somehow opened. There was something inside it, and it had come out. It was heading for Hansen. Hansen saw that the thing flying toward him was flat. He was not able to see what it was, but it was coming for the God Spirit gene. Hansen was not going to let it succeed. Just as he grabbed the evil purple lotus, another hand was also grabbing it. Pang! The flying thing was punched away by Hansen with one hit. Hansen did not feel a strong power coming from it, but Hansen had not broken it. Hansen watched the thing as it was flying through the air. It was then that he saw what it was. It appeared to be two big sticks that were stuck together. It was about a foot long and dark red. It was not eye-catching at all. He had no idea what it was. Hansen punched the flying thing that looked like two sticks. It was sent flying back, but it was still going after the evil purple lotus in Hansen's hand. Hansen gathered up more power. He used all of his power to punch the thing away, but it still did not take any damage. After the punch again sent it flying backward, it simply headed straight for him. When Hansen used Sky Star Wolf Glyph, his punch was as strong as a larva class deified, yet it was not able to harm that thing. That surprised him. Upon seeing it fly back to him, Hansen summoned his cold light sword. He slashed the circular stick. Pang! The two circular sticks were struck by Han Senator. It was thrown to the deck, but not hurt by Han Senator. It bounced back off the ground and went into the sky to fly. It was headed for Hansen's evil purple lotus again. This time, Hansen was very surprised. The cold light sword beam was able to kill a butterfly xenogeniac. When it slashed the circular sticks, it did not even leave a white mark. Although that thing did not have strong power, the strength of the material could not be underestimated. What is that thing? Londo and the others looked at the two circular sticks with shocked expressions. As Bowing looked at the object, he said, "It looks like a drawing." "I think it is a scroll with a drawing on it." "It looks like that, but the texture of the drawing does not look like paper or cloth," Second Uncle said. "I do not know what material that is, but you cannot break through its layers." Hearing them say it was a drawing, Hansen realized that it did sort of look like what they described. The two circular sticks must have contained the drawing. There were also dark red papers inside it. Because the papers were sticking to the circular sticks, one could not see them if one did not look closely. One only saw that something was stuck between the two circular sticks. "That's weird." The Kirin placed a metal box inside his palace and enclosed it in one of the statues. And the metal box held the drawing scroll. That scroll can steal the god spirit genes. Han Sen was able to tell that the scroll was not very aggressive, but his power couldn't hurt it. His heart jumped. When the scroll fell back, he decided to capture it. It was now in Han Sen's hands, but the scroll still struggled to try to get the purple evil lotus, which was also in his hands. Its power was not very strong, so it was unable to escape Han Sen's grasp on it. Han Sen quickly realized that the scroll wasn't a threat to him, so he put away the evil purple lotus. He used both hands to hold on to the handles of the scroll. He opened the scroll to see if there really was a drawing on it. When he pulled it apart, he felt as if the scroll had been stuck together with strong glue. Han Sen tried his best, but he could only open it about 2 or 3 centimeters. Both sides of the scroll, near where it had unrolled, showed a part of the picture. It meant that where Han Sen was pulling open was the center of the drawing. Han Sen knew his power was not enough to open the scroll. Its power was too strong. It eventually bounced back. Han Sen quickly looked at what he was able to see, hoping to glean something out of the meager view. While he was looking, he saw something. There was a line of words visible. It was written in the Geno universe's common language, so Han Sen could read each word. The text was black, and it was written on a red background. The words on the scroll read Tai-E, which was followed by a space. After that were 3 more words, killing the gods. Han Sen thought, Tai-E. Is that the Tai-E who I once met? Has he killed a god too? Are gods that easy to kill? I thought only people with super genes could kill gods. Sacred Leader researched it for a long time and he was unable to kill the gods. Who is this random guy that came out of nowhere and killed gods? His power was already fading, and he was now losing focus. The power in his hands was growing weaker. The scroll closed where Han Sen had revealed the words, making a pat sound. Second uncle and the others flew over to him. Londo curiously asked, Mr. Holy Baby, did you learn what was inside this drawing? I cannot open it. I don't know what's inside it. Han Sen was holding the squirming scroll as he spoke. He did not want to tell people about the scroll, especially people from the Extreme King. Let's not talk right now, Bowing said. Let's just leave the Big Baron systems. This place is far too dangerous. What's there to be afraid of? Londo apathetically asked. With Mr. Holy Baby around, why must we be afraid of the Xenogeneics here? He has the ability to kill a god. Let's just leave. Han Sen knew his business. He was only able to kill Evil Lotus God because of Skyvine Radish and the pottery powder. If he'd had to fight a true god-class Xenogeneic, not even his cold light sword would have been enough. Plus, a god spirit was useless against a Xenogeneic. Bad things were bound to happen to them. Thinking of cold light sword, Han Sen looked into his sea of soul and saw there were another 2 cold light sword beast souls. He had received them when he slaughtered the big band of cold light charms. He looked at the cold light charms information and noticed they were the same as the one Han Sen had before. They were cold light swords, but their descriptions were a bit different. One of them said it was broken, and the other was just like the one Han Sen had. That one said it was half complete. Han Sen looked and immediately noticed that the cold light sword beast soul that was labeled as broken was weaker than the other 2. I wonder if the cold light sword beast souls can be combined. Han Sen's heart jumped at the possibility. He saw the 3 cold light charm beast souls stick together. Their spirit bodies combined and started twisting around. They combined into a new cold light sword beast soul. This new cold light charm beast soul was obviously stronger than the other 3 cold light charm beast souls. Just looking at its presence, one could tell that it was much stronger. Han Sen looked at the information, delighted. Deified beast soul, cold light charm, cold light sword, perfect. At half complete, it was already like a butterfly treasure weapon. Now, it's perfect? Maybe the cold light sword can compete with true god weapons. If that's true, I am going to be rich, Hansen thought, mega excited. He anxiously anticipated using his cold light sword again and flexing its power. Hansen and the others retraced their steps back to the lost land. There was not much resistance to slow their return travel. They left the big barren system with ease. On their way back to the Extreme King, Hansen had been mulling over this question quite a bit. Tai that was mentioned in the scroll. Was that the Tai that Bauer and the others saw? When they had been digging in God's city, they dug up a strange stone. When Hansen and the others went into the God city, Bauer said a man appeared. He announced his name as Tai. He even told her to say hello to her father. When Bauer told Hansen about it, he felt weirded out too. According to Bauer's description of him, Hansen did not know who Tai fellow could have been. He had heard the name Tai before, but it was the Tai king god in the sanctuaries. It was clearly not the same guy who called himself Tai now. Back then, Hansen was still wondering about how Tai knew about Bauer's history. The father he mentioned should have been Bauer's true biological father. Ever since then, he had not heard anything about the person known as Tai again. After a prolonged amount of time, Hansen had almost completely forgotten about him. Now, he had been mentioned in Holy Kieran's drawing scroll. Hansen had seen Tai's name and the 3 words, killing the gods. That made Hansen start guessing more about the nature of Tai's identity. But guesses were little more than guesses. He did not even know if the Tai in the drawing was the same one as the Tai he had heard about. It was difficult for him to confirm anything. Hansen followed second uncle and the others to the Extreme King. On their way, the deified elites treated Hansen completely differently. They admired him as if he was a god instead. This had been the best way for Hansen to leave the Extreme King, but he had opted to not abandon them just yet. He followed them back to the Extreme King. Hansen thought, if I leave now, the Extreme King will talk about me killing a god. I am afraid the scary existences in the Geno Hall might come after me. If I go back to the Extreme King now, they will think I am a part of them. I do not think they will tell anyone the story about me killing evil Lotus God. It would just bring trouble to the Extreme King. Plus, the Extreme King has a lot of deified xenogeneics for me to kill. There is no point in me leaving now. He used to think he was a bit too weak to stay in the Extreme King. Now that he had the perfect cold light sword, he did not have to worry as much. With cold light sword's power, even if he could not fight against true god elites, he could still fight back a little. Hansen was playing with the purple evil lotus, thinking of a way in which he might be able to hurt it. It is a shame those 2 god spirit genes cannot be refined. If I was able to refine one of them, perhaps I could achieve true god power straight away. After he went back to the Extreme King, he kept munching on his deified genes. Bai King summoned him. He was with second uncle and the others. They reported what had occurred in the big barren system. That was about all that happened. Bai King did not ask why Hansen had that power, nor did he ask Hansen to hand over the god's personality and the scroll. Ever since that happened, it was like nothing had changed. Hansen did not see Bai King again. Only Baoing would come to teach him manners every day. Hansen thought, what is this Bai King thinking? If I wanted to run, I would have run. I have so many secrets in me, yet he is not showing interest. Even with treasures like the god's personality, he hasn't asked about it. What is he truly after? If Bai King had some kind of plan to test him, Hansen would have felt more convinced. If his opponent was willing to show his cards, he would at least have a way to sort the matter out. But Bai King was not showing his cards, which made Hansen completely confused. He thought Bai King was a very mysterious character and a difficult person to understand. After a while, every day for Hansen was just a day in which he ate and slept and slept and ate. His deified gene tallies were greatly increasing. Before long, it reached 100. It is time to become larva class. I hope that after I become larva class, my body will become normal again. Hansen was happy, but he did not immediately become larva class. This place belonged to the Extreme King, and his identity was that of the Holy Baby. If he strove to become larva class and looked like the real Hansen again, it would have been like feeding a sheep directly into a tiger's mouth. Fortunately, King did not restrict his freedom. Hansen found an excuse and took a battleship from the Extreme King to leave the kingdom. He found a planet that was owned by the Extreme King but had no one there. While he was there, he started to evolve his battle body. When the evolution began, Hansen felt as if his gene messages kept changing. His cells kept splitting and changing. Slowly, Hansen's body kept getting bigger. It wasn't much longer until he returned to his adult self. Hansen still kept the xenogeneic battle body mode. His body looked weirdly pretty because he had combined with spell. It made his face look as soft as a woman's. I finally became an adult again. Hansen was so happy. He did not have a fetish to be a child, so he was now much more comfortable. Hansen had successfully become larva class. He felt as if his power had returned. He enjoyed that powerful power a lot. It was much more powerful than if he relied on using the Skystar Wolf glyph. This is the real me. Hansen felt very cocky. When he tried to cancel his xenogeneic mode, he found out he was unable to. Do I have to be like this from now on? Hansen felt kind of depressed, but there was no other way. Although he looked much prettier now, Hansen still wanted his old face back. Right now, I am much more powerful. I wonder if I can open the scroll. Hansen took out the scroll. He generated power and tried to pull open the scroll again. The scroll slowly opened. Once again, he saw Taiyi's name. Because Hansen's power was stronger than when he used Skystar Wolf glyph, the scroll could now be slowly opened. Here it is. Here it is. There is that text again. As Hansen looked at the scroll that was being opened, he saw another line of words appear. Purple fight. Killing the gods. When Hansen saw the name, he was shocked. Taiyi could have the same name and surname, but Purple Fight would not have the same name. The elites that used that name in the universe would only be the renowned Purple Fight of Sacred's 10 generals. Hansen had seen Purple Fight before, but Purple Fight was not doing so well now. He was riding the Sea Demon car in Tianxia system, wandering there forever. After the woman who called herself a sacred researcher left Two Worlds Mountain, Purple Fight was gone too. Hansen thought, has this scroll recorded the elites that killed gods before? He thought something was amiss with what was going on. Sacred Leader researched for a long time and was unable to kill the gods. Why would a subordinate of his, Purple Fight, kill a god with success? That is so weird. Plus, that woman and Horizontal Evil used to say that without a super gene, you could not kill a god. Even Sacred Leader was unable to find a super gene. How did Purple Fight find a super gene? Hansen's brain was flooded with intense wonder. To find an answer in the scroll, Hansen added power into his hands to pull the scroll open even more. The scroll was hard to open. It was like it was glued shut. It took a lot of power to get it open. The more he pulled it, the harder it became. With Hansen's larva class power, even he almost couldn't hold it open. There are more words. Horizontal Evil. Killing the gods. When Hansen saw the name, he froze. Horizontal Evil was the Break Skies Alpha. Hansen had pinned him on a mountainside a while ago. He was never granted death, so he was stuck in a state of not living and not dying. Horizontal Evil even told Hansen that he did not have the power to eliminate a god. If that was true, why did the scroll possess words that suggested the contrary? Hansen suddenly thought the scroll was Holy Kirin's prank. Otherwise, having such a list of names was pointless. Was he giving Purple Fight, Horizontal Evil, and the others a crime? Although Hansen doubted the credibility of the scroll, he continued pulling the scroll open. He wanted to see what was at the end. Eventually, when he pulled it to some level, the drawing's power was too strong. He was not able to keep pulling the scroll open anymore. Open! Hansen groaned. Skystar Wolf's glyph flashed on his body, giving him a bit more power. He kept pulling the scroll open. Hansen's arms had veins sticking out. Many substance chains flashed across his hands. He was forcing the scroll open bit by bit. Han Yufei. Blasphemy to God, got hit into a loophole, never to be reborn. Hansen finally saw a crime with a different title. That made him wonder even more. Hansen's head was full of questions. Han Yufei? That should be a woman's name. But who is she? What does it have to do with sacred? How does she have the crime of being blasphemous to a god? That cannot be as bad as killing a god. But why are Purple Fight's crime and the others involved just killing, and this woman was hit into a loophole to never be reborn? Pang! Hansen's power was no longer able to hold against the strength of the scroll. The scroll's two sticks bounced back into their original position, re-rolling the paper to how it was. The scroll then tried to fly away. Hansen held onto the scroll and suppressed it enough to stick it in Destiny's tower. What is going on here? Why have so many people managed to kill a god before? Hansen was very suspicious, but he did not have enough information. He could not make a reasonable judgment just yet. It looks like I will have to wait until my power is stronger. At that time, I can completely open the scroll and learn the meaning of the names in the scroll. Hansen put the issue of the scroll aside. He was now an adult. Although no one would have been able to tell he was Hansen, it was not suitable for him to remain with the Extreme King anymore. So, Hansen teleported back to the sanctuaries. Han Linger was learning how to draw in the garden when she saw Hansen suddenly appear. She tilted her head to the side, looked at him, and asked, "Are you a thief? If I was a thief, what would you do to me?" Hansen smiled and looked at Han Linger. He wanted to prank her. Han Linger blinked and said, "Mr. Handsome Thief, you look very hot. If you leave now, I will pretend she never saw you." Hansen's head was full of dark clouds. Linger is so small, and she is already obsessed with appearances. I should teach her that good-looking men are not trustable. "Linger, do you not recognize Dad?" Hansen asked. He looked gloomy. "Dad?" Han Linger looked at Hansen with confusion. A while later, she tilted her head and was gladly thrust into Hansen's hands. She asked, "Dad? Since when did you become so handsome?" Hansen wished to say something more, but he heard Ji Yanran approaching. She looked at Hansen for a while. With surprise, she said, "Hansen, why do you look better now?" Hansen explained what had happened to him. Ji Yanran and Linger were next to Han Senator, he had one in each arm. They were next to him listening to him explain what had happened. Hansen quickly noticed that his reputation in the house had been greatly increased. Before, when he arrived home, he would just eat normal food. Now, Ji Yanran made some extra good dishes. Linger kept going around Hansen for hugs. She didn't stop. She kept calling out for Daddy and asking for kisses. This mother and daughter. Hansen noticed that to increase his reputation in their family, power and such were useless. Good looks were the most effective weapons. My original face was not that bad. Hansen felt sad. His face had not been a super handsome one, but his body shape and presence was always there. He could not have been any worse than a supermodel. His treatment, however, was terrible. The next morning, after resting for a day, Hansen was woken up by Ji Yanran screaming. "What is it?" "It is very early in the morning." Hansen sat up and discovered that something was wrong. He looked closer. His body had turned into the body of a child again. Even Hansen was shocked. What happened? Why do I look like this again? I thought after reaching larva class that I would be normal. Hansen developed a cold sweat. So adorable. Ji Yanran hugged Han Sen in her arms. She used her cheeks to rub against Han Sen's cheeks and said, "Little flower was this cute when he was this small." Han Sen did not know what to say. Ji Yanran was very accepting of the fact that her husband had turned into a child. She was not worried. Han Sen researched this for a while. He found out he could not stay an adult for a long amount of time. Every once in a while, he was able to turn into an adult, but he would not be an adult for a long time. He was only able to be an adult for around 10 hours. After that, he turned back into a child. I went through all this trouble, and I am still not recovered. It looks like I will have to become butterfly class to totally recover. Han Sen was thinking about how to escape the Extreme King, but it turned out that there was no need for now. He decided to remain holy baby in the Extreme King and take advantage of their resources. While he was still an adult, Han Sen harnessed his power to use the Force Sheep Cube and enter God's farm. He wanted to see if he could find Wanner again. Han Sen had just entered God's farm when he saw Wanner killing sheep with her knife. This delighted him. I researched how to deal with God's knife for a long time. Now, I can put my exercise into practice. Han Sen teleported in front of Wanner. He looked at Wanner, who was holding God's knife and slurping up blood, and said, "Wanner, back off." "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Wanner looked at Han Sen with shock. Han Sen's face looked very different from how it usually did. She was not able to recognize him. Before Han Sen answered, God's knife had already released scary blood flames. It escaped from Wanner's hands and flew toward Han Sen through the air. The blood flames had already generated a blood demon shadow. It was holding God's knife by its handle. It approached Han Sen slashing and thrashing. It is a super space slash that features time and space. It can slash what exists in the past, making it a knife that no one can block. Can I block it? Can I predict its trail a second before in time? Han Sen was unsure, but he knew he had to try. The Medusa shield was instantly in Han Sen's hand. It was positioned before Han Sen as he moved his body. His other hand wielded the cold light sword. Han Sen was planning on using Spell's guns, but Spell was already a part of him. She was not able to be used as a gun for Han Sen to make use of. Plus, Cold Light Sword's power was better than Spell. So, Han Sen was just going to use his Cold Light Sword. Han Sen carefully calculated his moving track, the sword light from Cold Light Sword, and the Medusa shield's location of defense. The reason was to force God's knife slashing where he needed him to be. Han Sen had not been able to make a prediction a second ago, but he could use powerful formation powers to force God's knife to fall into the chess game-like trap he was orchestrating. That made it unable to calculate his location 1 second later. Using a man's intelligence to fight a knife that could travel through time and space, Han Sen could not do it on a whim. But this was the best chance he had to fight God's knife. Catcha! God's knife landed on Han Sen's back. It cut open his skin. The blood came out like crystal, and the severed muscles looked like jade. Han Sen thought, that's a very powerful God's knife. My xenogenic mode is only larva class, but the body strength should be almost like butterfly class. Yet, it can still cut open my body. The power of God's knife has increased. I am afraid it might have reached true God class. The attack was within what Han Sen had predicted, so he kept on moving. He adjusted the position and angle of his Medusa shield and cold light sword. It will kill you, too. Run. Wanner did not recognize Han Senator. She was just being nice enough to warn him. Han Sen did not care. Wanner was the crux of all Lone Bamboo's sorrows. If he was able to save Wanner, then Lone Bamboo would no longer be in such pain. If there was a chance to do that, Han Sen was going to try. Patong. Han Sen's body was slashed again, but it was not in a critical place. It looks like my judgment and calculations are still a little sloppy. It needs to be improved while I'm here in the actual combat. Hansen was not shocked. Rather, he was happy. Although he had been hit, it was not in a critical place. That meant his method was working. Hansen kept fighting God's knife, but he incurred more and more wounds. If one looked closer, one could see his wounds were getting smaller and smaller. Dong. God's knife kept slashing against Medusa's shield. It was unable to strike his body. Hansen was so happy that he almost groaned in pleasure. He blocked the God's knife attack a second before he did. The super space slash's power was like a glitchy exploit, but he still broke it. Padong. While Hansen was excited, he was hit again. It hurt so badly that it made him focus. He knew now was not the time to get excited. He still couldn't block all of the super space slashes with perfect precision. Compared to his first experience, Hansen was becoming smoother as he used formation. Slowly, he was able to block more God's knife attacks with the Medusa shield. It was harder for the enemy to use super space slash and harm his body. Wanner started reminding Hansen about the need to run, but she slowly noticed Hansen was actually able to weather this fight against God's knife. She had a look of awe on her face. She had never seen any creature able to fight against God's knife the way he was. Seeing God's knife, the creatures in God's farm were scared. They were paralyzed with fear and never dared try to rebel against God's knife. The stranger in front of them all was actually able to challenge it, and he was able to keep going at it. He kept blocking the attacks of God's knife. It was unbelievable to witness. Hansen's entire body was buzzing with an incredible amount of excitement. It was like facing a problem that could not be solved and fighting for a countless amount of days in poor conditions but still seeing it through. The ability to finish and relish in the joy was like his whole heart was leveling up. Hansen thought God's knife was so powerful and super space slash was scary. Yet, when he blocked his first strike, his mind chilled. He was more relaxed as the fight went on, which made it easier. Before, God's knife created intense pressure. Now, that pressure was gone. Hansen was able to control super space slash easier as time went by. Hansen felt as if he could control the universe and all of its rules. It was like he could do whatever he wanted to. Suddenly, Hansen put away the Medusa shield and used his cold light sword to fight God's knife. That was all he used. He was not defending anymore. He was going to try and go forward to strike. Dong. 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 The knife and sword went against each other in the air. The shockwaves created a lot of cracks in space. Hansen was depending purely on his sword to tie with the God's knife, which was a second ahead. It was all about attacking now. It was not like before when Hansen had to block or evade. So, what if you can strike a second before I can? I can block your attacks too. Hansen was feeling completely relaxed. He was so chill. One could not describe how chill he was. The cold light sword was waving casually to keep fighting God's knife. Wanner opened her small mouth as she looked at Hansen battling God's knife in disbelief. She had never seen God's knife suppressed like that. It felt like God's knife's strength was being minimized. Dong. The sword light was seen in the air as God's knife was hit backward. The position of the knife was a bit messed up. God's knife really is suppressed. Now, Wanner believed that God's knife had been suppressed by that wild stranger. In the next moment, Wanner saw God's knife turn around and fly into the sky, but Hansen's sword light hit it down and prevented it from escaping. God's knife. It is trying to flee. Wanner could not believe what she was seeing. God's knife was trying to flee. She never thought this could happen, but it was actually happening directly in front of her. Hansen slashed and slashed. He slashed God's knife and got it to fall back. What made Hansen frown was the fact that he did not know what God's knife was made of. He had slashed God's knife many times, but the strength of the perfect cold light sword did not leave any damage on it. Although I have already broken super space /, I cannot destroy the body that controls the god's knife. That is not winning. Hansen frowned, thinking about how to destroy the god's knife. I wonder if the method to kill a god is useful with god's knife. Hansen's heart jumped. He summoned Skyvine Radish and threw a punch toward god's knife. Pang! God's knife was not damaged, but the blood flame demon was hit by Skyvine Radish. The flames of its composure went everywhere. It really works. Is that thing a god too? Hansen was delighted. Skyvine Radish was strong. It kept punching the blood flame demon. It made the blood flame demon shatter and shimmer everywhere. It was unable to fight back. God's knife was already falling back. Now, Skyvine Radish was attacking it. The bloody fires of the knife were becoming weaker. In the end, the bloody flame was broken by Skyvine Radish. God's knife turned dim as if it had lost all control. Hansen flew in front of the god's knife, picked it up off the ground, and discovered that god's knife was nothing more than an ordinary sharp knife without its power. Both of his hands held a separate side of the sharp knife. He wanted to break the knife, but he was unable to achieve what he wanted. The knife was still as hard as before. It just did not have a lively presence inside it anymore. Hansen thought, I didn't hear the hunting announcement. Perhaps that means I didn't kill it. He put God's knife inside Destiny's tower and kept it suppressed. Wanner, follow me. I am going to take you to see Lone Bamboo, Hansen said as he approached Wanner. Do you know my brother? Wanner was happy, but then she looked sad and shook her head. You should leave now. I cannot come with you. God's knife has already been suppressed by me. What more do you need to concern yourself with? Hansen saw in Wanner's face that she was hiding something. I signed a contract with a god. I cannot leave here. If I do, I will end up causing my big brother harm. Wanner shook her head. What contract? Hansen asked with a frown. Wanner shook her head and said, I cannot tell you. If I tell you, Big Brother will be in danger. Hansen knew he could not blame Wanner for thinking that way. If he was in her position, he would feel as if this was a trick too. Before being 100% sure, he would never try to do something that could put his family at risk. I will not force you to come with me, but God's knife has been suppressed by me. Will the god be okay with that? Hansen looked at Wanner as he spoke. Wanner nibbled her lips but did not say anything. She was unsure. How about this? Hansen went on to say, tell me where that god is, and I will go out and look for it. I will see if there is a way for me to kill it. If the god Wanner had signed a contract with was the same as Evil Lotus God, perhaps there was a chance for Hansen to kill it. If he did that, Wanner would be free again. Wanner still shook her head and said, you should go. A god is not something we can deal with. He is so powerful, and he is everywhere. Chapter mid. But I did manage to suppress the god's knife. Suppressing a god is not something impossible. Hansen tried to convince her. This is different. The god's knife is just a knife. It's one of God's toys. How can it compare with the god itself? The power of a god is not something we can feasibly comprehend. After that, Wanner's small face had a frightening expression. It was as if she was in the recollection of something terrible. How can you know it won't work if you haven't given it a go? If your big brother Lone Bamboo knew you were here, I am sure he would want to see you again. Hansen hoped to use Lone Bamboo to change her mind. Wanner looked hesitant, but then confidently shook her head. Thanks a lot, but please do not tell Big Brother about me. You should leave now. The god's knife has been affected, and I am sure the god must have felt it. When he comes, it will be too late for you to escape. It is already too late. Wanner's last sentence was spoken a different tone of voice. She was like a different person. Hansen's face changed. He saw Wanner's body start to morph with a blurry god light. It was like her entire body was being showered in the morning light. Her eyes became weirdly clear. She appeared to become an emotionless machine. You have broken into my farm and destroyed my knife spirit. You are a very interesting person. Juana looked at Hansen with interest as she spoke. Her face was like a king in a high place, looking down on a clown's performance at the circus. Hansen coldly looked at Juana and asked, "Are you the god?" Hansen suddenly realized something, but he did not know what it was. "Yes, I am God." Juana smiled and nodded. She stared at Hansen and asked, "What is your name? What race do you belong to?" "I am Dollar." "I am a human," Hansen answered. Juana shook her head and said, "You are not a human. Humans don't look like you. You are a xenogeniac." Hansen's heart jumped with shock. Pretty much no creature in the universe knew about humans, but this so-called god seemed to know about the existence of humanity. It also knew that he was not a human. This was a problem. "How do you know I am not a human?" Hansen quickly asked. "If I think you are not a human, then you are not a human," Juana replied. "There is no why." "What is your name?" Hansen asked. "I am God," Juana answered. "Don't gods have a title? Something like Empty God? Sky Empty God and etc.? What is your title?" Hansen asked. "You know a lot. It is no wonder you were able to destroy the spirit of my knife." It laughed and said, "But I do not have a title. You can just call me God." Before Hansen said anything more, God went on to say, "You destroyed my knife spirit, and I am okay with that. If you want to take away Juana, you can do that too. But this world is a fair place. You are taking so much, so you should give something back in the interest of fairness, of course. Wouldn't you agree?" "No. That was something I achieved through my own power. Why should I give out anything?" Hansen smiled. God was shocked, but it then laughed. "Well said. Something you take through your own power means you shouldn't give out anything. I really like you. How about this? It is rare to find an interesting xenogeniac like you. I am giving you a chance now. So, let's have a bet. If you can beat me, you can leave without any harm and Juana can go with you. What if I lose?" Hansen frowned. "If you lose, you are so funny that I wouldn't want to see you die." God went silent. It went on to say, "You can replace Juana's job here. You can feed God's knife for the next century." "That's not fair," Hansen said with a smile. "If I win, you do not have to give anything. If I lose, I have to give you 100 years of my time. Why would I take part in such an unfair gamble?" "Because that is a bet that involves my own power," God said with a smile. Hansen was going to say there was nothing he could to him if he didn't do anything. Before he said anything, he shockingly noticed that within God's stare, his hands were not listening to him. He held his neck and squeezed. He squeezed himself so hard that he was going to suffocate. With Hansen's will and power, he was unable to control his own body. Inside the Sea of Soul, the black crystal armor reduced its presence. It pretended it did not exist. There was no reaction. God smiled at Hansen as it asked, "Can we agree to a bet now?" Hansen could not speak. He felt as if he was going to be strangled to death, so he had to nod. "Nice. You have made the right choice. Using your power is more interesting." God laughed. "Should it be me who is deciding what to risk?" Hansen rubbed his throat. He realized now that this god was a bit evil. It seemed very casual, but it was scarier than the other gods he had encountered. It gave Hansen real pressure, and it was exerting a sense of danger the other gods had not been able to accomplish. Before, it really did not matter, God said. Now, I have met a really interesting creature like you. That is why I want to play my favorite game. What game is that? Hansen's brain moved fast. His only option was to escape. He could not defeat this god. Even if he could beat this god, the god had taken over Juana's body. He could not risk killing water along with it. Also, the black crystal armor had strangely hidden itself. That had never happened before. When he used to meet the kings, he had not seen the black crystal armor react like this. That just showed how scary this god truly was. Hansen thought gods like the kings would not deal damage to creatures in the universe. Gods like Evil Lotus God, which could hit creatures, were not his enemy. He used Skyvine Radish and his phoenix feather to establish a tie. This god was totally different. It was possessing water and still able to wield massive power. It was clearly a god spirit operating on a whole new level. This god. Is it the one that met the seventh team? Hansen wondered. It is so simple. We will predict the fate of each other. God's face looked so weird, but only for a second. Predict fate? Predict whose fate? Hansen asked with a frown. It can be anybody. You can pick any creature you want, God said. It then moved its hand. God light turned into a mirror. The mirror had many shadows. There were all kinds of creatures from the universe there. I don't like altering the fates of others, Hansen said. You can come and test my fate, but how will you even predict it, and how will you win? We are just making a bet, God coldly said. We cannot bet on ourselves. You pick a creature. It can be anyone you know. It can even be your family. We will predict the choices they make when something happens. You can decide first. Then, I select the very highest leader, Hansen said. He was thinking, no matter how strong you are, you cannot affect the very highest leader. It was unknown if God saw what Hansen was thinking, but it did not care and said, yeah, let's bet with very high leader. How do we bet? Hansen asked. It is not as if we know what the very high leader is going to do. God did not speak. It walked one step and came before Senator. It pulled Hansen with him. Hansen felt as if he fell into a time vortex. He felt so dizzy that he thought he was going to throw up. Many people had carried him away via galaxy teleport. He had almost finished practicing galaxy teleport himself, but it was never this horrible. When everything returned to normal, Hansen found himself in outer sky. In front of him was the very familiar star tree. The star tree was full of fruit. They looked like many giant planets hanging from the branches of the tree. A young man of the very high was sitting under the star tree with his legs crossed. The man's white clothing was like snow. He looked very handsome and also very cold. He looked like a guy who everybody owed money to. This man. He looks very familiar. Hansen thought that the young man looked very familiar. This is very high leader, God said next to him. You are lying. I have seen very high leader, and he is an old man. Before Hansen could finish, his face changed. He suddenly knew why the young man looked so familiar. His facial structure and body looked like very high leader. He just looked younger, so he seemed different. God smiled and said, that is very high leader when he was young. We are here when he was only 20. We went into the past. Hansen's face changed. He finally understood why it was so difficult to teleport. It was not because he had not just used galaxy teleport. He had teleported through time. There is nothing amazing about it, God casually said. If you want, I can take you to see what you looked like when you were younger. That is fine, Hansen said. The past is the past. Whatever happens in the future is always meant to be. If you already know how things pan out, what is the point of making a bet? Who told you the future is already set in stone? God looked at Hansen with shock. Is it not? Hansen asked with a smile. If the future could be changed, you could just go and kill the very highest leader now. With the power you have, very high leader will obey you. We do not have to go to the past and find the very highest leader. God preferred spending its power on going back to the past than going to meet very high leader. Clearly, it was afraid of something, which was why Hansen said what he did. God laughed and said, "There are rules in this universe. Even God cannot destroy them. But within these rules, there is nothing in there about changing the future. The future is full of unpredictabilities. We come from a change in the future. Now, there is some accident affecting it. It might create another future, so we are not sure what the future is going to be." Are you saying that you can affect the young, very high leader and make him do decisions that benefit you? Hansen knew what God was trying to say. You can do the same too. That is only fair. God laughed. Hansen looked at God seriously and asked, "Can I ask you a question?" "It depends on what you ask me," God replied with a smile. "I might be God, but I do not know the answer to everything." Hansen looked at God seriously. It looked different from the other king gods. "If you like this game of yours so much, you must have played it many times." Hansen took a deep breath as he asked, "Did you ever lose?" "Yes, I have lost twice." God's answer surprised Hansen. "I am curious as to who defeated you," Hansen said with shock. "One from sacred and a human called Han Jingji," God coldly said. His face looked weird as he spoke. When Hansen heard that, his heart began to race like crazy. He almost shouted out loud, "Han Jingji. How did they beat you?" Hansen was holding in the urge to ask, but he buckled. He knew he was now getting closer to the truth behind what happened to the seventh team. This god could certainly be the one encountered by the seventh team. "Do you think I will expose my weaknesses to you?" God asked with a laugh. Hansen looked at it strangely. Although it was possessing water, this god gave Hansen the feeling that it was the nice and next-door neighbor kind. It did not have that superior presence like June King and the other god spirits gave off. It did not really try to present himself as an invincible deity either. If Hansen had not known it was a god, he would never have imagined it was the sort of being to play with the fates of others. Thinking about the elite humans of the seventh team and the bad things that happened to them, Hansen knew that their appearance and presence could not be trusted. This being that called itself God might have looked kind, but appearances were deceptive. On the inside, it was a wretched demon. While they were talking, very high leader, who was sitting beneath the tree, stood up. He looked up at one of the star tree's fruits. The star fruits were very difficult to grow naturally, ripen, and fall to the ground. It was a process that took forever. Even people who guarded the star tree did not have that sort of patience. There was now a fruit that had matured naturally. The young very high leader stared at the matured fruit with a face that dripping with seriousness. The star fruit that had matured naturally possessed a deified xenogeneic. It was not going to be a primitive or transmutation either. It wasn't that low level. It would be at least larva or butterfly class. Very high leader was very young. He had only just become primitive, but he was already considered a genius amongst the very high. Such praise did not come easy. Even so, when it came to battling, he was primitive. A primitive going up against a larva or butterfly class fiend was far too much. He did not plan on backing down from the prospect of such a fight, nor did he summon the aid of others of the very high. He silently watched the star fruit with eyes brimming with confidence and pride. The star fruit had some scary light. It was like a sun that was burning at max capacity. When time passed, the star fruit's light became weaker. It changed from white to yellow, yellow to red, red to dark red, and dark red to black. It ended up looking like charcoal. "You and I have come here to predict this very high leader's actions and see if he can kill the xenogeneic," God said. When he heard that, Hansen frowned. That question was not difficult to answer. The star fruit unleashed a very scary presence. It was stronger than Hansen was now. Very high leader was just a primitive deified. His power was not enough to fight against the xenogeneic that existed inside such fruit. Also, there were no other very high there. It would have been impossible for him to slay such a xenogeneic. With Hansen's experience guarding the star tree, he was able to predict that the xenogeneic would escape capture and leave outer sky. It was bound to flee into the mountains nearby. Very High Leader would not be able to stop it. Such an obvious result was impossible for the god to not know already. It had picked the time of this incident with purpose, so it was hard to gauge whether or not it was already prepared for this. Are there any more changes in between this? Did Very High Leader manage to kill that xenogeniac inside the fruit? Hansen thought to himself. He then thought, no. God can't be deliberately tricking me to have me think this is a trick. In fact, I believe the xenogeniac escaped into the mountains without issue. Hansen was shocked. He realized he had made a big mistake. Gambling with people who were professional when it came to tricks of the mind was the worst thing possible. He might have merrily walked right into his opponent's scheme. Hansen knew he was an elite when it came to this stuff, so he immediately forced himself to calm down and sort through the information he had at hand. With what he knew thus far, that was how he was going to make his judgment. Very High Leader will not kill the xenogeniac. Hansen made his decision. It was because it was the most likely thing to happen. Hansen had to choose the option that adhered to Occam's razor. Fine. I will select the option that states Very High Leader succeeds and slays the xenogeniac. God laughed coldly. Nothing special was visible on its face, so Hansen could not tell if he was right or wrong. Catcha! The fruit that had turned completely black exploded. It turned into dust and rose. The xenogeniac appeared from behind. There was a semi-transparent set of butterfly wings that opened beautifully like flowers. Behind the butterfly wings, a lady with jade skin used her hands and shoulders to hide her body's important parts. She looked shy. Hansen did not think that the thing that came out of the star fruit would be a xenogeniac like that. He thought, such a beautiful xenogeniac. I do not think men could be cruel enough to harm something like that. Plus, his power is worse than the xenogeniac. He won't be able to kill it. Just as Hansen thought that the young Very High Leader was in shock when he saw that beautiful xenogeniac. His ice-cold face melted a little. Mr. is a genius of the Very High. Butterfly Lady has been in the fruit admiring you for the longest time. If Mr. would not mind, Butterfly Lady would like to follow Mr. The most surprising thing happened. The xenogeniac was extremely intelligent, and she was butterfly class. On top of that, she was willing to follow Very High Leader, who was only primitive class at the time. That was a very rare thing to happen. It looks like Very High Leader is not going to kill her. Hansen looked at the scene. He could see God still smiling. It was like everything was none of its business. That made Hansen feel a little surreal. Things went so smoothly as everything unfolded. It was going too well for Hansen. The Very High Leader was now just a young man. He did not have the mind of a very high forget-love practitioner either. After meeting the beautiful and elegant butterfly lady, he suddenly had a weird feeling. The relationship between the two developed quickly. A few days later, they were already kissing each other together like a couple. Now, I think you lose. Hansen had been aware of God. He was not going to let it destroy the relationship between Very High Leader and the butterfly lady. Tomorrow, if Very High Leader hasn't killed the butterfly lady by tomorrow, then I lose, God said with a smile. Okay. Hansen agreed, but he thought, they are so in love now. One day later, there is no way they could become enemies and try to kill each other. Plus, even if they did turn against each other, the butterfly lady is much stronger than Very High Leader. It would probably end up with the butterfly lady killing Very High Leader. To prevent the god from doing some tricks, Hansen stared at him. He was not going to let him disturb Very High Leader and the butterfly lady. That night, Very High Leader and butterfly lady could not help but eat the forbidden fruit. Hansen felt relieved and he asked, now that it has happened, Very High Leader will not want to kill the butterfly lady, right? Hansen watched God. It was sitting on the branch of a tree holding its jaw as it looked at Very High Leader and butterfly lady being together. It looked like it was happy for them. God said, it is a relationship that makes people jealous. If you think this relationship is very nice, does that mean we should not disturb them? How about the bet ends here? Although things were drifting in Han Sen's favor, he did not think God would lose and concede so easily. It was only a matter of time before God did something. God's eyes looked a bit weird as it said, no. This is just the beginning of our bet. After that, God's body flashed. It jumped off the tree and stood in front of Very High Leader and Butterfly Lady. Han Sen knew that God was going to strike, so he quickly flashed in front of God. It did not matter what God was planning to do, but he knew he had to stop it. He did not know what God could possibly do to make Very High Leader kill the Butterfly Lady. Very High Leader saw Han Sen and God, frowned, and asked, "Who are you people? How dare you come to the Star Tree?" If this was a normal race, if an important place was suddenly invaded, they would not have spoken like this. They would have attacked before doing anything. Very High people were different. They were not in a rush to strike. God looked at Very High Leader and coldly said, "It does not matter who we are. What is most important is that you betrayed Very High Forget Love's big love path. You have drowned in a little love and little relationship. Is this really what you want?" Han Sen thought God would use a harsher method. He did not expect God was just going to try and convince the Very High Leader. Although it was quite difficult to convince the Very High Leader to slay the woman who he had fallen in love with, it should have been something impossible. But Han Sen did not drop his guard because of that. Han Sen tried to fight back by saying, "Big love and little love are all love. If you cannot do small love, how can you have big love? What does it have to do with you guys?" Very High Leader looked at Han Sen and God with shock. He did not know where these two people had come from and suddenly run up to him to talk about love. Of course, it is related. God pointed at Very High Leader as he spoke. You are part of the Very High. Your responsibilities involve learning about the path of the universe. You are here to maintain the balance of the universe. If you are drowned in small love and a small relationship, who can do the things you should be destined to do? When Han Sen heard him, he thought God was being ridiculous in what he was saying. Although the Very High had sky and men combined, it was not at a level that God had mentioned. God's words made it sound like the Very High were superheroes there to maintain world peace. It was like without them, the universe was going to stop spinning. "I can plan my own plan," Very High Leader glumly said. "There is no need for you guys to tell me what to do." Han Sen felt as if this was not a good sign. With the Very High people's personalities, unless something touched the deepest core of their hearts, they would not be showing expressions the way he currently was. Although Very High Leader was very young right now, and his practice was not very strong, he still should not have been so emotionless. "I am not here to tell you off," God coldly said. "I am here to ask you if you want the sky and men combined together's big love or small love and small relationships between men and women." "These two do not contradict each other," Han Sen said. "You can have both." Very High Leader's face was pale as he asked, "Who are you people? If you do not speak clearly, I am going to be rude to you guys." Upon hearing all of this, the Butterfly Lady was angry. She coldly shouted, "You can tell that they are both no good for anybody. Allow me to take them down and ask them." After that, the Butterfly Lady waved her hand. Many substance chains flashed like a halo. They were headed toward Han Sen and God. Han Sen teleported and dodged them. God did not avoid them. It allowed the halo to tie it up. It did not struggle. After the ring was pulled, God fell to the ground with it. God fell to the ground but still looked cold. It did not look at the Butterfly Lady. God instead looked at the Very High Leader and said, "With sky and men combined together, the Very High will be free. Are you really going to give this up on behalf of the Butterfly Lady?" "Humph. What do you know about sky and men combined together and the Very High's freedom?" Very High Leader's face looked a bit disdainful. Very High supremacy and extremely quiet path. God was vaguely talking about some deep skills. Hansen thought those sentences could be related to very high sense. Even so, he did not actually understand what any of it meant. After all, he had not practiced very high sense. How do you know all this? Very High Leader looked at God with a look that screamed disbelief. I know more than just that, God said with a smile. I know the extreme levels of sky and men combined together. If you want, I can tell you. Very High Leader looked at God and asked, do you really know sky and men combined together at an extreme level? He was half confused and half untrusting. Hansen thought things were going terrible for him, but he could not think of a way to stop God. It did not matter how much of a rush he was in. He could not just go blocking Very High Leader's eyes and ears and tell him not to listen or look. Hansen's brain was spinning fast. He was thinking about what God was trying to do and how to stop God's conspiracy. God only spoke a few sentences about sky and men combined together at an extreme level, and he had already made Very High Leader overwhelmed and obsessed. When God spoke about the most important aspect, it stopped. Very High Leader was into it so much, but now God had suddenly stopped. He quickly asked, why have you stopped talking? I am talking about the universe's greater path, and you are just drowning in small relationships and small love. My path does not suit you. God shook its head as it spoke. Hansen now understood what God was trying to do, but he did not think God's method was going to work. His heart flashed with countless possibilities. He was thinking about how best to react to this. He did not speak. He was still waiting to see how this played out. How do you know if this will not suit me if we do not try? Very High Leader looked a bit mad as he spoke. If you are really looking for the path, it is easily found. God looked at the butterfly lady and said, kill her. Kill her, and I will teach you the extreme levels of sky and men combined together. The butterfly lady was enraged. She used a halo to tighten God's body. No matter how much it tightened, it could not harm God's body. Hansen noticed that Very High Leader remained silent. He did not think this was good. Oh, no. The personality of the Very High is not normal. They practiced very high sense, so the way they think is different from ordinary creatures. It looks like Very High Leader really wanted God's sky and men combined together's teaching at an extreme level. Maybe he really will kill Butterfly Lady. Hansen knew it was now impossible to convince the Very High Leader. When he made his mind up, there was no point in Hansen saying anything. Hansen did not go and convince Very High Leader. He turned to God and asked, do you really know sky and men combined together at an extreme level? He knew only beating God would suggest to Very High Leader that he should not be swayed by the intruder. Of course, I never lie, God solemnly said. I do not believe you. You are not one of the Very High, so how could you know Very High sky and men combined together? You should show us right now. Otherwise, I do not believe you, and he will not believe you either. Hansen had to stall God and make sure the Very High Leader did not make a decision just yet. These two guys are very evil. I will kill them. The butterfly lady was very mad at Hansen and God about the things they had been saying. She wanted to fight again. There is no rush. Let's have a look first. Very High Leader pulled the butterfly lady back. This shocked the butterfly lady. Are you going to do what they say? Would you kill me to get the sky and men combined together at an extreme level? The butterfly lady looked at the Very High Leader madly as she spoke. Of course not, Very High Leader immediately said. I just want to find out if this person knows about sky and men combined together at an extreme level. After it is performed, I will kill them. God looked at Hansen, laughed, and said, if you want to learn, I can teach you, as well. It depends on how extreme this extreme level is, Hansen calmly said. I need to know if it is worth learning. You will have to listen up and not miss out on anything, God said. Do not take it out on me if you are unable to learn anything. God then started to talk about sky and men combined together at an extreme level. This was different from earlier. This time, God explained it all in a very detailed manner. It analyzed every word in every sentence for Han Sen's ears. As God explained, it did not avoid the presence of the very high leader. He and the butterfly lady were able to hear it all as well. What is God planning to accomplish? Now, he is talking about the extreme levels. Why would very high leader still want to kill the butterfly lady after hearing it all? Han Sen was confused. He was soon put into shock. Oh, no. Does this mean he is lying to the very high leader? Is the actual thing that can be a killer be the extreme levels itself? Perhaps this has nothing to do with the sky and men combined together skill, and it is just a Geno art that has the power of temptation and control very high leader and gets him to kill the butterfly lady? Han Sen quickly tried listening to God's explanation. After listening for a while, he noticed that it really was a tricky Geno art. It had the same effect as the very high sense. There was a connection with the Dongxian Sutra and Under the Sky Knife, both of which Han Sen had practiced. Hearing God's explanation was a benefit for Han Sen too. He used to have some elements he did not understand, but now he understood it all. Is what God is talking about true? Han Sen really did not understand. God had already told him and very high leader what they wanted to hear. What other trump cards could God have? God got up from the floor and made a very deep Geno art as simple as could be. It made it so anyone could understand. God did not hold back anything. It explained sky and men combined together's extreme level path as crystal clear as one could. The analysis was so clear that even Han Sen, who had never practiced very high sense before, already knew what to do with it. After hearing it all, very high leader looked as if he understood a lot. He looked very happy. Clearly, he had learned a lot due to God's explanation. It was like he had sorted out many of the issues he used to have. This skill just sounds ordinary and not special, Han Sen said. I have just casually listened to it and have already learned it. Oh, then you should perform it once and see if you have learned it, God coldly said. This skill is not hard for me. Performing it once can prove this Geno art is not worth the very high leader killing the butterfly lady. Wait. Han Sen's face changed. He did not perform it how God said. He looked at very high leader and finally understood what God meant. Damn it. Was I a part of his entire scheme? If I learned extreme level skill and very high leader did not, that would mean he believes what God said before. If he really thought it was the butterfly lady that stopped him from learning the extreme level skill, that means. Han Sen's brain was spinning. He was thinking about how best he could resolve this situation. God seemed to know what Han Sen was thinking and said, "Your heart has big love. Practicing sky and men combined together at an extreme level is not hard. Other people can never learn it like you." After hearing God say that, Han Sen knew things weren't going according to plan. I do not think so. Very high leader stepped forward and coldly said, I understand your sky and men combined together at an extreme level. It is not that hard. Did you really learn it? It looked like God was smiling while speaking, but God was not smiling. Very high leader's lips lifted. His body had some weird swirl. It was like his entire body had combined with space and was part of the universe. Han Sen had never seen someone who could combine with it so perfectly. Between grass, wood, a mountain, and stone, it was like he was a part of them from the beginning. Blurg. Suddenly, very high leader coughed up some blood. He fell out of sky and men combined together at an extreme level. Very high leader sounded like he could not accept this result. He stared at God and shouted as he asked. Why? I already understand the extreme levels you taught me. Why am I still being removed from the extreme level of practice? I told you that right now, you are not suitable for this road, God coldly said. I do not believe this, very high leader said as he wiped the blood from his mouth. The extreme level skills you have spoken about must be wrong. God looked at Hansen and suggested, to see if it is wrong, why do you not just go and ask him? Very high leader stared at Hansen as he said, show me the extreme level skills you have just learned. Hansen frowned. He knew he had fallen into God's trap and was now a chess piece in his game. If Hansen did not perform it or said he had not learned it, very high leader might not believe him. It would be suspicious. If he performed it and it worked, that meant he would do what God wanted. Very powerful guy. God put out everything so clearly but still made everyone fall into ulterior schemes. Hansen already knew he had failed halfway. No matter how he performed or not, the very high leader's heart was already ensnared and fixated with all of this. God looked at Hansen with interest. It seemed to have enjoyed the fact Hansen was all tangled up inside. Its eyes flickered with a weird light. It was like God was saying, how would you choose? Okay, I will show you once, Hansen said with a nod. After that, some weird waves appeared on Hansen's body. It looked like very high leader in the past. His whole body had combined with the entire area around him. It was like he had become the sky and the ground, and he could not be apart from it. That was just sky and men combined together skills. The real extreme level was where very high leader failed. Hansen did not move. He felt as if his body suddenly changed. All the substances around him, the wood, grass, mountains, and stones, seemed to have heard Hansen's summoning. They all roared. The entire Goliath star tree began to shiver and shake. The tree full of star fruit was leaning toward Hansen. It was like it was going to leave the soil and go to Hansen. Even the big mountains around were making some groans that echoed. It was like they were answering Hansen's summons. Did it work? Very high leader's face looked shocked. He had stared at Hansen since the beginning. He had done exactly the same thing as Hansen, but Hansen had succeeded where he had failed. How did he do that? Very high leader's face did not look good. God's face looked surprised too. He knew Hansen had already seen through his plan. He thought Hansen would say he had not learned it and perhaps perform a trick while casting it to deliberately fail. But Hansen did not do that. He had performed it successfully and worked hard. It worked better than God expected it to. God squinted his eyes and looked at Hansen. Did he already give up? It does not seem like it. He does not seem like a guy who would give up easily. Clearly, God wanted to find out what Hansen was going to do next. Hansen's eyes looked a bit cold as he thought, I have already fallen into God's trap. It is impossible to get out now, and the knotted heart very high leader is still in turmoil. No matter what I do, it will not go away. In that case, I must make his heart not bigger. Do you know why you are not able to practice it, but I can practice it? Hansen looked at the very high leader. The very high leader looked at Hansen and asked, why? That was what he was wondering too. It is because you are not qualified enough, Hansen casually said. I am not qualified enough? When the very high leader heard those 5 words, he froze. Ever since he was young, it did not matter if it was a family member or a senior in the family, they kept on complimenting how great he was. No one had ever dared to say he was not qualified enough. He never heard those 5 words said to him before. That is correct, Hansen said with certainty. It is because you are not qualified enough. That is why you cannot learn it, and I can just learn it on a whim. Hansen did not want to see the very high leader thinking he had failed his practice because he was in love, which would result in him possibly killing the woman. Ordinary people might not do that, but Hansen was not sure about the people of the very high. So, he had to change the tracks for the train of thought running in the very high leader's head. He could not let him think that his failure was due to the butterfly lady. Hansen needed to make him know that he had failed due to his own abilities. If he believed that, he would have no reason to kill the butterfly lady. That meant God's trick would fail. The very high leader coldly said, Although I do not think I am some genius of the best generation, I do not permit anyone to call me bad. In that case, it depends on who you are competing with, Hansen said. If you are only competing with the dumb C's next door, it does not matter how good people say you are. That would just mean you are the best out of a horde of pigs. How do I compare to you then? The very high leader raised his eyebrows. There are only 2 words to describe this: absolutely terrible. Hansen was going to attack the very high leader. He wanted to make him believe that it really was all his fault. The very high leader was still too young. His very high sense wasn't working very well at his age. Hansen provoked him and made him want to win. The very high leader did not care for what Hansen said. He looked at Hansen and said, "You have only learned 1 Geno art faster than me. Have you not spoken too soon? It is not just a Geno art. It looks like it is a Geno art that you can never learn, but for me it is easy. It is a matter of talent. A Geno art that might take you a year to practice would only take me a second." Hansen looked at the very high leader with disdain. "Mister, I think you are bluffing a bit too much." The very high leader thought Hansen was ridiculous. He did not believe him. "If you do not believe me, select a Geno art that you think is hard to learn. You only need to show me once. There is no need to teach me. I will show you the difference between a true genius and a commoner." Hansen spoke all of his words with powerful confidence. The very high leader was completely enraged by what Hansen told him. His face turned cold as he said, "Sure. I am keen to see just how much of a genius you are." God watched these 2 people with interest but did not stop Hansen or the others from arguing. The very high leader thought for a while. He finally put out 5 of his fingers. A blurry rainbow-colored ball of light was in his hand. He looked at Hansen and said, "This is a Geno art called 7 Light. It is a beginner Geno art. Do I need to teach you that?" No. Hansen looked at the blurry ball of light and cast his Danshin Sutra. Countless universal cogwheels spun around in Hansen's eyeballs. "It really is just a beginner Geno art," Hansen said with a look of disdain. "It is a bit too easy. Why don't you swap it for one with greater difficulty? You should learn this one first," the very high leader coldly said. "It won't be too late to learn the other ones later." Although it was just a beginner Geno art, 7 Light Geno art was a difficult one to train with. Sometimes even butterfly or true god class elites could not make use of it. The 7 Light Geno art was difficult because it required 7 different powers that combined into one. Ordinary creatures did not have 7 element powers to command. Even a true god elite who did not have many different elemental powers could not make use of 7 Light. In the universe at large, it was rare to see a creature with more than 1 element at its command. 3 elements were as rare as a phoenix feather or a Kirin scale. 7 element people were so rare that no one had heard about them. The very high had a special skill to practice 7 Light, but they did not actually carry 7 elements. "Go and change it." Hansen randomly waved his hand, which presented a blurry rainbow-colored ball of light. It was the same as the very high leader's 7 Light. The very high leader was shocked. He stared at Hansen. He wanted to know if his 7 Light was a true one. Some xenogeniacs that were good at playing tricks were able to perform illusions that looked fairly authentic. Hansen could tell what the very high leader was thinking. Hansen waved his hand and cast 7 Light on the very high leader. The very high leader cast the 7 Light from his hand too. Boom! 2 7 Lights hit each other in the air and exploded. The rainbow halo exploded like a sun. It was so bright that no one could see momentarily. It took a while for things to go back to normal. It really is 7 Light. The very high leader looked conflicted. He remembered that when he was small, it took him a whole week to practice 7 Light. He broke the record for the very high, and his father even complimented him. That was a rare thing. Now, Hansen had only seen it once. He did not have to read a book, study, or toil over learning it. He could not believe it. Maybe he had already learned 7 light before. That was what the very high leader wanted to believe. He said to Hansen, if you think 7 light is too easy, then allow me to present something even harder. That was what I was trying to tell you earlier. Hansen smiled at him. It did not really matter what Geno art the very high leader presented to Han Senator as long as one was displayed, Hansen could analyze and simulate it with his Dongxian Sutra. The very high leader was primitive class, but Hansen was larva class. Simulating his skills was far easier. Although it was not 100% accurate, reaching 80 or 90% was expected each time. The very high leader thought, these two people are very weird. I do not know where these xenogeneics came from, but it looks like they know a lot about the very high. If I use a very high Geno art, he might have learned it before. Suddenly, the very high leader's eyes turned bright. He looked at the butterfly lady and said, Butterfly lady, please show him your butterfly shadow. Let him see. Butterfly shadow was a Geno art that only the butterfly lady knew. There were no similar Geno arts in the very high, so he did not believe Hansen could learn it. The butterfly lady listened to the very high leader. She immediately cast butterfly shadow and emitted a sky full of butterflies. They were like countless petals. Should I tell you that the butterfly lady's butterfly shadow? Before the very high leader finished his sentence, Hansen waved his hand. He also emitted a sky full of butterflies, just like the butterfly lady's butterfly shadow. How is that possible? Screamed the butterfly lady and the very high leader at the same time. It was hard to believe. Fortunately, this is just a 20-year-old very high leader. If it was the very high leader of the present, it would not be so easy to trick him. Hansen felt a modicum of relief, which led him to sigh. Very high leader stared at Hansen and asked, Can you really learn Geno arts from just a glance? Not quite, Hansen casually said. Some of the more difficult Geno arts require me to spend some time researching. Simple Geno arts like those I can learn on a whim. Simple? Very high leader could not determine what that meant. Very high leader had a strange expression as he asked, For you, mister, what is a Geno art that is hard? Like your race's very high sense, Hansen said. That is a very difficult Geno art. Very high leader felt more comfortable hearing that. At least the very high had one Geno art that commanded the man's respect. Then, Hansen added another sentence. If there is a way, I can practice it in 10 days to half a month. After Hansen said that, very high leader could not help but feel angry. He coldly asked, Do you really think you can learn very high sense in 10 days or half a month? I suppose so. Anyway, it would not take me any longer than a month. Hansen looked at him with much disdain. Fine. 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 Let's do very high sense. I have a very high sense Geno art here. I will give you the instructions. If you can practice it within a month, you can do anything to me. Very high leader was angry. Sure. That sounds like a good deal. Hansen agreed to the bet, which made him more than pleased. For Hansen, very high sense was something he could only simulate 30% to 40%. A high-class Geno art like that was really difficult to simulate. Learning very high sense within a month was impossible. That sort of bet was one that Hansen was going to lose, but he did not mind winning or losing that bet. With this bet, and the few hours that remained, very high leader would not kill the butterfly lady. That meant Hansen would win his bet with God. That was the result he ultimately wanted. Very high leader was furious. He brought out a Geno art. It was a Geno art that came with very high sense. It required very high sense as a base for it. Otherwise, one was unable to learn it. Hansen was not able to learn it with ease, but he did not plan on learning it. He only needed very high leader to not kill the butterfly lady for the rest of the day. God observed this very interesting turn of events, but was not going to stop it. When Hansen and the very high leader struck this bet, God smiled and said, "Your skill at turning the tables is something quite magical. If this was the first time I had seen this, you might have won. It is a shame that someone already tried making use of the same trick before you. I am not going to lose to this same trick a second time." Who did this last time? Was it Han Jingzi? Hansen asked with curiosity. It was not Han Jingji. It was that guy from Sacred. He was just like you. I thought I was already going to win because I pushed him into a losing position, but he knew how to turn the tables the same way you did. He went along with what happened. By doing so, he reversed the entire thing. It looked like God was trying to remember what happened. A small smile formed on its mouth as it said, "But you are too unlucky. You were not the first person to use this sort of trick before me. Therefore, I suspect you are going to lose. We have not even had a result yet. How do you think I will end up losing?" After saying that, Hansen felt a chill. You are right. It is not the end yet. Perhaps you will lose, too. God nodded with seriousness. It sounded as if it was apologizing for what it said. Hansen didn't speak. He pretended to study the Geno art that very high leader gave him. He wanted to know what kind of trick God could perform to promote a turnabout. Hansen didn't know if very high leader would kill the butterfly lady, but over the next few hours, he probably had no intention of killing her. God did not do anything special to incite or lure very high leader. God merely started reading very high sense. Very high leader heard it for a while. Eventually, his face changed to one of rage. He asked, "Where did you steal very high sense off my race? You are going to kill me, anyway. Does it matter where I stole it from? I do have a few questions, and I am hoping you can help me." Before very high leader could respond, God went on to say, "Very high sense features a sentence that reads, 'Forget myself and I will become everyone.' What does that mean?" "This is a secret of my race," very high leader coldly said. "How could I tell you that?" God did not mind and kept talking. "From what I can understand, regarding forgetting myself, it is not really about forgetting yourself. It is like a give and take sort of thing. When facing benefits, we use our benefits to help others. We use our hearts to treat others nicely. That way, they will all treat you like family. That is why there is a saying like, 'Forget myself and I will become everyone.' No. If the other side only comes close because of benefits, even if they treat you like family, it does not really count for you," very high leader tried to object. "I see. Then, how about whatever possibility is true? How do you explain that?" God did not talk about the butterfly lady. He spoke about very high sense with very high leader. God was just going to teach, but the question he had was that same as very high leader. He could not help but object to God. As they were both talking, very high leader had many inspirations. There were many things he did not understand, but he was now able to understand it all. His mind had improved. Hansen felt terrible. He thought he had found a decent plan to stall very high leader from doing anything brash, but very high leader was becoming inspired by God. His very high sense had become stronger, and he understood the world far more. He had become smarter. Or, he had become less and less human. He only followed the rules to do things now, so it was hard to make sure he would not kill the butterfly lady. Hansen did not understand what very high forget love meant, but everyone knew the very high did not possess the capacity for love. They could abandon their bodies to combine with the universe. What else could they give up? While he was talking to God, very high leader looked more and more serious. His eyes looked very calm. Hansen was worried. What can I do? Hansen was suddenly unable to find a way to overcome this. Everything God said followed some sort of rule. It made Hansen feel as if he was in a lot of trouble. It was like rowing a boat upstream. Nothing was going well. Hansen understood that it was because God could control the rules of the world and the hearts of the people. Fighting it face to face was impossible. God could not be beaten. Hansen looked at the butterfly lady. He was thinking of something. So, I need to use my sword and fight tooth and nail to save this situation. God seemed to understand what Hansen was thinking and coldly said, "It is futile." Have you heard of representing general trends? The general means nature, like how fire does not have a shape. You cannot see the wind. Water can flow. Every substance has its own nature. Once you catch that nature, whatever chances come will never leave it. It seems like there are a lot of changes, but in the end, it will always return to its nature. Hansen knew what God was saying. It meant very high leader was originally an emotionless person. No matter what Hansen did, he could not change who he was. He also could not change the situation they were in. How do you know if he is fire, or wind, or water? Hansen did not agree with what God was saying. He turned his eyes, looked at God, and noticed very high leader, who was next to God, was petrified. His body had a rhythm. It was like his entire body was connected to the sky, ground, and universe. Actually, one could say they were combined. It seemed like very high leader had become a part of the universe. He was a part of the universe's machine. The feeling was increasing. It made very high leader's presence become colder and colder. It was like he was not a sensitive creature of high intelligence. He was just a cold machine. Surprisingly, God did not object to what Hansen said and said something that could mean two things. I want to know if he is fire, wind, or water too. Hansen did not understand what God meant, but it seemed as if very high leader understood him. His very high sense mind had become stronger. It kept increasing over a short time. He was almost as strong as a butterfly deified now. Although it was just his mind increasing, his body was still primitive class. It was still enough for his heart to change. Hansen thought, even very high leader has reached very high forget love level. There is no need for him to keep the butterfly lady around. Plus, he cannot defeat the butterfly lady. Although Hansen had a way that could enable him to get things over with and end the entire bet, with God near, that method was difficult to achieve. It does not matter how much you think. Why don't you just gamble with your luck? Sit back and see if he is fire, water, or wind? God smiled at Hansen as he spoke. Could you at least tell me what the original ending was like? Hansen asked God. If he chose the small love and the small relationship, how could he end up becoming the leader of the very high? You should have known that, God said. Hansen nodded. In fact, he had already guessed this. He still thought very high leader would not kill the butterfly lady so soon. But things were always unpredictable. This was now a gamble that hinged on his luck. No. You cannot gamble with luck. To use luck when gambling against God, even if I gambled 10,000 times, I would not win once. I need to find a strategy that can ensure my victory. Hansen's brain spun fast. He could not think of a way in a short amount of time. With God near, using force would not work. But he was not God, so he could not control the wills and the ways of someone's heart. That was much harder for him to win. Hansen wanted to question him, so he asked. Can you tell me how Han Jingji won? God went silent for a moment but surprisingly said, he did not do anything. He only made the right choice. Therefore, he won. So, you are saying he won a gamble through luck? Hansen did not believe that. God nodded and said, it really was that way. Hansen did not believe that was how Han Jingji won. He thought this might be God trying to lure him in and gamble via his luck. What did you guys gamble on before? Were you also judging a creature's fate? Hansen asked. He was trying to gather more information. Not just one, God replied. There were 11. Hansen's heart jumped. 11? That number is very close to the number of people there were on the 7th team. Does that mean? Hansen held the excitement in his heart. He smiled and said, "You guys were able to gamble like that. If I knew we could gamble like that, I would have selected a few more. It would have given me more chances to win." God shook its head and said, "We gambled 11 rounds. If he lost one round, he was to become my slave. But he did not lose a single round." Han Jingji won 11 rounds? What did you guys gamble about? How could he win so easily? Hansen asked with shock. He could not imagine Han Jingji winning 11 rounds against God. Hansen was having a hard enough time beating God once. "We gambled that 11 humans would make a wish to me," God said. He said 10 people would make a wish and 1 would not. He was correct. Only 1 human he chose did not make a wish to me. It did not sound like God was ashamed of losing the bet. Hansen's heart was jumping like it was insane. That is right. They must have been the people from the 7th team. The one who did not make a wish was Gu Qingqing. Hansen still could not imagine how Han Jingji was able to guess those wishes. Who would make a wish, and who would not make a wish? According to the theory, if Han Jingji guessed the people who would make a wish, God would not try and tempt them. Regarding the person Han Jingji thought would not make a wish, God would try and tempt them. In this situation, Han Jingji guessed them all correctly. That was too weird. Hansen remembered the Ning family's second father used to say that Han Jingji told him not to make a wish, but second father still made a wish. How did Han Jingji guess that? While Hansen was talking to God, Very High Leader's eyes opened wide. This time, Very High Leader was like a completely different person. Although his face and body did not look different and his power had not increased, his presence felt totally different. It made him look like a completely different person. Every movement of the Very High made Hansen feel weird. It was like he had seen this somewhere before, but it was not the same. Suddenly, Hansen was shocked. This presence. Why does it look like the guy who calls himself God, HM? Aside from this God in front of me. He looks like the guy called Qing Jun. Hansen was checking out Very High Leader. They looked so similar, but it was just the presence that was similar. There was a difference. If Very High Sense is practiced to mastery, do people become like those gods? Hansen guessed. I think that must be right. Every elite of a race that goes into the Geno Hall becomes like those gods. Hansen was still thinking when Very High Leader looked at him and said, "The gamble between us has finished here. I will take it as a loss." When Hansen heard that, he knew Very High Leader had already escaped the mental struggle he had found himself in. After saying that, Very High Leader walked over to the butterfly lady. Hansen felt terrible. At this time, Very High Leader's mind has reached Very High Forget Love level. If he really wants to achieve sky and men combined together, does he have to cut off all other thoughts? Will he kill the butterfly lady? Although Hansen knew things were not going well, he had no other choice. With God there, he couldn't stop Very High Leader. Will I have to become a slave for a century? Hansen's brain quickly spun. He hoped to find a chance. The butterfly lady saw that Very High Leader was no longer looking like he was in his right mind. She sadly looked at him and said, "Are you really going to kill me?" Very High Leader shook his head. "I have already learned the secrets of Very High Forget Love. Through the flow of time, favor, grudges, and love are not enough to leave a mark in my heart. From now on, there will be no more connection between you and me. We are just strangers. Go. The sky is big, and the ground is big. You will always find somewhere else to be in outer sky." Hansen was shocked. He thought he had underestimated Very High Leader. He now understood. He did get the secrets of Very High Sense, but at a deeper level than Hansen presumed. He really did let go of all else. Even the butterfly lady could not keep him there. Am I that lucky? Did I just win the bet? Hansen did not believe God would let him win the bet that easily. He looked at God. He saw God was still watching on with interest. It was not going to stop what was happening. It was like nothing mattered to it, and it was merely there to watch. Hansen tested him by asking, "Are you not going to convince him?" "No. Everything is going according to plan. I just hope the story will not be disappointing." God was speaking to Hansen but kept watching Very High Leader and the Butterfly Lady. God was like a young man watching a sad drama and was going to get emotional by simply watching. Hansen saw God was looking like he was not going to do anything, but he thought he would win. So, he looked at Very High Leader and the Butterfly Lady. He tried to find out why God was feeling so confident. Very High Leader did not want to kill. He treated the Butterfly Lady like a stranger. He said what he had to and got ready to leave. Suddenly, the Butterfly Lady laughed very loudly. That laugh was very spiking to the eardrums. Hansen felt itchy by just hearing her. His skin flared with a bevy of goosebumps. Seeing the Butterfly Lady spread her wings, she looked into the sky and laughed sharply. The substance chains on her were like countless butterfly shadows. They surrounded her. It was like a butterfly of death coming at them from the underworld. "Are you leaving just like that?" The Butterfly Lady ceased smiling. Her eyes had a scary light. She was confronting Very High Leader. "You should learn to let go and move on," Very High Leader coldly said. His heart did not seem to contain the compassion it once did. No matter what the Butterfly Lady did, she could not make him feel anything. The Butterfly Lady pointed at Very High Leader and shouted, "You said it like it was so easy. Have you spared a moment to think about me? Those of the love butterfly mate for life. If we get abandoned by our spouse, we have to die alone. If you just dump me like this, what is the difference between that and killing me?" Hansen finally understood why God was feeling so confident. God's target from the very beginning was not Very High Leader. It was the Butterfly Lady. Hansen thought about how things had been developing. The Butterfly Lady had been forced to this level. She was a part of everything that was going on. My practice really was not enough. I have been tricked by God ever since the beginning. I never did one up over God's plans. Hansen knew that he had sorely lost this time. But the Butterfly Lady was still alive. There was still a chance for him to turn the tables. Although it would be difficult, a chance was a chance. "Sorry," Very High Leader coldly said. His apology made the Butterfly Lady even more enraged. The Butterfly Lady screeched and asked, "If I am dying anyway, why should I die alone? I should have you die with me. Let's see how you will truly leave me." The Butterfly Lady's face looked crazy. Her butterfly shadow was like the shadow of a reaper's scythe headed for Very High Leader. The Butterfly-class Butterfly Lady was powerful. Although Very High Leader had learned Very High Sense's secrets, his power was still primitive. He couldn't fight against the Butterfly-class Butterfly Lady. It was just a reflection, but Very High Leader's body had been dealt with many cuts that were scary to see. They were given by the butterfly shadow. God blood came out of his wounds. "If Very High Leader is murdered, does that mean you lose?" Hansen asked God. Yes, God nodded and continued looking at Very High Leader and Butterfly Lady fighting with interest. "Then, aren't you going to save him?" Hansen attempted asking. He wanted to know what God was currently calculating to see Very High Leader be able to kill the Butterfly Lady. "There is no need," God coldly said. "Life and death should just be let be. I have done my part. The choices made are now theirs to create." Hansen couldn't find out anything. He looked at the battleground, thinking about how Very High Leader was going to defeat the Butterfly Lady. No matter how he viewed matters, the Butterfly Lady was suppressing Very High Leader. He wasn't standing a chance. The Butterfly Lady's power was very unique. She was not like an ordinary xenogeniac. Her powers contained death elements and emotional elements, and her geno arts were also very weird. Even if Hansen fought her, he was not sure if he would be able to kill her. Very High Leader was only 20 years and had just become primitive. He couldn't defeat the Butterfly Lady. He might have ended up being killed by the Butterfly Lady. Many butterfly shadows riddled Very High Leader's body with lesions. Even when using Very High Sense at its best, he was unable to block the Butterfly Lady's power. Very High Leader tried teleporting. When he teleported, his body was hit by the butterfly shadow. He dropped out of teleporting. The butterfly shadows that kept appearing and disappearing were like the death butterflies everywhere harvesting lives. They were surrounding Very High Leader, and they kept cutting up his body. Pang! Very High Leader's body hit a branch of the star tree. God blood spilled from out of his mouth. The god blood that had been bleeding dyed his armor red. He was half sitting and half leaning against the star tree. Very High Leader looked as if he was dying. Now, come back to me, and I might still let you live. I can spare your life. The Butterfly Lady was in front of the Very High Leader. Death butterflies surrounded her. They were creating a weird butterfly path that led to the underworld. If Very High Leader said no, it seemed as if Very High Leader would go to that underworld that no life could enter. I have already told you that you and I are mere strangers now, Very High Leader said while wiping the blood from his mouth. He spoke coldly while sitting against the star tree. Then, you and I should die together. The Butterfly Lady moved her body. The death butterflies were everywhere. They were going to the Very High Leader, who could no longer battle. The sky full of deathly butterfly shadows was like an underworld river flooding toward Very High Leader. They peeled off his flesh. Even his god body could not withstand the butterfly shadow's power. His entire body, up and down, had been ravaged to display the bones inside. Hansen was not happy about this. Clearly, things could not be over that simple. God had planned for every twist and turn and would not lose the bet on this seemingly expected outcome. Blurg. God blood was dyeing the whole land red. Seeing Very High Leader was about to become a pile of bones, the Butterfly Lady suddenly spat out her own torrent of god blood. It looked like she had been heavily damaged. The sky full of butterfly shadows was now gone. Hansen was not surprised. He quietly looked at the Butterfly Lady, wanting to see what had happened. The Butterfly Lady seemed to be suffering vast amounts of pain. She generated a butterfly shadow to cut Very High Leader's body. Every time the butterfly shadow cut Very High Leader, the Butterfly Lady herself was bleeding as well. Her damage was just as much as the damage Very High Leader was taking. Very High Leader's body had almost become a skeleton that had no flesh on it. His face still didn't change. He looked at the Butterfly Lady and said, "You are a love butterfly. A butterfly will only fall in love once in their entire life. That contract has you bound to me already. That means we will live and die together. Hurting me means hurting yourself too. Why are you doing this? As I said, if you are going to dump me, we can both go to hell." The Butterfly Lady looked terrible as she spoke. Her expression was determined but weird. There was no other way for her to proceed. Many butterfly shadows flew over the Very High Leader. They sliced and diced what remained of Very High Leader's body. The blood in the Butterfly Lady's mouth was spilling out with less control as time went by. She was looking worse and worse. It looked as if her injuries were no better than Very High Leader. A butterfly can only have one relationship in their entire life, huh? I do not know if I should be sad or instead admire the loyalty and determination of one who can commit for so long. God was getting very emotional by watching the two, who were in love but killing each other. It sighed and said, "This is sadder than anything else." Hansen was thinking, "Weren't you the one to make this happen?" God seemed to know what Hansen was thinking and seriously said, "This was still entirely their decision. I only gave them the options of how to proceed. They could have selected a better ending, but it is a shame they had to choose the most upsetting route. But because of that, life becomes more meaningful. Life without love and hatred is very boring. God continued to sigh. That is just what you think, Hansen said. I am pretty sure most people just want their life to be comfortable and without excitement. They don't want the drama and heartbreak of complex love. God looked at Hansen and asked. Is that it? According to what you are saying, you only have to find a random and rare system. With your power, you can control everything and live your life safely. If that was true, why must you go everywhere you can to experience as much danger as possible? Hansen was suddenly speechless. He did not know how to answer that. Life is pretty because of greed, and love, hatred, and relationships are the prettiest flowers of the tree of greed. Watching it now, the most beautiful sad flower is soon to open. That is very rare. You should just remain focused and admire it. God focused its attention on Very High Leader and the Butterfly Lady, who were in the middle of loving each other and killing each other. God's face looked serious. It was like it was watching the ending of a very sad movie. Hansen did not have time to focus on God. Otherwise, he would end up watching tears fall from God's eyes. God seemed to be very touched by the unfolding tragedy. What to do? The Butterfly Lady and Very High Leader are going to end up killing themselves. According to the wager, the Butterfly Lady will be dying because of Very High Leader. That means I will lose the bet. Hansen's heart flashed through many thoughts. He was trying to think of how to stop Very High Leader and the Butterfly Lady from dying together. Seeing the Butterfly Lady's face, she seemed determined to die with Very High Leader. She was throwing her life away, and Hansen did not know how to make her stop. At this time, Hansen did not care much anymore. His body had a substance God liked. He was going to stop the Butterfly Lady. He was not going to do anything that had her die with Very High Leader. Hansen used all of his power to teleport over there. Before his body did that, he felt as if his body had been restricted by some invisible power. He could not go further than half a step. That is the stage, God coldly said. Stay in the audience seats and watch the action unfold. It is quite a remarkable tragedy. It is beautiful. It is art. How could you think of destroying it? Although Hansen knew God would not permit him to interfere, at this time, he still felt very sad. Seeing that the Butterfly Lady and Very High Leader were severely injured, it wouldn't be long before they died together. Although Hansen could not move his body, he did not want to give up just yet. He shouted at the Butterfly Lady, "Butterfly Lady! It does not matter if you hate or love him, but if he treats you like this and you treat him like that, don't you think you are being too nice?" The Butterfly Lady was almost insane. Aside from Very High Leader, it seemed as if she could not see or hear anything. Seeing the Butterfly Lady not move, Hansen continued to shout, "Look at him now. Does it look like he regrets what he has done? He does not know your pain. He does not know that your pain is worse than death. If you kill him now, that means you are setting him free. Do you really want that?" The Butterfly Lady stopped. Her face was sad and pale as she looked back at Hansen. She stared at Hansen and asked, "How can I make him suffer and die as painfully alone as I will?" Hansen saw the Butterfly Lady respond to him and was happy, but he was holding it in not to answer immediately. He paused for a while and said, "In your heart, he is your favorite. The pain of having the favorite be taken away is something only you can feel right now. You must make him feel the same pain. Only then will it be as meaningful. But I already mean nothing to him. How am I supposed to make him feel this pain?" The Butterfly Lady sounded full of hatred. "So, if you were dead, it would not matter to him. You must take something away from him that he loves. Only then will he realize the pain he has caused you." Hansen tried to entice her. The Butterfly Lady's eyes turned bright. She stared at Hansen as she asked, "Do you know what he likes the most?" "Of course," Hansen said. "Of course, I know. Isn't what he loves the most is what has taken him away from you?" "What?" The Butterfly Lady did not understand Hansen. He gave you up because he was looking for the path of sky and men combined together, Hansen said. If you break the path he wants to pursue, wouldn't that make him feel more pain than death? The butterfly lady gnashed her teeth as she asked, won't killing him sever that path? No, no, no. If you kill him, he won't feel anything, Hansen said. He needs to remain alive, but without hope. He needs to feel as hopeless as you do now, that you have been abandoned. Only then will he feel the pain. The butterfly lady's eyes turned bright as she asked, how do I make him feel hopeless and full of pain? Hansen knew that he had finally gotten through to the butterfly lady. He looked at God next to him. He saw God just sit there and watch like a member of the audience. God was not going to prohibit Hansen from trying. Hansen took a deep breath and said, stopping him is not that hard. You just need to destroy his genoart and body. Take him with you and keep him alive. But throughout his whole life, do not allow him to practice again. Have him hover between life and death where he can see his way forward but cannot do anything to venture there. I am sure the pain he suffers will be as grand as yours. That way, you can relish in the pain he feels each and every day. Isn't that better than killing him? Hansen knew this idea he devised would likely shackle him with a lot of bad karma. Given the circumstances, he did not care about that all that much. Allowing the very high to suffer was much better than letting himself become a slave for 100 years. When the butterfly lady heard Hansen, her eyes turned bright. She was almost insanely happy. Her teeth were chattering. She stared at the half-dead very high leader and laughed. Not bad. I want to watch you suffer as bad as I have. I want you to suffer through torture and torment every day. While she was talking, the butterfly lady came before very high leader. She grabbed very high leader, who was now like a skeleton, not caring for the fact he had blood everywhere. She held him in her arms like a baby. She flapped her wings and flew into the mountains. It looks like your plan failed. Hansen felt weird. God did not stop the butterfly lady from leaving. Yes, you win, God said with a nod. Hansen was shocked. He looked at God for a while. The bet was not over yet. God could still perform one last twist of the knife. With God's mind, tricks, and powers, Hansen did not believe there was nothing more it could do. Hansen looked at God as he asked, aren't you even going to try? There is still more time. Of course, he was not trying to sway God. He was just worried about God having another conspiracy in the works. He didn't want the rug pulled from under him. God smiled. There is no need. I want to watch and find out what the ending is, but there won't be enough time. So, let's end it here. You win the bet. Can you give water to me now? Hansen asked. Of course. You go back first. I will stay here and watch the ending alone. God waved a hand. Hansen felt the sky and the ground spin. He experienced another painful teleport. When his body returned to normal, he was already back upon God's farm. That God was so weird. It was willing to lose all because it wanted to watch the ending. But that is not a bad thing. Otherwise, I have no idea who would have ended up winning. Although Hansen had won the bet, the pressure put upon him by God had not been reduced. In the past, when he was facing King, Empty God, and other scary God spirits, Hansen did not feel so pressured. That weird-looking God, which did not look so scary, did not give him pressure. That was not because God's power was stronger than his. It was the invisible, mental pressure. It was a natural reaction to feel when one subconsciously felt danger. So far, to make Hansen feel this form of crisis, only God had been able to do it. Hansen thought he might have to wait for a long time. After an hour, God returned and approached Hansen with tears in its eyes. That fast? Did the butterfly lady go mad and kill very high leader? Hansen was shocked. God seemed to know what Hansen was thinking and said, I only fast-forwarded time. I went to watch their grim ending. You still won the bet. What was the end like? Hansen asked with curiosity. You are not going to like it, God coldly said. It did not tell him the ending of the butterfly lady and very high leader story. Hansen looked at God, who had taken over Wanner's body, and asked, Now, can you give Wanner back to me? Sure, God said with a nod. Where would you like to go? Let's go. What does that mean? Are you going to break the promise? Hansen asked with a frown. If God was betraying the deal, there was nothing he could do about it. I only promised to give you Wanner. I never said I would exit her body. God smiled and spoke as if it was the one in the right. When Hansen heard that, he froze. He knew he would not beat God with such word games. The most important thing was the simple fact that God had more power. The one who had more power was the one Hansen could not beat. He could not properly object. Hansen was going to stop talking. Taking a Wanner that had been taken over by God was worse than not bringing her back at all. It would only make Lone Bamboo even sadder. God seemed to know what Hansen was thinking. He coldly said, I am planning to travel through the universe. So, how about this? You can be my tour guide. In 6 months, I will give you the complete Wanner. Hansen's face did not look any better following that. Being with such a dangerous god for half a year made Hansen unsure of how he might end up dead. Of course, you could give her up, but that would be your decision to give up Wanner, God said. That would not be me breaking a promise. Hansen gnashed his teeth. Sure. But no more bets over the next half a year while you're with me. And, you cannot ask me to make wishes. Sure. God smiled and nodded. It did not waste time thinking. Hansen looked at God with a complex look. He knew this was dangerous, but it was now the only way to save Wanner. With God's scary power, unless his power was enough to breach the Geno Hall, there was no other way for him to get Wanner back. This bet was only won through luck. It was the reason why he had won. If he had to do it again, Hansen was not sure if he would win. Hansen thought, how did Han Jingji beat him 11 times before? Let's go. Where are we going next? God looked at Hansen with interest. Where would you like to go? Hansen glumly asked. I will take you there. Your home. What God said made Hansen's mouth drop open. He could not close it. Hansen's mind flashed through many ideas. Is my home someplace you can go to? Even if I could, I would not take you there. That is like inviting a wolf into a room. No, that is not like inviting a wolf into a room. It is like inviting God into a room. Gods are much scarier than wolves, but where can I take him? My body cannot be an adult for much longer. I will be a child soon. Then, it will be worse. In the past, Hansen was worried that his body would become a child, but he did not change. He only noticed when he returned to God's farm that the time he came back was the same as the time when he went in. He was able to guess why he had not already turned into a child. Regarding why God came out late, Hansen did not understand. In the Extreme King's garden, Hansen was sitting reading books. The lady who looked like Wanner was sitting nearby watching him. Hansen's eyebrows noticeably rose. After a while of enduring the gaze, he could not help but ask Wanner, who was actually God in disguise, can you not look at me like that? God had been looking at him for a long time. Even as a god, the being should have been tired of watching all of that. After agreeing to bring God home, Hansen had no choice but to bring God to the Extreme King. God had also noticed the fact that Hansen had become smaller. God smiled and said, only you are interesting here. If I don't stare at you, what else can I look at? Extreme King elites are everywhere, such as by King and those elders. They are very interesting elites. Feel free to stare at them. Hansen obscenely sold out the Extreme King. I am tired of looking at them, God said. Hansen was speechless. If Bai King learned someone had said that about him, he wondered what he would think. The universe is so big. Powerful nobles and xenogeniacs exist everywhere. You can go check them out. Hansen felt sad as he spoke. I am not invincible. It is not like I can watch whoever I want. I, at least, need to find some interesting creatures. Then, I can go see them, God patiently explained. Hansen did not know what else to say, so he casually said, if you like seeing other creatures that much, it would be nice if there was a Geno being scroll fight to watch. You could watch them all. When God heard what Hansen said, it nodded and said, your suggestion is not bad. We can have another Geno being scroll fight, but the Geno being scroll fights are fairly boring. The creatures that fight aren't even God class. There should be a God fight instead. Are you serious? Hansen looked at God with shock. Hansen had never heard of the Geno being scroll opening on a whim. In the past, it was supposed to be once every 100 years, and the highest rank allowed in were kings. The last Geno being scroll bouts ended a few years ago. There was still a long time to go until 100 years had gone by. The Geno being scroll should not have been able to open again so soon. Yet God wanted there to be a Geno being scroll fight now, and one for beings that were God class. Hansen really didn't believe it. If God could randomly start Geno being scroll fights, then why, in the past and across all of time, had nothing like this happened before? As a god, never lying is one of the most basic rules, God said. The being reached out a hand and brought a notebook out of nowhere. Then, God started writing in it. Hansen leaned his head over to take a gander at what was being written, but he noticed the paper in the notebook was blank. The pen was not writing down anything. While Hansen was confused over what God hoped to do, he suddenly heard the thunder roll through space. Suddenly, the entire universe went dark. Every creature in the entire universe was shocked. The sky was pitch black. One could not even see their fingers. Suddenly, a big boom sounded. He didn't know what was happening. Some low-life creatures that had not developed were madly running around. They did not know what was happening. They thought it was the end of the world. Suddenly, there was a crack in space. An ancient temple appeared. It looked like the Geno Hall. It inched its way out of the crack. What is happening? Why has the Geno Hall suddenly appeared now? Did another god just die? But no way. I did not see another god sadness. Did someone trigger a lantern fight? I don't think so. I do not see anyone triggering a lantern fight for ownership of a race lantern. Many deified elites across several different races were confused. They were looking at the Geno Hall, which was floating in space. This time, when the Geno Hall appeared, it was different from how it usually appeared. When the Geno Hall revealed itself completely, the gate slowly opened. The light inside the gates was very bright. People could only see bright, godly lights manifest from beyond the gate. One could not really see what was inside the God Hall. Inside that very bright godly light, something came out from the God Hall. When everyone clearly saw what it was, they were knocked into shock. It was a scroll. Is that the Geno being scroll? It does not quite look the same. The Geno being scroll fights happened a few years ago. Why is it happening again so soon? What is happening here? Bai King stood atop his god tower. He frowned and looked at the scroll unfurling in the sky. On an unknown small planet, an old man who was a fortune teller frowned while looking at the scroll. What the hell? Why would a Geno being scroll appear now? Inside the palace of a red dwarf star, there was a man who looked like a king. He was looking at the scroll in the sky with interest. Inside a black hole, the demon Alpha, who had been practicing with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He stared at the scroll in the sky. At the peak of Empty Mountain, a green-haired beast and a woman looked at this weird scene unfold with shock. The scroll slowly opened up. There was shiny text on it. No one was able to read the words, but every creature was somehow able to understand the meaning. Even the people from the undeveloped races were able to understand what the words meant. The feeling was like someone was standing aloft in space and reading it, but no one heard the sounds. A godly voice that could not be heard echoed throughout the universe. The Geno God list is open. All God-class creatures are eligible to join. The first 100 can be kept inside the Geno God list and be handsomely rewarded. Hansen was frozen. He could not believe that something he had randomly said could instigate universe-wide changes. When he saw the rewards, his heart jumped. That was especially true of the reward for those in the first place. If there were a chance, Hansen would fight for his life to claim that prize. Hansen thought, I believe that prize would tempt the deified elites of the entire universe. It was not just his heart that was jumping. Every deified elite in the entire universe was going crazy. The rest on the list did not matter much, but the first place reward was a god's personality. They could become god spirits. That was the dream of most deified elites. Unfortunately, entering the Geno Hall was too hard. Approximately 99% of true gods died while attempting to go in. No one dared to try to go in on a whim. Now, they just needed to win first place in the latest fights to become god spirits. The difficulty had been significantly reduced. Even if people did not achieve the first place, the rewards behind it were still quite good. It made the elites who were not deified very tempted. Boom! Seeing the empty Geno God list shine, countless amounts of starlight flew across the universe. Hansen saw starlight come before him. It was an invitation to the Geno God fight. Pretty much every deified in the universe received the same starlight. Hansen's finger touched the starlight. The starlight turned into a dot of starlight on his fingertip. Following Hansen's wish, the starlight formed two words, human dollar. In the next moment, starlight flew back into the skies and returned to the Geno God list. The Geno God list now had human dollar on it. Almost at the exact same time, Hansen saw many names appear on the Geno God list. Hansen looked at them. He saw many familiar names. Empty Mountain. Golden Growler. Is that Golden Growler? When Hans saw the name, he was taken aback. Although Hansen was excited to see his little gold, he was worried little gold had forgotten about him. Why disguise as a human? You are xenogenic. God looked at Hansen with interest. I like doing that. Hansen did not explain any further, but he felt surprised and thought, after I became xenogenic, not even God can see that my true body is human. That is surprising. It is good that God thinks I am just disguising myself. Otherwise, with God's suspicions of humans, something might have happened. In the palace situated inside a red dwarf, a few blue-blooded men bowed before a king. Legion leader, the Geno God list has suddenly appeared. This is a great opportunity for our legion. If we can achieve first place and claim the God Spirit seat, it will be great for our legion. Then, we will let Lu Lai join the Geno God fight, the man coldly said. On Empty Mountain's peak, the green-haired growler screamed excitedly. God helped out Empty Mountain. Little Mountain leader has only just become true God. Now, this chance has arisen. This time, Little Mountain leader must achieve first place to become a God Spirit and earn glory for all of Empty Mountain. All across the universe, many scary elites were aiming for first place on the God list. Only the old fortune teller lowered his head and frowned, thinking of something. He didn't speak. In the Extreme King, many deified elites signed up. Even if they didn't achieve first place, getting into the top 100 enabled them to receive many benefits. The three high races were not interested in the Geno being scroll. They would not join those. This time, the Geno God list was something many deified elites of the three high races would participate in. Hansen thought the Geno universe only had a few thousand deified elites at the most. In the Geno God list, there were at least 10,000 names. Plus, some deified elites had selected not to join. There were many more deified elites in the Geno universe than Han Sen had believed there to be. Han Sen did not expect to achieve first place. After all, his power was not enough to battle a true god elite yet. If he could get into the top 100, he would not be disappointed. Let me see what the rewards are for reaching the top 100. It is pretty generous. The first 100 can receive a true god item. Han Sen felt as if he must work hard. A true god treasure was always good for him to have. The most important thing Han Sen needed now was for him to become butterfly class. Being larva class did not allow him to remain as an adult for long. When he had the body of a child, he could not activate the powers inside him. He could not fight strong elites. I need 20 more deified genes to reach a maximum of 100. It looks like I will be too late to join the first god fight. I hope the first fight is not against some scary elite. Just give me a primitive or something. Just let me go through the first fight with ease. Han Sen planned on going to 9 Defense Palace to kill deified xenogeneics and absorb their genes. 9 Defense Palace could only be entered alone, so Han Sen asked God to wait in the garden and await his return. Just as Han Sen had entered 9 Defense Palace, he discovered that God had been following. Han Sen did not say anything. The restrictions of 9 Defense Palace were powerful, but to stop a being that called itself God, maybe it was not that great. After Han Sen opened the palace, he walked to room 0038. He saw a xenogeneic locked inside. It was a big black bird with ink feathers. Its eyes were like the sun and moon. One was yellow, and one was red. It looked at Han Sen, which gave him a chill. God looked at the big black bird and said, "Huh. This xenogeneic is weird." "What is weird?" Han Sen shrugged. If God said the xenogeneic was weird, there had to be a problem somewhere. Han Sen always wondered why Bai King granted Han Sen access to 9 Defense Palace. He wondered if it was all part of some grand conspiracy. If there was, he could not identify it. If God really did find out something about all these things, it would be a great help. This xenogeneic does not have a spirit. God looked at the xenogeneic while speaking. Spirit? Han Sen looked at God with confusion. He did not know what that meant. What was a spirit? Everything has a spirit, God said. A spirit is not a soul, but it is similar. All creatures without a spirit can live, but they cannot evolve. I thought evolution depended on a person's genes. Han Sen did not understand. That is correct. The genes are one of the changes that occur within a spirit. With a spirit, genes can mutate. Otherwise, pure, generic gene messages cannot make things mutate. God looked at the blackbird and said, "That is a larva class xenogeneic. If it can become this level, it should have a spirit. But this bird does not have a spirit. That is weird." God was silent for a moment before looking at Han Sen and saying, "This place must have another xenogeneic, right? Take me to have a look." Han Sen wanted to know what happened there as well. He took God to look at the other xenogeneics before he killed them. Because the power of those xenogeneics was stronger than his, he had previously skipped them and did not kill the xenogeneics. There were 3 xenogeneics like that. Han Sen brought God to open one of the palaces. God saw them and immediately said, "A butterfly-class xenogeneic that does not possess a spirit as well. This is so weird." He inspected the other 2 xenogeneics, too. That just made God's face inflected with more curiosity. Interesting. I did not know the Extreme King had such a very interesting place. The xenogeneics here do not have spirits, especially the xenogeneic in Palace 0002. That is a true God class time ghost. It is a very famous, scary xenogeneic. Rarely can a creature of the universe fight it. It does not have a spirit now either. That is interesting. God looked at Time Ghost with interest like a kid looking at toys. Is there a problem with a xenogeniac that does not possess a spirit? Han Sen had eaten many of the xenogeniacs from that place. Although he did not feel anything negative with them, he was worried that it was bad for his body. Aside from the fact they cannot evolve, there is nothing bad about them, God replied and then muttered to itself. Were their spirits taken out by force? If so, how was it achieved? What does it mean? Han Sen killed the ink feather god bird. He did not receive a beast soul. God looked at the xenogeniac that had no spirit. After that, God said nothing more. Han Sen took the ink feather god bird's flesh with him to leave the Nine Defense Palace. He kept refining the flesh while waiting for the god fights to begin. Because there were deified beings that did not accept their invitation to the god fights, it would be another 3 days before the god fights began. For the next 3 days, the deifieds had some time to reconsider their invitation. Han Sen wanted to know if Bai King was going to join the god fights, but he still had not had the chance to meet up with him since his return. Han Sen was looking at the Geno god list for a while, but he did not find Bai King's name there. When Baoing came to teach Han Sen more manners, she carefully asked, "Mr. Holy Baby, are you joining the Geno god list fights?" Ever since what had happened, Baoing was far more polite to Han Sen. Who knows? Maybe. Han Sen answered like it worked both ways. He joined as an adult, and he had used the name Dollar. He did not want the Extreme King to know that. If you do not join, it will be a grand shame. With your power, perhaps you would get into the top 100. Baoing spoke it as if it was a big shame. Clearly, she had seen the Geno god list and not found Holy Baby's name there. After Baoing left, Han Sen did not see God. Ever since they had returned from Nine Defense Palace, God always took off alone. Han Sen did not know where God went. 3 days later, Han Sen was finally able to start fighting. He first took a look at who he was going to go up against. He saw his name and Bar's name matched with it. Is this guy Bar? Han Sen was shocked. He was the one who had pushed Bar to deified, and he knew the might Bar possessed. Although Bar's level was not high, and he was only primitive or transmutation at best, his almost immortal power frequently gave Han Sen a headache. I guess I was lucky to not encounter a true god-class enemy. At least, Han Sen felt safer. Meanwhile, over in the destroyed realm, Bar saw he was being pitted against Dollar. His eyes looked slightly excited as he said, "I can't believe the first fight puts me against Dollar. With the destroyed skills I created, he will be given quite the shock." Jia Robber frowned and said, "Although the skills you created combine your god body elements, it is very powerful. Against Dollar, you should always be careful. That guy is not normal." "I know. But this time it will not be so easy for him to defeat me. With my destroyed skills, there is no way I can lose." Bar was feeling confident. The Geno god list appeared. It made all the creatures in the universe want to watch. It was so rare to see deified elites, and it was even rarer to see them do battle. I thought Geno god list was the same as the Geno being scroll. I thought many tiers would conduct fights at the same time, but it isn't like that. It's a mishmash, and each fight occurs consecutively. That is very good. We won't miss any of the fights. Yeah. Deified level fights are so exciting to watch. If a Geno god list had not suddenly appeared, we would never have had the chance to see them fight. It will be great if I get to watch every fight. Deified class Geno god list is the first place on the god list. That should be the strongest person in the universe. Yes. The strongest person in the universe without a doubt. The two deifieds in the first fight are Bar from the destroyed and the human Dollar. Human Dollar. Why does that name sound so familiar? Ah, that Dollar must have been the one who achieved first place in the Marquise bracket for the Geno being scroll. Yes. It is him. I remember. He defeated Lone Bamboo from Sky Palace and achieved first place in the Marquise bracket. How many years has it been? yet he has already achieved deified class. Isn't that a bit too fast? Human. What kind of race is that? Because there had never been a god fight before, in the first round of the god fights, every creature in the universe gave it all their focus. Hansen had to transform into adult mode to enter the Geno god list. He entered space and saw Bar far away. He was coming at him. In the Red Dwarf Palace, the man who looked like a king was watching Hansen in the Geno god list. It looked as if he was in deep thought. This dollar is so weird. He uses the name human to travel around the universe and hasn't been killed by God. That is special. In a dark world with a broken palace, a weird big bird sighed. Human? That is a familiar and yet strange name. A woman, who was quite pretty, looked at Nine Life Cat and asked, "Old cat, is this dollar really human?" In the sanctuaries, there was a person called Dollar, Old Cat said after thinking for a moment. But how could an ordinary human level up so fast? That just doesn't make sense. I don't care if he is. Besides, aside from Little Master, no one can really kill God. It is a shame Little Master is not deified yet. Otherwise, if he was to join this god fight, he would certainly earn first place. Then, Sacred would become feared once again. What a shame. Who knew there would suddenly be a Geno god list showing up? If we had known about this beforehand, we would have made Little Master become deified before it began. It is too late now. Dollar, I finally have a chance to fight you. Bar flew excitedly shouted as he flew toward Han Senator. His entire body was surging with the eagerness to do battle. His eyes looked as if they were on fire. Hansen thought, how could this guy still be the same? He still behaves like this as a deified. The guy hasn't changed a bit. Hansen was going to finish this fight quickly, but he then heard Bar say, Dollar, I created a skill called Destroyed Skill. I can kill another of the same level as easy as I can kill a dog. Do not disappoint me, okay? Oh. I would love to see it. Hansen knew that Bar's destroyed body was strong. It was almost indestructible. But Bar's fighting ability was average at best. He was a bit arrogant by saying killing him was as easy as killing a dog. Still, Hansen was curious. He gave up on killing Bar right away. He wanted to see this destroyed skill. Upon hearing Bar say that, Diarober was speechless. He held his head down and felt a headache come on. That guy was the poster child of brainless people. His words offended many deified elites. The people of the destroyed are so powerful. Killing another as easily as killing a dog? I hope the next time we meet we can see who will end up killing who. Maybe he can't go past the first round. He will get killed like a dog by the human. Many deified elites were angry. While they were all mocking him, Bar moved. He was madly running at Hansen. As Bar began to sprint, his whole body was on fire. He looked like a black sun. Although it was separated through the Geno god list, one could still feel Bar's scary presence. Normal creatures only sensed that Bar was powerful. It was hard to tell exactly how strong he was. The faces of the deified elites participating in the Geno god list all exhibited different amounts of change. The presence Bar released was very strong for someone at the primitive level. That power is not bad, but if he said he was invincible against others in the same tier as him, that is a bit over the top, an extreme king primitive deified said while grunting. If I was his opponent, I could easily suppress him. Other primitive deifieds thought the same way too. In the next second, the faces of the primitive deified people who had these thoughts changed. Pang! Bar rushed before Han Senator. The moment their fists collided, his whole body exploded like a nuke. Every inch of his flesh erupted with power. He unleashed all of the power inside his body. A big, black sun arose. It was like a demonic mouth that could swallow everything. The meteors and small planets in space were destroyed by that scary power. It was like everything within that explosion was destroyed. Power like that was already better than anything else a primitive deified could achieve. There were no deified primitives out there who could explode their god bodies completely, and there were no primitive deifieds who could use their own god bodies as Bar could. This self-exploding power had the same magnitude of a powerful attack dealt by a transmutation class deified. Killing another of the same level as easily as killing a dog was indeed an exaggeration, but the power of that attack could effectively deal with most primitives deifieds. It was nothing to sneer at. F***ck. This guy is too crazy, a primitive deified angrily said. Is this how he plays? He is making himself a bomb. The black sun was like a demon that could control everything. It flickered in space for 5 seconds and then started to go dim. The shockwave made people's hearts jump. It made the normal creatures that watched the fight become very scared. Even if they were only just watching this scene, it still terrified the people. It is no wonder a deified elite of the destroyed is so scary. Of course. That is why Bar was called a genius. Although he used Han Sen's blessing to become deified, what he achieved was nothing weaker than a deified who had managed to level up. He is perhaps even stronger. Aren't you guys just talking trash? If people did not have Bar's destroyed body, who would play like this? Dollar is so unlucky. He encountered Bar in his first fight, a man who will recklessly play with his life. Even if he doesn't die, he will end up wretchedly disabled. I don't think there is much of a chance of him being rendered disabled. Although what Bar said was a bit crazy, he does have what it takes to be crazy. His self-exploding power can really kill most that are of the same level. Perhaps Dollar's level is higher than him. Impossible. In the Geno being scroll fight, Dollar was only Marquise. How many years has it been? Leveling up to primitive so soon is already a scary prospect. If he was larva class, that would be ridiculous to suggest. While everyone was discussing the situation, the black sun had started to dim. The sky full of ash started to come together. It had become Bar's body. This power is like a bug. He will explode himself to die with his enemy and then come back to life. It really is something invincible against another of the same level, a high-level extreme king deified commented. Just as he finished speaking, the creatures in the universe were shocked. Within the space that exploded, that saw that everything had been turned into dust. Right at the epicenter of the explosion, Dollar was still hovering. It looked as if he had not been injured at all. Even the armor he wore had not been dealt a scratch. How is that possible? He is not injured. How did he do this? Everyone was shocked. He resisted such a scary attack and did not get hurt. Did he become a transmutation class? I don't think so. I have never heard of this race called humans before. Not even the 3 higher races can level up so quickly, and he is just from one of the smaller races. How could he level up so fast? If it is not his level, do you think he has some special sort of Geno art or treasure? While everyone was trying to guess, they heard Bar laughing like a madman. It is no wonder you are Dollar. I knew it would not be so easy to defeat you. Now, let us begin. What I am going to do next will require all my true power. After that, Bar's body was burning with a light flame that was like a demon flame. His whole body turned into a black flame that was headed for Han Sen. Pang! 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 Bar's entire body had become a scary explosion that had a humanoid shape. It kept coming for Han Senator. The self-explosion power was now stronger and scarier than before. After he self-exploded, Bar immediately regenerated the shape of his body. Then, he committed to another suicidal attack on Han Sen. Every attack was self-exploding. Bar was like an undying demon. The scary, suicidal attacks made the scalps of many deified elites itch. What really shocked them was Dollar's performance. They saw Dollar just standing there in space. He was like a god. He was just hovering there and not moving. He randomly waved a punch and blocked all of Bar's scary and suicidal attacks. It did not matter how Bar self-exploded. He was unable to hurt him. The scariest self-explosion was like a beautiful, albeit useless firework. Against Han's senator, it did not even make him stumble an inch. Too strong. Dollar is too strong. Many spirits were so excited while watching all of this, but most of the creatures could only tell that Dollar was strong. They did not know how strong he was. Weird. How can Dollar level up so quickly? It looks like he is at least transmutation class, but he could be even higher. The elites who were able to understand the scene knew that there was a level gap between Bar and Dollar. If Dollar wanted to beat Bar, it would be easy. Dollar, let's finish this while we compete in the Geno God list fight. On a planet in Narrow Moon, Isha was staring at Hansen and Bar fighting. Her eyes were burning with the desire for combat, and her face was as cold as ice. Isha joined the Geno God list fight too. She had studied the combatant list. She only had to win twice. In the third match, she would square off against Dollar. God was in the garden watching the events unfold with interest. God seemed to be happy watching this performance. It is a shame. I should have given him a stronger opponent. But don't worry, things will get more interesting later. God took out a notebook and looked at it. It seemed as if it was a list of fighters. Let's end this. Hansen had now seen Bar's destroyed skill. It was strong, but it was still comparable to something like Break Six Skies. It was nothing unstoppable. The only thing Bar was strong with was his indestructible god body. Hansen had no mood to keep going. He punched toward Bar. Good timing. Bar roared. He did not fall back. He ran toward Han's senator. No matter how powerful the enemy was, he was not afraid. Of course, that was because having a god body meant not needing to fear death. When Bar touched Hansen's hand, his body exploded again. He became a black sun. After the explosion, Bar was supposed to regenerate his power. Instead, the onlookers saw something weird. The black sun that had exploded was grabbed and lifted by Hansen. It was unlike energy generated by an explosion. It was like a big black ball. Hansen used one hand to grab the big black ball. He lifted it twice. The people were frozen as they watched Hansen play ball. The audience did not know what was going on. The energy of the explosion has frozen. Is that an ice Geno art? I don't think so. There is no freezing effect. Holy sh*t. Is this the legendary time freeze? You don't know sh*t time freeze stops things from moving. How could he just play with it like that? Is it time freeze? Is Dollar's talent associated with time and space? Impossible. The two talents of time and space are very rare. What are the odds of a guy from a small race having the two talents of time and space? If it is not time and space, how can he play with it like that? Suddenly, many deified elites were in shock. Extreme King's second uncle Bai was stunned. Are they really time and space talents? I thought time and space talents were hard to appear on the same creature. I thought only Sacred Leader had the two talents of time and space. This Dollar has the two talents of time and space too. It is hard to tell, but it does look like the two talents of time and space, an Extreme King Elder said with a frown. In a dark corner of the palace, Old Vulture asked with shock, Old Cat, does this guy really have the two talents of time and space? Impossible. The two talents of time and space are not that easy to find, Old Cat said. His face was riddled with confusion. He was also suspicious. No matter which way you look at it, that power looks like the two talents of time and space. Old Vulture looked at Hansen, who was holding the black ball. It is hard to say, but it shouldn't be, Old Cat insisted. It was unknown how many scary beings were confused by what Hansen was doing with his hands. They were not saying Hansen's power was scary. They were saying that the two talents of time and space were very rare. If a pig had that talent, it would be a god pig. In the garden, God's eyes narrowed into a squint. A very interesting facial expression appeared as God said, "He can control the universal cogwheels. That is an interesting power. Even the very high sense cannot achieve that. That is an interesting xenogeneic." Hansen lifted the black ball twice before throwing it. The black ball was thrown away like a ball into a planet. It blew the planet into nothing. Bar showed up again. He was furious and wanted to charge Hansen, but Hansen coldly said, "If you come at me again, I will turn you into a ball forever." Bar felt a chill. Although he had an undying body, being turned into a ball forever sounded like a fate that was worse than death. "Right now, I am just primitive class. Let me become transmutation before fighting you again." Bar gnashed his teeth. He knew there was no point in fighting him. Therefore, he decided to concede and exit the Geno God list. Dollar's victory left many questions unanswered. It puzzled the elites throughout the universe. Even the hidden, old, antiques wanted to know who that dollar was. The only answer they were going to get for now was human. Hansen left the Geno God list as a victor. He returned to the garden and looked like a child again. He did not want to use too much of his power. "What was that Geno art called?" God asked with a smile. "Why would I tell you?" Hansen knew what God's temper was like. It was a being that did not seem to get mad. If people did not know the truth, it was almost as if God could simply be bullied. Hansen went to pour some tea. God laughed because Hansen did not answer but did not ask the question again. God just carried on watching the God fights that came next. Hansen was lying on a chair. He wanted to watch the next fight too because he wanted to watch Golden Growler. It was the fourth match, and Hansen wanted to know if it was his Golden Growler. Hansen did not notice who the second bout was against. When he took a look, he was shocked. The two deified creatures in the second round were ones Hansen had never heard of. One was called a Dolek and named Dolek. He did not know what that was. The other deified creature was called Space Garden's Queen. Space Garden. How many space gardens are there in the universe? My space garden does not have a queen. Hansen felt weird. He was looking at the space battleground on the Geno God list. A shadow entered the space battleground. Its body was weird. It was a blue transparent light. Its texture was like jelly that had been shined on. The body shape was like that of a giant. When the other body showed up on the battleground, Hansen screamed and lost his voice. It was Huangfu Jing. Huangfu Jing has become a primitive deified that fast? Hansen was shocked. It was no wonder she was willing to call herself Space Garden's queen. Hansen had warned all the humans there not to call themselves human. He guessed Huangfu Jing was already in Space Garden, which was why she used that name to participate in the god fights. The Space Garden itself did not draw much attention because the flower gods of Space Garden were not well known for their fighting. It was not even known if they had deified elites. Even if they did have one, it would not be anything spectacular. On the other hand, the Dolek had drawn much attention. The Doleks. I cannot believe that race still exists. I thought Sky Palace had destroyed it. Since when were the Doleks that easy to destroy? They are considered one race and one body. As soon as one is alive, they can multiply and build their race. It looks like this Dolek just grew up not too long ago. He seems to have only just become primitive. A Dolek is good at splitting energy. Although it is not like Bar with his destroyed god body, it is scary all the same. I bet that Space Garden Queen cannot beat it. Can the word queen be used so randomly? That guy is too cocky. While everyone was talking about the upcoming battle, they saw Dolek had a scary, blue substance chain. It punched toward Queen, covering the sky and ground in blue light. Huangfu Jing was in front of the giant Dolek. She looked small. In the next second, Huangfu Jing's beautiful, long legs were raised. It was like a bat leak striking Dolek. Pang! The substance chains, which were like blades, cut Dolek's blue light. It also cut his giant, jelly body in half. The Dolek was cut in half, but did not fall. Both sides of its body started to writhe until they were two smaller-sized Doleks. Ha! Ha! A Dolek cannot be killed so easily. Cutting their body means duplicating their numbers. Space Garden has never had a deified. It is normal to expect people that come out to have no experience with such things. I bet she has never even heard of a Dolek before. Otherwise, why would she cut open the Dolek's body like that? She did not know that a Dolek's body, when cut open, will split into two. Now, she will be forced to fight two Doleks, and its power won't have been split in half. The two Doleks will have the same power as one, fully composed Dolek. That means she has one more opponent to deal with. Yeah. Doleks had the scariest splitting power back in the day. They developed like crazy in the universe. They created many big disasters, and Sky Palace was forced to wipe them out. I cannot believe some have remained, and they have become deified. Encountering an opponent like this is bad luck for Queen. Huang Fujing did not move. She saw the Dolek get split in two. She again lifted her long legs and swept them across the Doleks to cut them in half through the waist. The Doleks that had been split into four from two were smaller again. There were now 4 Doleks, and they were roaring as they went for Huang Fujing. Huang Fujing was quiet. Her legs were like a blade that kept lashing out. She cut open all of the Doleks before her, and the number of Doleks kept increasing. This queen cannot be saved. Can she not tell that the more Doleks she breaks open, the more Doleks there will be, and the more danger she will be in? What can she do? Back then, Sky Palace sent out butterfly-class fire element elites to incinerate the Doleks completely. Obviously, Queen is not fire element. She cannot deal with that many Doleks. You are right. Unless there is an elemental weakness to exploit or absolute power to suppress, a deified elite cannot do anything to defeat a Dolek. Huang Fujing's legs were like blades. She repeatedly kept slicing the Doleks, and the Doleks continued to grow in number. Their power did not decrease. Her situation was becoming more difficult. When everyone thought Huang Fujing was surrounded, and the only path forward was one of loss, people saw her suddenly vanish from her position. In the next moment, all of the creatures in the world saw a fabulous killing show. Huang Fujing's body kept flashing through the space battleground. She looked like a killing machine that could teleport. Wherever she went, Dolek bodies kept getting cut open. The number of Doleks kept increasing. No matter how many Doleks appeared, to Huang Fujing, it was futile. She kept appearing wherever she wanted. She was able to kill every single Dolek around her. It was like being in front of a tiger. No matter how big the sheep flock was, it could not harm a tiger. They would all be killed. Infinite teleport. There is no time pausing. Even a true god cannot have this power, right? Dragon 8 was shocked. If she does not have that talent, not even a true god can accomplish what she is doing, Dragon 1 confidently said. This queen, where does she come from? She has a scary and infinite teleportation power and the perfect killing skills of a machine. She is a killing queen born to fight. On the battleground, even if there were millions of armies, they would die if she wanted them to. Ordinary creatures were even more shocked by what they were seeing. With the thrilling performance and stunning appearance of Huang Fujing, they were blown away. What a shame. If she had not encountered a Dolek, with her infinite teleportation skill and perfect killing skills, even if she had met a transmutation deified creature, there would be no chance of her losing. Bar's eyes turned bright. He was thinking about the possibility of himself earning a teleportation power like that. He wondered about using his destroyed skill with it. He could be a moving nuke. He could blow himself up wherever he wanted to. That is a shame, but I do not think she is one of the flower gods, Dia Robber said. He looked at her with confusion. After thinking a moment, Bar said, I have heard the space garden was taken over by Han Senator. She must be a crystallizer like Han Sr. I did not expect there were other geniuses among the crystallizers aside from just Han Sen, Dia Robber replied. How could you forget so easily? Bar asked. Han Sen has that blessing power. It does not matter how weak the genes of a crystallizer are. After being blessed by him, it is easy for them to become deified. He was one of the people who had been benefited by Han Sen's blessings. He knew how amazing that skill truly was. You are right, Dia Robber said with a nod. Many people were thinking the same thing as Bar and Dia Robber. They were all thinking about how they might get Han Sen to start blessing their people. If they could, they wanted Han Sen to bless every single one of their people. It was a shame Han Sen was said to be hiding in Space Garden. Entering Space Garden was nearly impossible. The 3 high races could not enter there. It was even harder for one of the other races. Many people wanted to go for Holy Pirate since only he could travel through the universe freely. But Holy Pirate seemed to have disappeared. No one was able to find him. Huang Fujing's teleportation killing was beautiful. To the Dolek that could split infinitely, it was not useful. No matter how many times she killed them, there would only be more Doleks created. Seeing a space full of Doleks everywhere, everyone thought Queen was going to end up losing. It did not matter how many times she used her infinite teleportation technique. She could not win. Huang Fujing's body suddenly appeared in the sky. She did not attack the Doleks, which were now like a sea. When everyone thought Queen was going to give up, they saw her body move. Instantly, many Queen shadows appeared in the sky. It was now like an endless amount of queens moving forward to attack together. It was like many scary powers working together. It was like a killing machine. It suddenly killed all of the Doleks again and again, from pieces to slices, slices to sticks, sticks to dots, and dots to smaller dots. In the end, they just became molecules. The Doleks had been cut into nothing because of the countless queens. Everyone was frozen while watching this happen. The Doleks did not resurrect. Oh my god, what did I just see? Someone finally screamed. They should not have just been shadow doppelgangers, so why do they have a battle power and the same body? What the hell was that? Second Uncle Bye Bye could not help but open his eyes wide and scream, time and space power. Another time and space power. A time and space real super god body with Huang Fujing's personal super strong attack powers makes her a killing queen kind of existence. Han Sen could not help but compliment her. Interesting time and space movement talents. Since when have crystallizers been so talented? God squinted and looked at Huang Fujing exiting the stage with elegance. Han Sen's heart jumped. He did not say anything. He knew the more he said, the more he would expose. It was unknown, it was deliberate, but God asked Han Sen, what do you think? That is an interesting talent, but primitive deified level is too low, Han Sen coldly said. It does not matter the level of an interesting creature, God harshly replied. Even if someone becomes true God, boring people are still boring. Perhaps, but I am not interested in any other creature, Han Sen said. I just want to know if I can get into the top 100 to claim the rewards on offer. You must work harder, God said with a laugh. Do you not see me working hard? Han Sen picked up a hunk of flesh from the ink feather god bird. It was freshly cooked. He inserted it into his mouth. He used consume to refine it. He was also waiting for the third match of the Geno god list to start. Consume is the Geno art of the consume ants. It is weird that you can make use of consume and eat xenogeneic genes to evolve. That evolution power is very rare in the universe. God looked at Han Sen with interest. You can have a slice if you want, Han Sen said with a smile. In that case, I will not deny the offer. Han Sen had only said it for fun, but God really wanted to try some out. God picked up some ink feather god bird meat and started to chew it. Its mouth and hands were full of grease. It tastes so good. Han Sen could not be bothered talking to God. When he saw the people in the third match, he felt compelled to throw up the ink feather bird god meat he had just eaten. Space Garden. Sword Fairy. Han Sen was thinking about who might use that name. Aside from Gu Qingqing, there was no other. Of course, not long later, Gu Qingqing, who was wearing green clothes, appeared on the space battleground. She floated in like a fairy. Her opponent was a deified of the Extreme King. The great coincidence here was that the Extreme King deified was also using a sword, but it was a great sword. Huh, it is her. Upon seeing Gu Qingqing, God was shocked. Han Sen knew God knew Gu Qingqing, but he still asked, "What? Do you know her? Is she famous?" "She is a very interesting spirit," God said with a smile. "She is one of the very few that did not make a wish before me. I did not expect she would show up here. This will be interesting, to say the least." Han Sen thought, it must not be incorrect. This god is the god the seventh team encountered. When many spirits in the universe heard the word Space Garden, they became excited. More deified creatures are joining from Space Garden. In the past, the flower gods did not have deifieds. Why are there two deified showing up now? Creatures that did not know what happened started asking around. It was not long before they learned that Han Sen had taken over Space Garden. It is no wonder Space Garden suddenly has so many deified creatures. It is God's daddy who is there. Godfather Han Sen is so strong. The power to make deified creatures is invincible. Bar and Queen are so strong. It looks like deified creatures that are blessed by Han Sen are stronger than ordinary deified creatures. Perhaps it is just a coincidence. Let's see how this sword fairy performs first. There is no way that all the creatures Han Sen blessed to become deified are stronger than usual. Who knows? But I think Godfather Han is very powerful. He can randomly create so many deified creatures. I am afraid this match will not be an easy one to win. After all, the opponent is an Extreme King deified. People had just finished talking when Gu Qingqing revealed the sword in her hands. She swung it and slashed toward the Extreme King deified elite. "Good timing," the Extreme King deified coldly shouted. He raised the greatsword as substance chains arose like the tide. They were coming straight for Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing's sword light strangely flashed through space. Ordinary creatures were unable to see what happened. That Extreme King deified's chest was delivered a massive wound that exposed his ribs. One saw a large lesion on his organs. God blood spilled like rain. Suddenly, the face of the Extreme King deified looked shocked. He did not let Gu Qingqing slash again. He was quick to concede and escape the space battleground. "You took my hit and did not die. You are not bad," Gu Qingqing coldly said. She put her sword away and flew out of the space battleground. Holy **T. One slash to defeat an Extreme King deified. That is too powerful. This sword fairy is too cool. Her sword skills are so overbearing. Godfather Han is so strong. The deified creatures he blessed are better and better. I do not know how many deified creatures Godfather Han has created, but if this keeps going, the universe is going to be conquered by him. Han Sen, that asshole. What kind of power does he possess? How can he make so many deified creatures that easily? How can they all be so brutal? You will all find a way to enter Space Garden. Capture Han Sen, no matter the cost. Not just ordinary creatures were like this. Even the leaders of high races had red eyes. They wanted to go to Space Garden, capture Han Sen, and force him to make their people deified. In Space Garden, Qin Xian was worried. She said, "Han Sen always wants us to keep a low profile. With you guys joining like that, won't it cause trouble?" Little Uncle Wang Yuhang laughed and said, "Don't worry. Brother King told people Han Sen was in Space Garden. Little Sen will be the scapegoat. It will be fine. Ha! Gu Qingqing had only just returned when she heard Wang Yuheng speak. She could not help herself from laughing. Xie Qingqing laughed and said, "In the future, Space Garden is going to become so famous. Of course, we are going to use this opportunity to improve the reputation of Space Garden and get a reputation for Sanmu too. He will be happy." "I know, right?" Bauer was holding a big piece of fruit. She was eating. She totally agreed and kept nodding. She clearly just wanted to see chaos more than anything. She did not want to be bored. Now, Han Sen could not be happy. The first 3 rounds had 3 humans, including himself. That was a bit over the top. Did God notice something and deliberately set up these matches? Han Sen looked at God, who was eating meat. There was nothing really suspicious about God's behavior, so he denied the thought. "I do not think so. Otherwise, God would not have been so surprised when he saw Gu Qingqing. Perhaps it really was just a coincidence. Maybe there are only those 2 from Space Garden joining." Thinking about this possibility, Han Sen felt worse. He knew he had reminded them many times to maintain an extremely low profile. Thinking about the personalities of those people, none of them knew what it meant to keep a low profile. Also, Space Garden had many resources for them. They were leveling up much faster now, so there was no way Han Sen could keep them quiet. "God bless me. Please do not let these monsters find out they are human." Han Sen still did not know he had become the scapegoat of Space Garden, which was now overwhelmed with deophytes. Finally, it is the 4th round. I wonder if Golden Growler is Little Gold. Han Sen stared at the space battleground in contemplation, waiting for Golden Growler to be revealed. If Golden Growler was really Little Gold, Han Sen was worried about who its opponent might have been. Although it was composed of only 3 words, one would know what kind of race Ancient Thunder God was. It was a very scary being composed of only 3 words. Ancient God was the race with the least amount of beings out of the 3 high races. There didn't have very high numbers, and it was almost impossible for them to obtain more. Every generation of the Ancient God was the result of one dying. It was a case of death and being reborn. Han Sen's body had Ancient Water God's Ancient God origin. In the future, it might become the new Ancient Water God. In the past, Han Sen saw Ancient Water God assault the Geno Hall. He thought Ancient Water God was an almighty being, but he did not know how powerful it was. Now that he thought about it, it was likely a scary being that was true God class. Ancient gods were born deified. It was not rare for the beings of that race to become true God. If Golden Growler was Little Gold, going up against Ancient Thunder God would make it a bad fight for him. The sky shimmered with streaks of lightning as an Ancient God giant formed of electricity appeared in the space battleground. It was the same as Ancient Water God. Ancient gods were creatures that were formed of pure energy. Ancient Thunder God's whole body was composed completely of thunder. Every movement it made was carried with the strength of thunder. The whole of space flickered with lightning like it was there, but not there. It was like it was connected to the Ancient Thunder God. To be honest, if it was all based on one's appearance, Ancient Thunder God looked more like a god spirit than King Jun and the others. Seeing Ancient Thunder God's substance chains move, Han Sen's heart felt as if it was sinking. He started to hope Golden Growler was not Little Gold. No matter which way he viewed it, Ancient Thunder God was a true god elite that was at the top of the pyramid. A shadow quickly appeared in the space battleground near Ancient Thunder God. The body was not that big. It was only around 3 feet tall. The body looked as if it had been made of gold. It kind of looked like a lion or a Kirin. Its head had a gold horn, and its hair looked as if it had been made of gold. It really is Little Gold. Han Sen was excited and happy about that. He was exuberant to see Little Gold again. He was also surprised to see Little Gold's first fight was against Ancient Thunder God. This match was likely going to be worse than good. He suspected Little Gold was going to lose. Growler's blood still exists, but its blood does not seem to be pure. God looked at Little Gold Gold with interest. When Little Gold Gold was kidnapped by the green-haired beast, Hansen knew what growler bloodline Little Gold Gold had. But that was not what he was concerned about. He just hoped Little Gold Gold would turn out okay and safe. After all, his opponent was Ancient Thunder God. In this universe, not many creatures were able to recognize the blood of Little Gold Gold. Not everyone was as smart as God. After all, Little Gold Gold did not have pure blood. He looked a bit different from the old growler too. The only ones that could recognize Golden Growler were the oldest people in the universe. Not many people knew what the growlers looked like in this day and age. Ancient Thunder God was not in the mood to figure out where Little Gold Gold came from. His voice was like a thunderstorm that rolled through space. He said, "If you leave now, you may continue with your petty existence." Little Gold Gold looked at Ancient Thunder God with eyes that appeared like gold glass. He did not speak or concede and exist the space battleground. Ancient Thunder God stopped talking. His eyes were brewing with the power of thunder. They suddenly became two electric laser beams that came straight for Little Gold Gold. There was enough power in that attack to blow up a giant planet. It really is a true god being. When Hansen saw the scary Thunder God light, he was worried. Ancient gods really are the loved ones of the universe. They are born deified. The chance to become a true god is the highest amongst the three high races. It is a shame they have difficulty breeding. If it was easy for them, the whole universe would undoubtedly be under their control. Dia Robber could not help but be complimentary. Just as he spoke, the thunder power was going to land on Little Gold Gold's face. When it did, Little Gold Gold opened his mouth. Little Gold Gold's body was only 3 feet tall, but his head was big. It was like a male lion's head. Ancient Thunder God was like a thunder giant that was 300 feet tall. They were not even close to being the same scale in size. When Little Gold Gold opened his mouth, it became massive. It was like it could swallow the sky and earth. The scary bolt of electricity shot into his mouth. It did not affect Little Gold Gold. Ancient Thunder God's giant thunder giant body was swallowed by Little Gold Gold. Everyone in the universe was dead silent. Even the scariest deified creatures were suddenly petrified. They all looked upon Little Gold Gold, who looked entirely normal once again. Belch! Little Gold Gold looked full. He opened his mouth and burped. A roll of thunder came with it. Then, it left the space battleground wagging its tail. Is that it? Is it all over? What just happened? Was Ancient Thunder God swallowed by a little gold beast? I think that's what happened, and he burped. No way. That was Ancient Thunder God. The incredibly powerful Ancient God. How could it be swallowed? This has to be fake. It has to be fake. Ancient Thunder God will fight his way out of the creature's stomach. Fight your ass. Did you not see the Geno God list? Didn't you see Golden Growler's rank increase? Holy sh*t. What kind of creature is that? It is so powerful. Everyone in the universe was shocked. No one expected Ancient Thunder God, who was so powerful, would be swallowed by a little gold beast they had never seen before. Ordinary creatures were shocked by how scary Golden Growler was, but many true elites had strange expressions. Eating Dragon Phoenix. Eating Ancient God. The blood of the growlers continues in this universe. By King's face looked deathly serious. Do the growlers still have blood in this universe? Old Vulture and a few others were in shock. The growler bloodline still exists. It looks like the universe is going to go crazy. On the top floor of the very highest court in outer sky, an old man opened his eyes and looked at the space battleground. His face changed. Huh. Huh. The whole universe should be quivering in their boots after witnessing the power of Little Mountain Leader, the green-haired growler happily roared. The growlers are back. Empty Mountain's invincible beast king is back. He felt as if he was the one who won the match and swallowed ancient thunder god. Hansen was shocked, but he did not care if it was Golden Growler or not. Little Gold had become supremely powerful. He was very happy about that. Little Gold has become so powerful in such a short amount of time. I should work harder. Hansen grabbed a chunk of the ink feather god bird's meat and shoved it in his mouth. He increased the speed of its refinery. Deified gene +1, the announcement said in his mind. This golden growler mix is no worse than a pure blood growler. It might seem even better. That is so weird. God looked at Little Gold with interest. No matter what the case was, that entire fight shocked the whole universe, and it heralded the return of Empty Mountain. The growlers were back. Hansen did not watch the next fight. He had to quickly increase his genes so he could become butterfly class. If he didn't do that, he wouldn't stand a chance when it came to fighting top-class, deified creatures. Hansen went straight to the 9 Defense Palace. Before the next fight began, he was hoping to achieve butterfly class. But his gene leveling up progress was not very smooth. That was because he was already larva class. He ate loads of low-class, deified xenogeneic genes, but it did not increase his gene tally very much. He needed at least larva class, deified genes if he wanted to soundly earn more. It was the only way to gain the amount of deified genes he needed. Of course, it was great to have butterfly class, deified genes. He would get more genes from them, but the xenogeneics in 9 Defense Palace were mostly primitive classes. Xenogeneics like Time Ghost, even though it was locked up, was not something Hansen had the chops to kill. So, his progression was going at a snail's pace for the time being. Luckily, Hansen's next opponent was only going to be a transmutation deified. He had a long time to go before the next fight, and Hansen won the fight smoothly. In his third match, his opponent was similar and larva class. It was a xenogeneic that looked like a giant dragon, but it was not an opponent that truly challenged him. Hansen wanted to kill it, but the giant dragon was evil. The moment it saw things going sour, it threw in the towel and escaped. Hansen won every battle he fought. The name dollar was something becoming learned across the universe. It was a shame Hansen had to focus all of his time on practicing. He did not have much time to focus on the matches conducted by others, so Hansen had no idea that the most popular name wasn't actually dollar. It had become Space Garden's Hansen. Space Garden did not have a deified, yet 7 from there had joined in the god fights. Although they were all primitive class, their performances had been exceptional. Aside from one of them having bad luck in which the person who encountered a butterfly class xenogeneic had to get kicked out, the other 6 were able to reach the 3rd round. Of course, luck was involved with them all. After all, they were all primitive classes. They did not meet strong enemies in their first 2 bouts, but their performances and powers displayed were still quite shocking. Pretty much all of them were the best of what a primitive deified could achieve. They all had very good powers. Everyone thought this was because of Han Senator thus, Space Garden and Hansen, who did not even use his real name to join the fights, had become the hot topic of the universe. Godfather Han is so awesome. Sword Fairy, Queen, and Dragon Lady Chef are all stronger than the others. I would like to go to Space Garden. I wonder if Godfather would be willing to bless me too. Then, I could come out and play here. I think the little lady from Demon with purple clothing and the little lady from the feather are stronger. I did not expect Teacher Xia to become deified as well. Also, he is a part of Space Garden. That is so rare. But Teacher Xia's luck is so bad. He met a very high true god class, so he had to concede. Ha. Ha. Space Garden has 7 deifieds. Only Teacher Xia was the one who had the poorest luck. Even that weakest Wang Yuhang had extremely good luck. He encountered 2 primitive deified xenogeneics that were very weak, and it got him into the 3rd round. It is a shame Godfather Han has chosen not to participate in the fights. If he did take part, it would surely be quite interesting. Does Godfather Han need to join the fight? He can just spit out deifites. Does he need to join the god fights himself? He will earn vast fortunes by just sitting at home. How do we get Godfather Han to start blessing us? If I could ask him, I would be willing to spend everything. Don't you even think about it. Every big race has tried capturing Han Sen like crazy. He has created many deifites. Even the 3 high races are jealous of what he can do. I don't think it will be long before Space Garden becomes the 5th biggest faction in the entire universe. It might even threaten the 4 races ahead of it. I would suggest pledging our allegiance to them quickly. If Space Garden really does become big, we will be the very first few to support it. What you are saying makes sense. If we are lucky and help them out with something, we might be able to get Godfather Han to bless us. If that happens, I can become deified too. Then, I can join the god fights and become very famous. What should I call myself? Space Garden. Cow God. What do you guys think of that name? Many ordinary creatures kept talking about this. Many of them wanted to ally with Space Garden, but Space Garden was completely cut off. No one was able to go in, so no creature was able to join. Upon seeing Han Sen bring so many scary deifites there, the group of flower gods felt very conflicted. Many powerful deified elites were sitting there. They could guarantee the safety of Space Garden, and they could hunt many of the plant's enogenics to ensure a steady stream of genofluids. Because there were so many deified elites there, it made the flower gods feel a bit worried. They were afraid of their genes being too inferior. They thought it might lead to Han Sen and the others abandoning them because they were not successful in being able to reach deified. They were also hoping that one day, Han Sen could give the flower gods some blessings to become deified. The races that had the power to capture Han Sen were all trying to find a way to gain access to Space Garden. They were interested in the resources available in Space Garden too. Their main interest was Han Senator. If they were able to choose between Space Garden and Han Sen, they would select Han Sen without a shadow of a doubt. That was especially true of the very high. They wanted to get Han Sen back. They were afraid of the curse that was believed to plague Han Senator. They did not want to risk it coming true. The very high were also scared of Space Garden's performance. As Han Sen grew stronger, the more upset they felt. Many creatures of the universe were looking for Holy Pirate since he was the only one who could enter Space Garden without approval. Even the pirates themselves were searching for Holy Pirate. It seemed as if Holy Pirate had truly disappeared. Holy Pirate was feeling very sad. He was being sneaky and feeling scared as he traveled around Extreme King. He had promised Han Sen that he would save him from the Extreme King. After a few attempts, there was no chance of him succeeding. Therefore, he gave up. As soon as the Geno God list started and Space Garden had stirred up such a big incident, even Holy Pirate himself had become a target of the universe. Fortunately, Holy Pirate was very good at running. If he wasn't, he would have been caught already. Although his name possessed the word holy, there was nothing holy about the man. He was just a runner in the universe. The universe was big, and there was nowhere he couldn't really go. Even the very high's outer sky was a place he could enter easily. He could steal from the very high too. That was, after all, how he had become famous in the universe in the first place. Outsiders did not know he stole things. He only played with the things he stole and quickly returned them to the very high just as they were when he took them. If he did not do that, they would not let him get away so easily. In regard to fighting, Holy Pirate did not think he could go up against the best of the very high or Extreme King. They were all top-class deifieds. Holy Pirate was getting chased by the old antiques, and he had to hide. He went to the Extreme King. He was planning to take Han Sen back so Han Sen would take him to Space Garden. With Han Sen, he could control Space Garden, which was the perfect place for a den for thieves. It was not too bad being a king. Holy Pirate's power enabled him to ignore many of the security defenses of the extreme king. He finally reached King's Garden, where Hansen was. Holy Pirate knew there was a guy called Holy Baby there. It was by King's student. When he looked into the garden, there was no sign of Han Senator. He saw a girl. She was sitting in the garden, quietly watching the Geno Godlist fight. He didn't see Hansen, so Holy Pirate was going to leave. Suddenly, the lady looked in his direction, which shocked Holy Pirate. He was very good at hiding his presence. Even true god elites might not find him, so how was that little girl able to? It must be just a coincidence. Holy Pirate looked more closely at her. She was a sky girl who looked fairly weak. She did not seem to be deified, so he felt calm. He knew most elites in Sky Palace, so it was strange that he had no idea who the girl was. Holy Pirate teleported in front of the girl. He drew a knife and placed it against her neck. Do not scream. If you do, I will kill you. If Hansen were there, he would mourn Holy Pirate's mistake for 3 seconds. Unknowingly, he had dared to threaten God. Not many creatures in the universe would dare to do something like that. God gently blinked as it looked at Holy Pirate and asked, "What do you want?" "You just need to tell me where I can find Holy Baby. Do that, and I will spare your life. Otherwise..." Haha, Holy Pirate coldly laughed. The light blade in his hand was close to God's skin. "Do you really want to know where he is?" God looked at Holy Pirate with shock. "You better be honest with me," Holy Pirate coldly said. "It will benefit us both." God looked at Holy Pirate and asked, "Is that really what you want?" "What are you talking about?" "I asked you, so you better respond fast. If you keep talking crap, I will cut off your tongue." Holy Pirate was annoyed. He did not realize that his annoyance was coming from deep within. It was a shame Holy Pirate would have never guessed that God was occupying Hansen's private garden. So he did not really think about it. The feeling of being a thief made his heart feel really worried and tense. That is why he felt annoyed. God smiled and said, "He is in 9 Defense Palace." Holy Pirate thought the little girl was a bit weird. Despite being in a situation like that, she was actually able to smile. Her sense of calmness was not like how other creatures would behave at a time like this. The girl's life was already in his hands, and Holy Pirate's arrogance had consumed his common sense. He asked, "What is he doing in 9 Defense Palace, and when will he be back?" "He went to 9 Defense Palace to hunt xenogeneics. He has been gone for days. I do not know when he will be back, but I should imagine that it would be rather soon." God answered the man much quicker this time. When Holy Pirate heard the answer, he frowned. He had heard about 9 Defense Palace before. The security of that place was absurdly tight, so it would be more than difficult for him to go there. 9 Defense Palace's restrictions would not stop him. When he looked at the deified elites that guarded 9 Defense Palace, he knew getting past them would not be easy. Holy Pirate looked at God as he asked, "Who frequently comes in here?" "When Holy Baby is here, the maid will come to teach him manners every day," God replied. "Ever since he went to 9 Defense Palace, no one else comes." Holy Pirate was happy hearing that. "That is great. I will wait for him to come back. I will not be going to 9 Defense Palace." Seeing the girl was cooperating and not screaming her head off, Holy Pirate withdrew his knife. He looked at God, who appeared to be a girl, and said, "As long as you listen to what I tell you, I will not hurt you. If you do something bad, do not blame me for being cruel to you." He looked around, but there was nothing particularly special about the garden. The girl was happy to watch the fights taking place on the Geno Godlist. Holy Pirate was not interested in watching the fights. He took out a box of chess and asked the girl, "Do you know how to play chess?" "I know a little," God said with a smile. "Good. Play chess with me." Holy Pirate set up the chessboard while speaking with the girl. "Sure." God smiled even more. In Nine Defense Palace, Hansen released a long sigh and thought, my deified genes have finally reached 100, but the fourth round of the god fights is going to start for me soon. I do not have the time to be a butterfly yet. Hansen exited Nine Defense Palace and looked up at the Geno god list in space. He looked at his opponent's name and sighed. I really don't want to go against her. Isha still didn't know that Dollar was Han's senator. She really wanted to beat Dollar and get her scabbard back. Hansen thought Isha might not fight Dollar, but they were being put against each other in the Geno god list. Hansen could not avoid fighting her. I guess it is good. I need to put an end to this once and for all. Hansen was not going to underestimate Isha. Her talents were extremely good. After she joined Sky Palace, she received significant support from Sky Palace leader. Her practice had become exceptional. She even reached the fourth round. One could see how excellent her power was. Hansen looked at the Geno god list. He perused another section of it. He noticed the people from Space Garden all lost their matches in the third round. It was not surprising. After all, they were only primitive deifites. To be able to win their first two rounds was not easy. The enemies they encountered in the third round were at least larva class. For a primitive class, fighting enemies that were two classes ahead, which was the larva class in this case, was too much to ask of them. Golden Growler was still able to prove his strength. In fact, Golden Growler had proven indestructible. He had reached his fourth bout. Aside from Ancient Thunder God, at the beginning of each match, his opponents threw in the towel and gave up. They did not even enter the space battleground to confront him. Aside from Golden Growler, Hansen saw a few familiar names doing well too. There was Bai Bai from the Extreme King, Dragon One from the Dragon, and Zhang Shandao from Sky Palace. The Extreme King has many of its deifieds participating in the god fights, but why did Bai King not take part? Does he not want the god spirit seat? Hansen thought that was strange. Even very high leader had taken part in the fights. Bai King not showing up was quite surprising. The Extreme Kings are one of the three higher races. That achievement was not something that boiled down to luck. This Bai King is so mysterious. I wonder what he is planning. Hansen couldn't find a reason for this. Space flickered with light. It was now his turn to fight Isha. Hansen did not hesitate. He transformed into an adult, wore his armor, and entered the space battleground. After reaching the space battleground, Hansen saw Isha was still standing in space. Clearly, she was eager to enter the Geno god list's battleground immediately. Dollar, we finally meet again. Isha's eyes looked very sharp. She stared at Hansen. Knife Queen, why are you still hung up over that small incident? Hansen harshly asked. I am not going to stop until I die, Isha coldly said. Hansen reached his hands into the air. A scabbard that looked to have been made of inky stone appeared in his hands. It was the scabbard Hansen had collected from the demon statue. Isha once said that the scabbard was a relic that belonged to the rebate. From what Hansen knew, the alpha of the rebate was a woman. The knife mind left behind inside the scabbard belonged to a man, so Hansen had been suspicious about her claim. Hansen had already learned about the knife mind inside the scabbard. The scabbard did not mean much to him anymore. How about we make a deal? If you win, I will give this back to you. Hansen was holding the scabbard like he was holding a knife. You being dead and me being alive is the best gamble to bet on, Isha coldly said. A jade, crystal-looking teeth knife was brewing in her hands. It quickly came flying at Hansen. The purple knife air became a roaring, swallowing, evil ghost. It slashed toward Hansen. Hansen smiled. He used the scabbard in his hands like a knife and thrust it forward. But Hansen did not use teeth knife power. He only used pure power to slash toward Isha's teeth knife. Pang! The two powers collided in space. The purple, evil, ghost-looking knife air was being cut open by the scabbard in Han-sen's hand. The purple air was like some dragonfly that vanished in the air. "You have really reached larva class," Han-sen said. "With that kind of practice, you are better than the old rebate alpha." Isha seemed to know her attack would do nothing against Dollar. She used the teeth knife, which only God knew what kind of beast's teeth it was composed of, and made some weird kind of powerful movement. It wasn't actually the teeth knife moving. It was the space around that was moving. Teeth knife power did not leak out. It had been kept at a very low profile, which made the energy around go toward the teeth knife. The teeth knife, which looked like crystal or jade, was suddenly dyed and turned a deep purple. It was like an evil ghost fong that had emerged from hell. This kind of power movement is kind of like teeth power, but it is also kind of different. What kind of power is this? Han-sen was shocked, but he quickly realized what sort of power it was. The teeth knife itself has just reached deified class, and Isha is only larva class. The second part must have been a modification of her own. This must be the teeth knife she has modified. I wonder what the difference is between this teeth knife and the teeth knife from the past. Han-sen was not in a rush to strike. He wanted to know what the knife skill was that Isha had modified through teeth knife. He wanted to know the sort of power it possessed. Isha stared at Han-sen with an invasive look. The teeth knife movement in her hand was becoming weaker, but the color was becoming deeper purr. The purple looked so deep that it almost appeared black. Han-sen's heart felt a little bit scared. It was the reaction one had when sensing one was in danger. It made Han-sen's face more serious looking. "I thought you wanted to bet, so let's bet if you are going to live under the strike of my knife," Isha said. The teeth knife in her hand, which looked like an evil ghost fong, was lifted above her head. She immediately slashed toward Han-sen. Han-sen saw a line of knife airs teleporting in front of him. Their substance chains were thinner than a hair by 100%. Normal people could not see it. One could not see the knife air. Han-sen's heart was shocked by this. Anywhere a knife air went, there was space fabric tear. It was scarier than a space element, space cutting skill. The knife air came fast. Han-sen had no time to hesitate. He generated power with the scabbard and struck toward the silk-looking knife air. It was silent. The scabbard's sturdiness was comparative to a deified treasure, but it was suddenly broken by the thin knife air. The scary knife air still kept coming toward Han-sen's body. His body made a quick reaction. He flashed, and the scary knife air went right past his shoulder. The armor on his shoulder and a piece of his flesh were taken away. The knife air kept expanding. Wherever the knife air went, the purple spread. It was like ink in water. It was slowly dyeing everything around. Space was not water. It could not be dyed, but that scary purple ripped through space and kept on tearing it. Since when did teeth power become this scary? It can continuously rip space? Upon seeing space continue to rip, many deifieds were shocked. That is not pure teeth power. It is combined with some kind of cutting element power. Even Dollar was unable to withstand that sharp power. It looks like Knife Queen has practiced teeth power so much that it has reached a whole new level. The strength of that power is no worse than the most destructive Geno arts in the whole universe. Sky Palace leader stroked his beard. He was feeling pleased, so he smiled. He admired Isha. He even wanted Isha to become his student. Although something happened to stop her from becoming his student, he was not being cheap with his praises of her. It did not matter what happened before. Since Isha brought the rebate to Sky Palace, he treated Isha like a proper student. Otherwise, no matter how talented Isha was, she could not have leveled up this much in such a short amount of time. Scary teeth knife. From now on, this could be one of the best Geno arts in the universe, second uncle Bai said. Space was being ripped. The wound on Han-sen's shoulder was also being ripped. With the strength of his xenogenic body, it was not quick. Still, he was being ripped slowly but surely. Purple was spreading across his wounds, making his wounds split up further inch by inch. It was like a demon, hell, ghost mouth opening. That is very powerful knife air, but if you think this kind of knife air can kill me, you have underestimated me. I am $. Hansen did not move. The wound on his shoulder suddenly went still. It was as if it had frozen. It stopped spreading. It was like the wound and the knife air had been frozen stiff. Hansen forcefully stopped the universal cogwheel spin. It made the wound on his body stop, but his power was not enough to wholly reverse the spin of the universal cogwheel. So, the wound did not go away. If one slash won't work, I will just have to perform another cut. Isha's voice was cold as ice. She slashed forward with her teeth knife again. There was no defense involved. She used her aggressive knife skills, and that was all. It was a very mad knife skill that only attacked people. In fact, she did not even have to defend. With teeth knife's new scary and destructive powers, it could rip up every substance. If she was able to get a hit on her enemy and kill the enemy, that was already the best defense. Hansen held the broken scabbard and presented a wry smile. He thought, she does not even want the scabbard. She is trying to kill me. Hansen was ready to raise the scabbard again, but he noticed something was wrong. Where the scabbard had broken, a weird light flashed from inside. What's going on? The knife air was near him. Hansen did not have the time to look at what had happened with the scabbard. While he was dodging, he dodged the knife light. The moment Hansen evaded the knife air, Isha's teeth knife was like a purple bolt of lightning. It slashed and crossed where he had been, but the knife air that had generated in space was like a purple bolt of lightning that did not disappear. It did not just stay in space. It kept ripping. Suddenly, a large parcel of space was doused in purple. It was like a purple spider web in space. Hansen's body flashed. He kept dodging Isha's knife attacks. Her knife air could destroy everything. If a planet was to encounter that knife air, it would be cut in half. That ripping knife air, which could tear the fabric of space, would keep on ripping. The entirety of that space was full of purple knife airs. It was like a giant net. It greatly reduced the safety zones where Hansen could move. Ripped space was everywhere. If Hansen's body touched the ripped space, he would be hurt. A knife skill like that. A knife air like that. I am afraid the rebate status will rise a lot after this showing, Dia Robber said. Through Knife Queen's efforts alone, getting into the top 100 is not an impossible feat. What a scary woman. Her knife air seems to be a destroyed god body's weakness. Bar's eyes were shining. He stared at Isha as he spoke. Dia Robber nodded and said, "Yep. Your destroyed god body is powerful, but if you were to encounter her knife air, you would lose your advantage. You would keep ripping and end up dead. If you go up against her, you will have to be careful." At this time, Hansen was not in the mood to care about how scary Isha's knife airs were. The hat scabbard in his hands was releasing waves of strange power. Hansen knew that was not normal. If a scabbard could be broken by Isha's knife air, it should keep on ripping. Where this scabbard had broken, knife air did not continue to spread. It still had some light flickering within. The broken scabbard itself was shaking strongly. It was like an object that kept on vibrating. It was like if Hansen let go, it would fly away. Is there a secret somewhere inside this scabbard? Hansen was shocked. He had possessed this scabbard for a long time. Aside from the knife mind inside the scabbard, he did not notice anything special. Now, the scabbard's weird changes surprised Hansen. Isha slashed forward again. Hansen wanted to evade the strike. From inside the broken scabbard, some power suddenly came out. It was like a volcano erupting out of the scabbard. Everyone was watching Isha madly attack Dollar, whose safe zones were continuing to decrease. Hansen was going to run out of space to dodge. Suddenly, the half-broken scabbard in his hands had a purple light beam coming out of it. Pang! The purple beam of light struck Isha's knife air and broke it. The purple beam of light blasted through, making the place look like a sea of purple. The space that had been ripped up by teeth knife had been mended by the purple light beam's light. Suddenly, the whole of space returned to the clear black color it usually carried. Aside from the pillar of light, there was no more purple. What is this? This thing can instantly mend torn space, and it can get rid of teeth knife power? Sky Palace leader squinted with his eyes. He looked at Han Sen, who was holding that beam of light. Every creature in the universe was staring at the beam of light Han Sen was holding. Even Isha did not attack him again. She stared at Han Sen's hands. Other people did not know, but Isha did. The scabbard had been left behind by the rebate alpha. The rebate alpha made a wish that the heir could locate the scabbard again. That was why Isha took a risk and went to Demon Grave in pursuit of that missing scabbard. But she suffered a bad stroke of luck. She encountered Han Sen, who was posed as Dollar. He had stolen it. Isha only knew that it was a relic that once belonged to the alpha. She did not know what the secret inside the scabbard was. If she did, she would not have merrily cut through the scabbard. That's why Isha thought this was strange. Her power was already better than the rebate alpha, but the light beam that came out of the scabbard was able to destroy her knife air. That made her feel shocked. It did not seem to be the power their alpha should have possessed. If the alpha had left a power behind inside the scabbard like that, Isha would not have believed it. After the purple light exploded, the shell of the broken scabbard in Han Sen's hand started to melt in the purple light. The casing of the ink-black scabbard melted away. It revealed a smaller scabbard, which looked as if it had been made from purple copper. It had many weird and pretty engravings across it. The purple beam of light came from the engravings that adorned the scabbard. When the symbols started to shine, the scabbard became bigger. It was quickly becoming a 3-foot-long scabbard. The scabbard's light slowly started to dim. After the scabbard's light was extinguished, Isha and all the creatures in the universe saw Han Sen holding a completely new scabbard that was purple. It was different from the black scabbard he was holding before. Isha looked at the purple scabbard with a face that was scribbled with confusion. She had never heard of the alpha scabbard having another scabbard hidden inside it. That is, Return empty scabbard. In the halls of the Extreme King, an Extreme King deified elite, whose beard and hair were completely white, was watching the match intently and stood up. He stared at the purple scabbard in Han Sen's hand. Return empty scabbard. That name suddenly exploded in the hall. Elder Bao, do you really recognize that as the Return empty scabbard? Bai King looked at the old Extreme King man with a serious face. I cannot be mistaken. This is definitely Return empty scabbard. The elites of the Extreme King's Knife King searched for the Return empty scabbard. Back then, my elder Bao King was planning many ways to find the Return empty scabbard, but we never did find it. I cannot believe it was in Dollar's hands all along. We must take back the Return empty scabbard. Elder Bao was very excited. Yes. Return empty scabbard is a treasure that belongs to the Extreme King's king. We cannot allow outsiders to possess it. We must take it back. We must kill Dollar to take back the Return empty scabbard. The Extreme King knew the Return empty scabbard's history. They were all hungrily rubbing their palms together. They now wanted to go to the space battleground and get the Return empty scabbard from Han Sen. The name Knife King was not very famous across the universe. People only knew Knife King was one of the kings of the Extreme King. There was not much about him known across the universe. Knife King had only been a king for the Extreme King for a short amount of time. In the real Extreme King's higher echelon of people, Knife King's reputation was almost as good as the very first king and perhaps even higher. It involved one of the Extreme King's greatest secrets, which few people knew about. Even within the Extreme King, only those in high-up places knew it. That secret was like an insult to the Extreme King. In the history of the Extreme King, an Extreme King's king became a puppet. Behind all that was a god known as Sky Armor. There were a few Extreme King kings who became a puppet that fell under its control. Although only the high-up members of the Extreme King knew about Sky Armor God, to the Extreme King, it was the most humiliating thing there was in the Extreme King's history. That was until Knife King was born. He was born in space. One slash could break 9 tiers of the sky. He was able to break Sky Armor God and allow the Extreme King to escape the god's control and avoid being humiliated further. Because he was injured too much in his fight, Knife King's lifespan was damaged badly. He became the Extreme King with the shortest reign. The Extreme King did not want to reveal this humiliating history, so Knife King's reputation in the Extreme King was very high. But outsiders did not know him. Much more was known about the other kings. The history of the Return Empty Scabbard was something special. It was a bone torn from the body of Sky Armor God. Back then, only a very few core superiors knew that the rib bone of Sky Armor God was actually his god's personality. It was not a complete god's personality though. Only a part of it had been cut out as Sky Armor God escaped, so the rib bone was not a complete god's personality. There was no sign of a god's sadness manifesting afterward either. If the god's personality had been cut out of the man completely, and a god's sadness showed up, Knife King would have become super famous all around the universe. Since only a part of the rib bone was cut, Knife King knew he had injured his enemy a lot. Jie was an elite who could go to the Geno Hall. Unfortunately, he succumbed and died to sickness. Sky Armor God was damaged because of this. After the god's personality was damaged, it took him many years to recover. When he returned to the Extreme King was not controlled by him anymore. Under Knife King's training, there were a few more true god-class elites in the race. Sky Armor God was unable to find the right opportunity to allow him to dominate the race again. Thus, he used a trick with the god doll inside Destiny's Tower. He tried to make the Extreme King fall under his command again. Han Sen had destroyed the god doll. Because Han Jinji was in the middle of that mess, Sky Armor God thought it was Empty God who had destroyed his god doll. So, he harbored a hatred for Empty God too. Sky Armor God had been looking for that rib bone Knife King had cut off, but he had never been able to find where it was. The people of the Extreme King knew that Knife King had turned the rib bone into a scabbard for Knife King to store his Return Empty knife. When Knife King passed, the Return Empty knife remained. The Return Empty scabbard, however, was missing. The Extreme King searched for it for a while, but they could not find out where the Return Empty scabbard had gone. They would never have thought the Return Empty scabbard was hidden inside another scabbard or that it was in the possession of an outsider. Inside a temple, Sky Armor God opened his eyes. He stared at the Return Empty scabbard Han Sen was holding. My rib bone. It has been so many years. I have finally found you. It is now the time to get you back. After a while, Sky Armor God looked away from the Return Empty scabbard. He looked at Han Sen and coldly said, he is just a larva-class xenogeniac. I just need to possess someone else in the universe. It will be easy to kill him that way. Sky Armor God frowned and said, he is in the Geno God list now. If he leaves the Geno God list, I cannot find out where he comes from. He went silent. Sky Armor God looked at the Geno God list's matchups. He saw Dollar and Knife Queen's names together. He looked lower and saw Han Sen's next match was against a butterfly deified xenogeniac that was famous. If things are this way, I will get my rib bone back through the Geno God list. Sky Armor God stared at Han Sen and the Return Empty scabbard. Han Sen did not know where the Return Empty scabbard came from, but the presence that came from the Return Empty scabbard sure felt similar to the presence of Skyvine Radish and Evil Lotus God Spirit Gene. Han Sen thought, weird. Is this scabbard made from the material of God Spirit's God personality? I don't think the Rebate Alpha had that sort of money. It is no wonder the Alpha took the scabbard so seriously, Isha said with a frown. She did not strike again. The scabbard is that mysterious. The power of the scabbard seems to go against the teeth knife power. Even my modified teeth knife is restricted by this scabbard. Teeth power was being suppressed by the scabbard. Isha's fighting power was reduced. Beating Dollar would be harder now. Hansen looked at Isha and knew what she was thinking about. He smiled and said, "It looks like your power is being restricted by the scabbard." So what? Isha raised her eyebrows. Her hands generated another mass of teeth power. She raised it and pointed it at Han Senator. She was not going to give up. She was going to keep fighting. Suddenly, Han Sen's movements shocked everyone in the audience. He flipped his hands over and threw the scabbard to Isha. The scabbard flew right to her and landed on Isha's teeth knife. All the audience was in shock. Even if they did not know what the return empty scabbard was, they were all able to tell that it was a powerful treasure. It was able to restrict Knife Queen's scary knife air. Dollar had casually thrown the return empty scabbard to her. It was hard to understand. Even Isha was shocked by this move. She stared at Han Sen and asked, "What is that supposed to mean?" Dollar had a scabbard that could put a lid on her powers. He could have easily won with it, so he did not have to be this nice. "Such knife skills are impressive," Hansen said with a smile. "If you were to lose on behalf of a scabbard, it would be a shame. It does not matter if I win. I will lend you the scabbard for now. Next time I defeat you, I will take it back." Holy crap. This guy is too cocky. How can he play like this? This is insane. He seems to have forgotten that Knife Queen was attacking him a lot earlier. You guys don't know anything. He is obviously hitting on her. That Dollar must have a crush on Knife Queen. Otherwise, why would he give the scabbard to Knife Queen so easily? He might not be able to defeat Knife Queen. Even if he could, Knife Queen could leave the battleground with the scabbard. He would be powerless to stop her. Judging from what you are saying, I believe it makes sense. How dare he flirt with his opponent in the Geno God list? This guy is really daring. Actually, he is quite handsome. If a deified elite did this to me, I would marry him. Stop dreaming. Why would a deified elite want someone like you? Every spirit was talking. Isha coldly stared at Hansen for a while. She did not say anything. She slowly brought out teeth knife. Knife air was like silk. It was cutting the sky and breaking the ground. Isha's power was stronger than before. Even Isha was surprised. The power of the scabbard was enough to restrict her teeth power. In her hands, it was able to boost the teeth power output. By just holding the scabbard, Isha's teeth knife received a strong boost. Back then, the rebate Alpha came into possession of the return empty scabbard by accident. She never learned the secret of the return empty scabbard, but she was able to understand the knife mind inside the scabbard. With it, she created teeth powers and teeth knife. The origin of teeth powers came from the return empty scabbard. Now, Isha had the return empty scabbard. She was like a tiger that had been given wings, but the teeth power's effect was a few times stronger. If she was able to understand the return empty scabbard's power, she would improve a lot. Oh, no. Oh, no. This kid Dollar was too cocky. Knife Queen has the scabbard's help. Her power is much stronger now. She might be able to beat a butterfly elite like this. Dollar has suffered bad luck. Wang Yuhang was happy. It was because he was trying to hit on women during the god fights. He deserves it, Tang Jinliu said with a smile. He really envied it. What is this? It should be me, old Tang hitting on girls. Right now, Dollar is stealing all the thunder. No, I must become deified. In the next Geno God list fight, I am going to flirt with more than a few deified xenogeneic ladies.